Chapter 12:15. Ryakazuan looked at the people around him, including the members of the Zhua family and the core members of the Celestial Empire that Luhan Tian had brought. There were only 200 to 300 people in total. Such a number was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot for a large force. It might not even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Thinking of this, Zhuan slowly floated in the air and looked down at the crowd. His loud voice rang out. Everyone is now in the same boat. With this Azure Dragon Palace, you will obtain endless benefits. However, you will have to pay a certain price and contribute accordingly. Zhua Xiangding led the members of the Zhua family and looked up at Zhuan quietly. Their eyes were full of respect. Zhuan was the pride of the Zhua family. They naturally followed Zhuan's lead. Whatever Zhuan said, they would do. However, Zhuan's words were not for the Zhua family, but for the people of the Celestial Empire. Zhuan, the Azure Dragon Palace is indeed amazing. If you have any requests, just say it. I, Luhan Tian, will be the first to listen to you. Luhan Tian stepped forward and nodded at Zhuan. This old man is already so old. I can't make the decision myself. Listening to Zhua Xiaoyu is also a good choice. Elder Shiwan smiled and came to Luhan Tian's side. The 5 servants led by Zi Yang, as well as LV Tao, Qing Lian, Luo Xing, Miao Lu, and the others all stood out. They stared at the figure in the sky with determined gazes. Although they did not say anything, their attitudes had already made their intentions clear. Since Luhan Tian and the other higher-ups had expressed their opinions, the others had no objections. They all looked at Zhuan and waited for Zhuan to continue. I want to establish a force called Ryuka. Are you willing to join this force called Ryuka? Zhuan said slowly. Although his voice was calm, there was a hint of excitement in his tone. It was obvious that Zhuan's mood was not as calm as he looked on the surface. Ryuka. As soon as these words came out, many people in the Celestial Empire were stunned. They quickly thought of the super force Ryuka that dominated the entire Eastern continent 10,000 years ago. Back then, Zhuan was chased by Emperor Qing. It seemed that Zhuan was a Ryuka's descendant. Zhuan, and even the entire Zhua family, was a clan descendant of the Ryuka. I'm willing. Zhua Xiangding took the lead and shouted. His eyes were filled with excitement. They were Ryuka's descendants and had changed their appearances for countless years. Now, they could finally restore their own surname. Of course, now was not the time to truly stand tall in the Eastern continent and bring the Ryuka to greater heights. However, Zhuan had made a good start. Luhan Tian's eyes were as calm as water. He was the first to know that Zhuan was a Ryuka's descendant. Therefore, when Zhuan proposed to establish a Ryuka force today, he was not surprised at all. I, Luhan Tian, am willing to join. Luhan Tian laughed. As soon as Luhan Tian spoke, Elder Xuan, Miao Lu, Lu Yitao, Luo Xing, Qing Lian, and the others all spoke in agreement. The eyes of the people from a celestial dynasty flickered, and they all agreed to join the Long family. When Zhuan said that the Azure Dragon Hall was a divine spirit treasure, they knew that following Zhuan would have a limitless future. A saint-level spiritual treasure was enough to cultivate an extremely terrifying force. In the mysterious 9 Serenities realm in the Eastern continent, those powerful forces all had their own saint-level spiritual treasures. Therefore, the forces in the 9 Serenities realm were generally much stronger than those in the outside world, and the 9 Serenities realm was known as a paradise for experts. Floating in the air, looking at the responses of the people below, he smiled and nodded. His heart was filled with pride as he said loudly, Ryuka will rise in the Azure Dragon Hall. In the future, its name will spread throughout the Eastern continent and even the Heavenly Armor continent. Now, I will bring you to the second heaven. As he spoke, Zhuan waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the entire square was filled with a mighty force of space, enveloping everyone. Then, everyone disappeared from the square. When everyone came back to their senses, they found that they had arrived at a large hall. However, what made everyone frown was that the hall was filled with corpses. In the center of the hall, there was a dried-up pool of blood. It was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Some of the women in the crowd trembled in fear when they saw this scene. Their beautiful faces were incomparably pale. This scene was too bloody. Anyone who saw it would feel a little uncomfortable. Looking at the doubts in everyone's eyes, Juon briefly explained some of the things that happened when they entered the panicked world. Only then did everyone feel relieved. At the same time, they were quite afraid of the Lord of Extreme Demon that Juon mentioned. Fortunately, Juon had already dealt with him. That space contains all the resources of the Extreme Demon sect. It can be used to develop our Ryuka. In the future, our Ryuka will take root in this panicked world. When our Ryuka has a certain foundation, we will be able to reappear in the Eastern continent. The Blue Dragon Hall will not be able to do anything to us. Juon pointed at the space in front of them and said in a clear voice. Following the direction that Juon pointed at, everyone saw that there were many resources piled up in that space. There were spirit stones, spirit herbs, spirit treasures, cultivation method secret books, and so on. However, most of the cultivation method secret books in the Extreme Demon sect were related to devil cultivation. Other types of cultivation method secret books were relatively rare. Big Brother Hantian, Grandfather, and Elder Sean, in the future, the three of you will be the leaders of the Ryuka. These Ryuka people will all be under your control. Also, you should distribute these resources. It will be best if you do it fairly. Juon suddenly said to Lu Hantian, Zhuxiangding, and Elder Xuan, the panicked world is very large. We can first establish a base of Ryuka in the panicked world and absorb new blood in this world to strengthen the power and influence of the Ryuka. The three of them nodded. Juon's idea was not bad. This panicked world was an isolated world created by the Songlong Taoist with his supreme saint power. It was undoubtedly the safest place to develop the Ryuka. At least, they did not need to be remembered by the Blue Dragon Hall and have an accident. After a little arrangement of everyone's matters, Lu Hantian, Zhuxiangding, and Elder Xuan entered the space and began to distribute the resources inside. If there were any surplus, they planned to keep it first and use it later. At the same time, they were also preparing to set up some reward systems. Good things must be given to warriors who have contributed to the Ryuka or to geniuses with great talent. Of course, these were all in the future. After all, the Ryuka had not been established yet. In about a month's time, the resources of the Extreme Demon sect have been distributed fairly under the arrangements of Lu Hantian, Zhuxiangding, and Elder Xuan. Many people in the Ryuka did not have any objections to the arrangements made by the three of them. Of course, the Extreme Demon sect was an extremely large force after all. The resources contained in it could not be all plundered by more than 200 people in the Ryuka. Most of the resources were already in the hands of the Ryuka higher-ups and would be used as the foundation for the continued development of the Ryuka in the future. Juon, we plan to take the Ryuka people to the 7 prefectures and develop our Ryuka there. On this day, Lu Hantian came in front of Juon and said to Juon. Juon was sitting cross-legged on the blood coffin. When he heard Lu Hantian's words, he slowly opened his eyes and said, "If we want to develop the Ryuka, we should go to the 7 prefectures. Brother Hantian, you could take the Ryuka people there. Here is a map of the 7 prefectures and the dreamy cloud swampland. You can go to the Great Song Prefecture to develop your forces. I have a more detailed map there." After saying that, Juon flicked his finger and handed a jade slip to Lu Hantian. The latter took the jade slip and looked at Juon in surprise. "Juon, don't you plan to go with us?" Juon shook his head and said no. There are many devil cultivation scriptures in the Great Devil Sect ruins. I plan to comprehend all of them. Perhaps it will be of great benefit to the promotion of my Devil Dao avatar. Upon hearing this, Lu Hantian nodded his head and did not try to persuade Juon any further. At this moment, Juon gave him an extremely powerful feeling, especially that demonic avatar. Just the demonic aura emanating from its body caused Lu Hantian to feel a little apprehensive. He did not doubt that if he were to fight against this demonic avatar, he would not be able to withstand even one blow. Thinking back to the little guy who was only at the Ultimate Emperor stage back then, and now he had reached a level that even he had to look up to. Lu Hantian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Although Zhuan's talent was a little abnormal, Lu Hantian, wasn't weak either, especially with the help of the powerful soul treasure of the Azure Dragon Hall. Lu Hantian believed that his cultivation would be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Zhuan, after we confirm the address of Ryuka, I will personally make a trip to the Dreamcloud Swampland and give you the address of Ryuka. If you come out of seclusion, you can come to Ryuka to take a look. Lu Hantian said to Zhuan again. Soon after, Xiangding and Elder Xuan began to arrange for people to leave the Great Devil Sect ruins and head to the 7 prefectures. I want to accompany Big Brother Zhui here. A clear voice sounded out. Following which, Miao Lu walked briskly to Zhuan's side and quietly looked at the calm expression on Zhuan's face. Looking at the stubborn expression on Miao Lu's face, Lu Hantian felt a little helpless. He could only let her be and did not stop her. Although Miao Lu's cultivation was low, Zhuan's strength was extremely strong, and it was more than enough to protect Miao Lu. Luo Xing and Qing Lian looked at each other and actually left the group. They came to a place not far from Zhuan and quietly sat cross-legged in the hall. Obviously, the two women were the same as Miao Lu. They also planned to stay and accompany Zhuan. This kid really is good luck with women. Lu Hantian was stunned. He immediately scratched his head and said with a little jealousy. Elder Xuan, who was standing at the side, shook his head and said, I say, old Han, you should dress yourself up neatly and wash your face. Your luck with women will also be good. Lu Hantian stared and groaned. I say, Xuan, what do you mean? I'm already handsome enough. If I deliberately dress up, there will be countless beauties throwing themselves at me. That will be troublesome. It is better to be like this now, low-key. Chapter 12:16. Cunning Lu Hantian led everyone out of the Grand Demon statue very quickly according to the map Zhuan had given them. Over 200 people headed towards the Grand Song Prefecture of the 7 prefectures in a mighty fashion. They planned to develop a base there. Zhuan remained seated in the hall. Over the past month, Lu Hantian had already cleaned up the bloody hall. Although the light was a bit dim, it was still a lot cleaner and tidier. At this moment, Zhuan's main body slowly opened his eyes, and he was rather speechless as he looked at Qing Lian and Luo Xing, who sat cross-legged nearby, and Miao Lu, who stood before him with a pair of watery eyes. Why are the 3 of you in the hall? Zhuan suddenly asked. Brother Zhua, I just want to stay with you. I feel safe with you, Miao LV replied without any hesitation. However, as if she had realized that there was some ambiguity in her words, Miao LV covered her mouth with her right hand. Like a child who had done something wrong, she no longer dared to say anything else. Qing Lian and Luo Xing looked at each other and smiled resplendently. We have the same thoughts as Miao LV. Zhuan shrugged when he heard the same answer from the 3 women. He felt somewhat helpless. Luo Xing and Clear Lotus had made good progress in their cultivation. They had already reached the initial stage of the Heavenly Venerate realm. However, Miao LV's cultivation was a little weak. She was only at the Ultimate Emperor realm. However, Miao LV was the youngest. Her talent was already pretty good for reaching the Ultimate Emperor realm at such a young age. Brother Zhua, how long do you plan on staying here? Miao LV seemed to have forgotten the awkwardness from before and asked again. Zhuan's eyes flickered. With a wave of his sleeve, he summoned his demonic and Buddhist clones. After having the 2 clones cultivate in another corner of the hall, Zhuan's eyes flickered. It might take a year or 2. I've been poisoned by the Lord of the Grand Demon's Demon Fall powder. Although it doesn't pose much of an obstruction to my main body, it's still a poison, so I'll need some time to expel it. Miao LV, Qing Lian, and Luo Xing were not surprised that Zhuan had 2 clones. Zhuan had already told them about his clones. Then we'll wait for you to expel the Demon Fall powder from your main body, Luo Xing said seriously. Zhuan nodded. My demonic body's cultivation has already reached the level of a demon emperor. If the 3 of you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to ask my demonic body. It will answer some of your questions about the way of the martial way. With that, Zhuan slowly closed his eyes and began to expel the demon fall powder that the Grand Demon Lord had planted in him. Although the Grand Demon Lord had said that there was no cure for the demon fall powder, Zhuan discovered that the celestial force he had fused with an immortal stone was actually able to expel the poison from the demon fall powder. However, the immortal stone could only be used once a day, and there was an extremely large amount of demon fall powder in his body. The Lord of the Grand Demon had accumulated the poison in his body over the past century. It was extremely terrifying, so Zhuan estimated that it would take him a year or two. Fortunately, the flow of time in the panicked Great World was completely different from the outside world. A year here was only a day in the outside world, so he had plenty of time and was not in a hurry to leave the panicked Great World. Moreover, the Great Demon Sect had so many demonic cultivation scriptures, which were extremely beneficial to his demonic body. Zhuan believed that if he stayed here for a few years, his demonic body might be able to break through the shackles and reach the level of a second or even third-layer demon emperor. Its power would become extremely terrifying. Time slowly passed. In the hall, Zhuan's main body was basically using celestial force to expel the demonic qi in his body. Moreover, he discovered that as he continued to use the immortal stone, the formation in the immortal stone seemed to be perfecting itself. The time it could continue to fuse with celestial force was also constantly increasing. After this discovery, Zhuan could be said to be wild with joy. He worked even harder to use the immortal stone to expel the demon fall powder poison. After a year passed, Zhuan's main body slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze erupted with a dazzling bright light. Because he noticed that after expelling the poison for a year, the time the immortal stone could continue fusing with immortal energy could actually reach 10 times a day. What was even more surprising to him was that the strange formation within the immortal stone actually possessed the ability to repair itself. Previously, the self-repair ability was not very obvious, so Zhuan did not notice it. However, due to the stimulation of the demon fall powder, the self-repair ability of the formation in the immortal stone had obviously sped up a lot, which made Zhuan pleasantly surprised. Zhuan knew that since the formation in the immortal stone had the ability to self-repair, it was only a matter of time before the formation completely recovered. However, whether it would take a long time or a short time was not something Zhuan could guess. After the demon fall powder was completely expelled, Zhuan's complexion became much better. He slowly stood up and stretched. Luo Xing, Qing Lian, and Miao LV also saw Zhuan stand up and stood up one after another. Luo Xing came before Zhuan and said, "Half a year ago, Senior Hantian came here once and gave me the address of Ryuka." With that, Luo Xing flicked her finger and handed a jade slip to Zhuan. Clearly, the jade slip recorded the address of Ryuka. After flipping through it, Zhuan discovered that Lu Hantian had established Ryuka's forces in Heaven's Vault City in the northwest corner of the Great Song Prefecture region. It was said that half a year ago, they had already developed Ryuka to such an extent that it might have already become the strongest force in Heaven's Vault City. Let's go take a look at Heaven's Vault City. With a wave of his sleeve, Zhuan withdrew his Buddhist and demonic clones into his body. Soon after, he led the 3 women out of the ruins of the extreme demon sect. The surroundings of the dreamy cloud swampland were still filled with mist. The statue of the extreme demon lord stood silently in the center of the swampland. Wrapped in mist, it seemed so mysterious and distant. Xiao Hei, you've woken up." As soon as they walked out of the statue of the extreme demon lord, Zhuan was surprised to discover that Xiao Hei, who had remained motionless in his sea of consciousness, had actually woken up. He remembered that a year ago, Xiao Hei had fallen into a deep slumber after devouring the soul of the extreme demon lord. She planned to completely digest the soul of the extreme demon lord. Kid, are you planning to leave the statue?" Xiao Hei suddenly asked in surprise. Zhuan nodded. Soon after, he briefly recounted the events that had occurred over the past year. Soon after, he discovered that Xiao Hei had descended into silence. After a while, Xiaohe once again opened its mouth and said, "Brat, after this dragon lord absorbed the soul of this grand fiend lord, I discovered something." What is it?" Zhuowen asked in confusion. The extreme demon lord still had a trick up his sleeve. After all, he's a high-level demon emperor. His own essence is still extremely powerful. Although the extreme demon lord's demonic power has mostly been exhausted because of the demon fall powder, his own essence is still. Xiaohe's voice suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said in shock, "You're saying that the extreme demon lord's essence is still hidden somewhere?" Actually, after the extreme demon lord transferred all the demon fall powder to your body, there was no need for him to take over your body. However, he chose to do so. "Don't you find it strange?" Xiaohe said in a deep voice. Zhuowen's eyes were a little dark when he heard this. He nodded and was silent for a moment. Then, he waved his sleeve and took out a huge ship. This ship was a flying soul treasure that Zhuowen had found in the ruins of the extreme demon sect. This ship was called the Black Cloud Sail. There was a black cloud-like sail on its main mast. When it was unfurled, it was like a dark cloud that covered the sky. That was why it was called the Black Cloud Sail. "Let's take this Black Cloud Sail to Firmament City in the Great Songfu region," Zhuowen said with a smile. Luo Xing and the other two girls nodded. After the four of them sat on the Black Cloud Sail, a strange black cloud spread out around the Black Cloud Sail. With a whoosh, it turned into a black bolt of lightning and shot toward the periphery of the dreamy cloud swampland at an extremely fast speed. Not long after the Black Cloud Sail left, a figure surrounded by surging demonic aura appeared at the forehead of the statue of the extreme demon lord. The figure only revealed a pair of black demonic eyes, which were filled with monstrous hatred. That damned Zhuowen. I never thought that there would be such a terrifying existence in his body. He actually managed to devour the soul of my body so easily, causing me to be heavily injured. I will not let this matter rest." The figure shrouded in black gas hatefully glanced at He Yunfan, who was leaving in the distance, then took a step forward. Demonic chi surged out of his body as he charged in the opposite direction. However, as soon as he shot off, a terrifying force shot towards him. Thump! 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 The figure was caught off guard and was knocked back by the force. He stared at the figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him in shock and cried out, You really are a sly old fox. You actually have a clone. No wonder you gave up on your body and possessed my weak demonic body. So you have clones as well." At this moment, demonic Dao, Zhuowen was shrouded in demonic chi. He stood in the air and looked down at the Grand Demon Lord's clone. The Grand Demon Lord's clone wasn't very powerful. It was only at the first level of Emperor Realm. Due to the damage to its soul, its battle prowess was probably weaker than ordinary first-level emperors. However, it possessed an extremely powerful source. It was the source of the Grand Demon Lord's high-level demon emperor. It was a pity that the extreme demon lord's soul was just too heavily damaged. Although he possessed the origin energy of a high-class demon emperor, he was unable to immediately use it and convert it into his own strength. The extreme demon lord's clone probably planned on taking the origin energy with him and hiding somewhere to cultivate. He would only emerge once his cultivation recovered. At that time, he would probably come for revenge against the 7 prefectures and Ryuka. The extreme demon lord's clone was a scourge. Zhuowen could not allow him to live. Chapter 12:17. Black Cloud Sail. However, the Grand Demon Lord did not flee for long before a golden light surged over. Subsequently, the Grand Demon Lord backed away with a sunken expression. Behind him, the Buddhist Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. The light behind his head shone with a dazzling Buddhist light. "Grand Demon Lord, you won't be able to escape today." The demonic Zhuowen took a step forward and pressed his right hand down. Surging Grand Demon Battle Chi turned into endless demonic clouds that crushed down. The Grand Demon Lord roared. He grabbed with his right hand, and a monstrous demonic claw appeared in an attempt to break through the demonic clouds. Bang! Unfortunately, The Grand Demon Lord's demonic claw was nowhere near its peak. It only lasted for a while in the demonic clouds before collapsing. Ugh! The Grand Demon Lord spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. By the time he returned to his senses, Zhuowen had already arrived in front of him. Zhuowen extended his right hand and grabbed the Grand Demon Lord's neck. His cold eyes stared at the Grand Demon Lord, causing his heart to tremble. "Let me live. I'm willing to become your servant." The Grand Demon Lord screamed at the top of his lungs. After all, his throat was in Zhuowen's hand, so his voice was naturally a little abnormal. He clearly understood that he was no match for Zhuowen with his current strength. As a matter of fact, given Zhuowen's hatred for him, it was very likely that Zhuowen would kill him. Hence, he immediately begged for mercy, hoping that Zhuowen would spare his life. "Oh, you're willing to become my servant?" Zhuowen was a little surprised by the Grand Demon Lord's tact, and asked in surprise. The Grand Demon Lord replied bitterly, "Do you think I have any other choice? If I don't yield, only death awaits me." Zhuowen nodded when he heard this. He grabbed the Grand Demon Lord's neck with his right hand and formed a complicated seal with his left hand. At the same time, Zhuowen pulled out a strand of mental energy from his Naiwan palace. It turned into a small golden snake and entered the Grand Demon Lord's forehead, forming a golden imprint. "This is a slave imprint. Since I have planted a slave imprint in you, you are my slave. Your life is under my control," Zhuowen said calmly. This slave seal was a secret technique in the Myriad Evolution scripture. It was a secret technique that specialized in enslaving other martial artists. It was even more reliable than the method Zhuowen had used to control Xiang and the other four. The reason why Zhuowen hadn't used it back then was because he hadn't cultivated the Myriad Evolution scripture to the point where he could extract mental strength to control other martial artists. The Grand Demon Lord naturally sensed the terrifyingly powerful seal on his forehead, and a sliver of sorrow appeared in his eyes. He knew that once Zhuowen planted a slave imprint in him, he would become Zhuowen's servant for the rest of his life. However, it was fortunate that he could escape death. After planting the slave imprint, Zhuowen spread out his hands and said, "Give me your source energy." The Grand Demon Lord's face stiffened. He sighed softly and waved his sleeve. Immediately, the surging demonic aura around him gathered on his right hand. In the end, it turned into a black ball in his right palm. Dense demonic aura lingered on the surface of the black ball. Zhuowen immediately sensed the Grand Demon Battle Chi in his body spin at a crazy speed after taking the black ball from the Grand Demon Lord. It seemed to crave the black ball in his hand. This black ball actually contains such dense demonic origin, Zhuowen muttered with narrowed eyes as he sensed the wild Grand Demon Battle Chi in his body. Obviously, this is the origin of a high-rank demon emperor. How can it not be dense? Xiaohei's disdainful voice rang out in his head. Zhuowen shrugged. His gaze landed on the Grand Demon Lord again. He said, "You should know how to use this demonic origin, right?" The Grand Demon Lord nodded and respectfully said, "This old servant naturally knows. Master possesses the Grand Demon Battle Art and the Grand Demon Battle Chi in his body. Absorbing this demonic origin is most suitable. However, this is the origin of a high-rank demon emperor after all. Master is only a first-level demon emperor right now, so this old servant believes that Master should not be in a hurry to absorb it all. Instead, absorb a portion of it. Once you cultivate the Grand Demon Battle Art to its peak and absorb all of it, you might be able to directly break through to the high-rank demon emperor." Hearing the Grand Demon Lord's suggestion, Zhuowen asked somewhat dubiously, "Are you sure?" The Grand Demon Lord lowered his head and said, "Don't worry, Master. This old servant wouldn't dare deceive Master. The Grand Demon Battle Art has a total of 18 layers. Every 3 layers allows one to advance to the Demon Emperor realm. Originally, if Master relied on himself to cultivate, it would take a very long time. However, with this old servant's demonic origin, it should be relatively easy to cultivate the Grand Demon Battle Art to its peak. If Master absorbs the Grand Demon Battle Art after reaching its peak, the effects will be the greatest. Kid, this old man probably isn't lying to you. After all, this is the origin of a high-rank demon emperor. It's a bit of a ways for you to absorb it at such a low cultivation. Once you reach the 6th layer of the demon emperor realm, the effects will probably be maximized, Xiao He said in agreement. Zhuo nodded when he heard that. He said, I'll trust you this once. Since you've become my servant, you should serve me well. If I can see your loyalty, I will help you recover to your peak. The Grand Demon Lord was stunned. Soon after, excitement appeared in his eyes. He asked, Master, are you serious? Of course I am. Zhuo nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, he disappeared with the Grand Demon Lord and Buddhist Zhuo. Swoosh! A ship shrouded in black clouds passed through the air. Through the gaps in the clouds, 4 figures could be seen standing on the deck. They were a man and 3 women. The 4 of them were Zhuo, Miao Lu, Qing Lian, and Luo Xing Swoosh. With the sound of something breaking through the air, 3 figures charged onto the deck from the black clouds. The crisp sound of their feet landing on the deck immediately alerted Miao LV, Qing Lian, and Luo Xing. However, Zhuan slowly turned around with his hands behind his back. Looking at the 3 figures, a smile appeared on his face. When Miao LV and the others saw that the newcomers were Zhuo Wen's 2 clones, they relaxed their vigilance. The 3 women's beautiful eyes curiously landed on the stooped Grand Demon Lord beside Zhuo Wen. Brother Zhuo, who's this old man? Miao Lu asked out of curiosity. He's my servant, Mo Kue, Zhuo said with a smile. He had already said before that the Grand Demon Lord was dead, so the 3 of them probably would not believe him if he said the old man was the Grand Demon Lord. As a result, Zhuo could not be bothered to explain. He directly named the Grand Demon Lord Mo Kue and made him his servant in the future. The 3 women looked at each other. Although they were puzzled, they did not raise any more questions. After all, this was Zhuo's private matter. It was not convenient for them to get to the bottom of it. The black cloud sail was extremely fast. It crossed the void like a black bolt of lightning and soon arrived at the Great Song Prefecture's Sky City. The Sky City was not very far from the Great Song Prefecture's Great Song City. Ever since the Great Demon Sect ruins appeared, countless cultivators from the 7 prefectures had not returned. A year had passed, and the other cultivators from the 7 prefectures had all kinds of guesses. The most reliable guess was that the Grand Demon Lord was hiding in the Great Demon Sect ruins, so all the cultivators from the 7 prefectures who went there were wiped out. The Great Song Prefecture's master, Songjie, and countless elite cultivators from the Great Song Prefecture were all buried in the Great Demon Sect ruins. In an instant, the Great Song Prefecture's Great Song Prefecture declined. The other forces in the Great Song Prefecture were somewhat restless, wanting to replace the Great Song Prefecture. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Although all the elite cultivators of the Great Song Prefecture, including Songjie, were buried in the Great Demon Sect ruins, the foundation of the Great Song Prefecture still existed. It was really difficult for ordinary forces to replace it. When the Black Cloud sail landed, it attracted the attention of many cultivators in the Sky City. Zhuowen's group of 5 walked down the Black Cloud sail and went straight to the core of the Sky City. There stood a rather tall mansion. The 2 words Ryuka were engraved on the plaque above the mansion. Zhuowen, a shout immediately attracted the attention of Zhuowen's group of 5. Zhuowen followed the voice and immediately saw LV Tao leading a group of people towards them. Brother LV, Zhuowen said with a smile, I didn't expect you to stay there for so long. Come with me to Ryuka first. Senior Han Tian and Elder Shiwan miss you very much. As LV Tao spoke, he pulled Zhuowen and the rest towards the Long family. This scene caused many warriors in the surroundings to discuss and whisper among themselves. Ryuka had risen in the Sky City half a year ago. Moreover, the higher-ups of this Ryuka had a 2nd-level Emperor Realm expert and a powerful level 6 Arcana Master. There were also many Celestial Masters under their command. Therefore, in half a year, the Ryuka had quickly developed into the most powerful force in the Sky City, suppressing the other local forces in the Sky City. LV Tao was an extremely powerful genius in Ryuka. He was very famous in the Sky City and was known as the most powerful person among the younger generation in the Sky City. At this moment, seeing the famous LV Tao treating Zhuan's group so warmly, the other cultivators in the Sky City were naturally surprised. They secretly guessed the identity of Zhuan's group. Under LV Tao's lead, Zhuan also entered the Ryuka mansion. It had to be said that the Ryuka mansion was indeed quite magnificent. There were countless pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. There were also many cultivators guarding inside, and the security was very tight. When they entered the hall, Zhuan also found that Zhuo Xiangding, LV Han Tian, and Elder Xuan were already waiting inside. When they saw Zhuan, the three of them got up and happily welcomed him. After a round of greetings, Zhuan also asked about the current development of the Ryuka mansion. The answer he received was indeed very gratifying. In the past half a year, the Ryuka mansion had completely established itself in the Sky City. Because of the Ryuka mansion's strength, it had attracted many cultivators in the Sky City, causing the number of people in the Ryuka mansion to reach nearly 1,000. This was only half a year. If the Ryuka mansion was given more time, it would probably develop even more. Zhuan, if we become the most powerful force in the Dekangfu region, then the Ryuka mansion will be completely on the right track, LV Han Tian said happily. Chapter 1218. Second layer Demon Emperor. Hearing Zhuan's heroic words, the entire hall fell silent. Then Lu Han Tian stood up abruptly and said excitedly, "Ha! Our horizons are too narrow. We are only restricted to the Great Song Prefecture. You are right. Ryuka wants to become the strongest force in the entire panicked Great World and surpass the Great Demon Sect." In the hall, the others also came back to their senses. Their faces were flushed red, and their eyes were filled with excitement. "Zhuan, I plan to gather the Ryuka forces and take down the Great Song Prefecture. With the Great Song Prefecture as our headquarters, we will spread our forces to the other 6 prefectures. We will spread our Ryuka forces throughout the 7 prefectures and become the strongest force in the 7 prefectures." Lu Han Tian suddenly proposed. Zhuan shook his head and said, "Big brother Han Tian, Ryuka has only been developing for half a year. There is no hurry. Let's wait for 3 years before we make our move. The Ryuka is not as strong as you think." Hearing this, Lu Han Tian came back to his senses. Just now, because of Zhuan's words, his blood was stirred up, so he was hot-headed for a moment. He patted his head and said awkwardly, "Hee, I was too excited. In these 3 years, develop Ryuka well. After 3 years, we will take down the Great Song Prefecture. Then, within 10 years, we will take down the other 6 prefectures and let the panicked Great World respect our Ryuka." After speaking, Zhuan turned to Zhuo Xiangding, Elder Xuan, and Lu Han Tian and transmitted his voice. "Grandfather, big brother Han Tian, Elder Xuan, I plan to go into seclusion for 3 years. The flow of time in the panicked Great World is 365 times faster than the outside world. I plan to use this difference to improve my strength." Zhuo Xiangding, Elder Xuan, and Lu Han Tian looked at each other and nodded. They knew that outside the Blue Dragon Hall, there was an arcane heavenly master and 2 4th-layer Emperor Realm warriors waiting for him. If Zhuan did not improve his strength as soon as possible, it would be difficult for him to go out. Therefore, Lu Han Tian sent people to bring Zhuan to a rather quiet attic in the Ryuka Prefecture. Although Miao Lu, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian wanted to follow, they were stopped by Lu Han Tian. Since Zhuan needed to go into seclusion, he could not be disturbed. After entering the attic arranged by Lu Han Tian, Zhuan also brought the Lord of Extreme Devil with him. After all, his demonic Dao doppelganger had cultivated the Extreme Devil battle art created by the Lord of Extreme Devil. In terms of demonic Dao, the Lord of Extreme Devil knew much more than him. Therefore, Zhuan brought the Lord of Extreme Devil with him, mainly to help him cultivate the Extreme Devil battle art. After all, with a good teacher by his side, cultivation would be much faster than fumbling around on his own. After entering the attic, Zhuan dismissed the people sent by Lu Han Tian. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his demonic doppelganger and said to the Lord of Extreme Devil, "In the future, you will be responsible for guiding my demonic doppelganger in the Extreme Devil battle art. You should be able to get my demonic doppelganger to the 6th level in 3 years, right?" The Lord of Extreme Devil bowed slightly and said politely, "Don't worry, Master. With Master's talent, it shouldn't be a problem for him to reach the 6th level in 3 years. However, I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it?" "Speak," Zhuowen said indifferently. The Extreme Devil battle art has the word battle in it. As the name suggests, this demonic Tao Codex is most suitable for battle. Of course, if you want to break through faster, you only need to let your demonic Tao doppelganger fight more and find powerful opponents to fight. Through battle, you can comprehend the mysteries of the Extreme Devil battle art. Then, breaking through will be much easier, the Lord of Extreme Devil said respectfully. Zhuowen frowned slightly. "You mean to say that if I want to break through the Extreme Devil battle art quickly, I have to constantly fight and advance through battle?" "Yes. Back then, I comprehended the concept of battle and battle, so I created this Extreme Devil battle art. The easiest way to break through in this demonic Tao Codex is through battle. It is also the most suitable demonic Tao Codex for demonic Tao cultivators. Demonic Tao cultivators do not fear battle or death. However, the first 9 levels of the Extreme Devil battle art are the foundation. It doesn't necessarily require battle comprehension." "I can guide, Master," the Lord of Extreme Devil said. "If that's the case, then guide me first and help my demonic Tao doppelganger break through," Zhuowen said with a faint smile. The Lord of Extreme Devil nodded. He naturally had no objections. The pavilion was very large, and the courtyard surrounding it was even larger than the pavilion itself. The environment was elegant and serene. Zhuowen planned to let his demonic Tao doppelganger cultivate in the courtyard and have the Lord of Extreme Devil properly guide him in cultivating the Extreme Devil battle art. Meanwhile, his main body and Buddhist Tao doppelganger planned to cultivate in the pavilion. Because of Xiaohe, Zhuowen did not have high hopes that his main body could break through in 3 years. After all, Xiaohe's origin was far too powerful. If he wanted to materialize, the amount of astral energy required was far too great. With Zhuowen's current cultivation speed, it would be difficult for him to accumulate enough astral energy for his main body to break through to the Emperor realm. As a result, Zhuowen placed the opportunity for his main body to break through to the Emperor realm in the embittered sea of Misery's tomb. He knew that after powerful Emperor realm cultivators died, they would condense astral crystals with extremely dense astral energy. If he could find enough astral crystals in the tomb, then his main body would be able to accumulate enough astral energy. When that happened, he would be able to break through to the Emperor realm in one fell swoop. Xiaohe would also be able to completely materialize. Xiaohe really is a freak. Not only does materialization have to be delayed until the Emperor realm, but because of him, it's actually harder for my main body to break through to the Emperor realm than it is for my Buddhist and demonic Tao doppelganger, Jin Shun murmured to himself. With a wave of his sleeve, he summoned his Buddhist Tao doppelganger and had to continue cultivating the nirvana of the great sun. His Buddhist Tao doppelganger was also a peak celestial venerable. Zhuowen hoped that his Buddhist Tao doppelganger could use the nirvana of the great sun to break through to the Emperor realm during this time. "Kid, you're bad-mouthing me again." Xiaohe appeared on Zhuowen's shoulder and said unhappily. Zhuowen pursed his lips and said rather seriously, "Xiaohe, do you think my Buddhist Tao doppelganger can use the nirvana of the great sun to break through to the Emperor realm?" Xiaohe glanced at the Buddhist Tao doppelganger and said, "It should be possible. However, the level of the nirvana of the great sun is a little low. I'm afraid it can only reach the first level of the Buddha realm at most. If you want your Buddhist Tao doppelganger to continue breaking through, you need to find a stronger Buddhist Tao codex." Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. However, there were even fewer Buddhist Tao cultivators in the Eastern land than demonic Tao cultivators. This Buddhist Tao codex was really difficult to find. "Kid, Have you forgotten about the monk in blood-red clothes? Isn't that guy from the Great Lane Temple in the Divine Spectre Realm? After you enter the Divine Spectre Realm, you can let your Buddhist Tao doppelganger enter the Great Lane Temple to cultivate. That place will definitely give your Buddhist Tao doppelganger a lot of opportunities, Xiaohei suddenly said. Zhuan's eyes flashed. Xiaohei was right. He had forgotten the purpose of the monk in blood-red clothes. From the memories of the monk in blood-red clothes, he knew that the Great Lane Temple was not a weak force. It was said that there were saints in it as well. It was a powerful force in the Divine Spectre realm that was second only to the Divine Spectre Academy's inner court. Your idea is not bad. After I enter the Divine Spectre realm, I'll let my Buddhist Tao doppelganger enter the Great Lane Temple and let my demonic Tao doppelganger enter the demonic Tao sect. This way, it won't delay the cultivation of my doppelganger, Zhuan said with a grin. Time flew by quickly, and 3 years passed in a flash. On this day, Lu Hantian led the Ryuka people to Datsong City to attack the Datsong Mansion. The great Song Manor's foundation was indeed deep. Although the Manor Lord and many elite cultivators had perished in the Great Devil Sect's ruins, there were still 2 martial emperors among them. One was a 3rd-level martial emperor, while the other was a 2nd-level martial emperor. Relying on the 2 Emperor Realm warriors, the Datsong Mansion was able to completely resist the Ryuka's attack. In fact, the Ryuka who were attacking were at a disadvantage in this battle. At this moment, in the Firmament City, Ryuka, in the quiet courtyard, a towering black pillar suddenly soared into the sky. Demonic chi lingered around the black pillar. At the same time, countless demonic shadows descended from the sky. The ear-piercing screeches of the demonic nature resounded throughout the entire Long family. Under the black pillar, Zhuan of the demonic Tao slowly stood up, his black and red hair fluttering in the wind. His black and red eyes stared at the endless demonic creatures in the sky, and he said coldly, "Demonic tribulation, what's there to fear?" As he spoke, Zhuan of the demonic Tao took a step forward, rolling extreme demonic battle chi in his hand, condensing into an extreme demonic spear. With a wave of his right hand, demonic chi surged out, transforming into towering spear shadows. The surrounding demonic shadows were instantly pierced by these spear shadows, turning into rolling black chi. In the courtyard, the Lord of the extreme demonic Tao raised his head slightly, looking at Zhuan of the demonic chi in the sky. His turbid eyes revealed a hint of surprise, and he muttered in a low voice, "In 3 years, he has cultivated the extreme demonic battle art to the 6th level, and even advanced to the 2nd-level Demon Emperor. Master's talent can be said to be 1 in a million." Within 10 breaths, countless demonic shadows were dealt with by Zhuan of the demonic Tao, and Zhuan's aura soared to the extreme. His cultivation could be considered to have completely entered the 2nd-level Demon Emperor realm. Zhuan of the demonic Tao's aura was far more terrifying than the average 2nd-level Emperor realm. Even 3rd-level Emperors couldn't compare to him. With Zhuan of the 2nd-level Demon Emperor realm, Zhuan was confident that he could fight 4th-level Emperors. Whoosh! Zhuan slowly landed in the courtyard and asked the Lord of the extreme demonic Tao, "How is the Ryuka army now?" It's said that it's not very good. There are still 2 Emperor Realm warriors in the Great Song Mansion. Coupled with the geographical advantage, the Ryuka army has yet to capture the Great Song Mansion. The Lord of the extreme demonic Tao said respectfully. "Then I'll go take a look," Zhuan said nonchalantly. Then he turned into a demonic cloud and quickly left the Firmament City. At this moment, in the sky above Great Song City, 2 figures were constantly engaged in a fierce battle. 18 stars were constantly colliding, and the terrifying Emperor's aura was like a multiplied pressure, crushing everyone's body. Boom! The 2 figures clashed again and then separated. One of them was a rather sloppy man, who looked like a beggar. He stared unkindly at a middle-aged man in purple in front of him. Chapter 12:19. All the cultivators in the Great Song Mansion stood on the city walls, looking down coldly at the Ryuka cultivators. Lu Hantian stood proudly in front of the Ryuka cultivators. He stared at the man in purple and said, "Our Ryuka's development is unstoppable. Your great Song Mansion's elite cultivators, Songjia, will inevitably decline. Why don't you join our Ryuka?" "Nonsense. Our great Song Mansion has stood tall for almost 100 years. How can we decline just because you say so?" The man in purple said coldly. Lu Hantian snorted and said, "Since that's the case, let's fight." As he spoke, Lu Hantian took a step forward, and 9 cold white Emperor stars shot out. At the same time, Lu Hantian's soul armor sealing gate came crashing down from the sky with the 9 stars revolving around it. After advancing to the Emperor realm, Lu Hantian's sealed door became even more terrifying. The huge door was tens of thousands of feet wide and almost covered the entire Great Song City. The violet-clothed man's gaze narrowed, but he was not afraid. He also released his Emperor Star and Armor Soul. His Armor Soul was a massive violet goshawk. When it spread its wings, it was like a violet cloud that covered the sky. At this moment, whether it was the Ryuka cultivators or the Great Song City cultivators, they all looked up at the sky. When they saw the 2 Emperor Realm cultivators releasing their sealed door, they knew that they were going all out. The outcome of this battle depended on the outcome of the battle. The sealed door came crashing down, and a sharp whistling sound swept out. The purple eagle was not to be outdone. It let out a sharp cry, and its huge purple wings flapped. Gusts of purple wind turned into a purple storm that spread out. Boom! The sealed door and the purple storm collided, and an extremely terrifying shockwave spread out between the two. The entire void trembled. "Seal!" Lu Hantian waved his sleeve, and the sealed gate erupted with an extremely blazing light. Countless strands of sealing power spread out and directly enveloped the purple storm, causing the purple storm to freeze and be sealed in midair. Upon seeing this scene, the violet-robed young man's heart pounded. This Lu Hantian was also at the 3rd level of the Immortal Emperor realm, but his combat prowess was so terrifying. The violet-robed young man's eyes flickered. He stepped out and shouted, "Green Jade, help me!" With that, the man in green who had been standing behind the man in purple nodded. He formed a seal with both hands and immediately released his armor soul. The man named Qing Yu was another Imperial Realm cultivator from the Great Song Mansion. His cultivation was slightly lower than the man in purple. He should be around the 2nd level of the Imperial Realm. However, even if he was at the 2nd level of the Imperial Realm, if he teamed up with the man in purple, Lu Hantian would not be able to handle it. As expected, when Qing Yu released his Vine Armor Soul, Lu Hantian's expression changed drastically. The vine was like a giant hand that slammed onto the sealed door. Then, the sealed door, which had the upper hand, suddenly shook violently and was pushed back. The moment the sealed door was pushed back, the suppressed purple eagle let out a shrill cry. It flapped its wings, and its sharp voice rolled out. Together with the vine, it slammed onto the surface of the sealed door. Then, there was a clear and crisp sound. Traces of cracks appeared on the surface of the sealed door. Lu Hantian spat out a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth, and his complexion became extremely gloomy. He didn't expect that Qing Yu would suddenly attack him, so he was caught unprepared. Now that the purple-robed man had successfully defeated him, Lu Hantian had suffered a serious injury. Despicable! Many Ryuko warriors glared at the man in purple. The man in purple's cultivation was similar to Lu Hantian's. He was obviously suppressed by the latter, but he still asked his companions to attack Lu Hantian together. Bullying with numbers was a despicable act. The winner takes all. How is this despicable? The man in purple stood in the void and said calmly. He then signaled to Qing Yu, and the two of them continued to pursue Lu Hantian. They knew that as long as Lu Hantian died, the Ryuko army would collapse. "If you want to touch old Han, you have to get through me first." An angry roar was heard. Then, Elder Shiwan took a step forward. Terrifying mental energy burst out from his spiritual ring, and yuan crystals that were emitting white light flew out. These yuan crystals were arranged in front of Elder Shiwan in a strange and mysterious way, forming a mysterious pattern array. 10,000 galloping horses. The cries of horses were heard. Then, countless shadows of horses rushed out from the array in front of Elder Shuan. The sound of the galloping horses' hooves resounded in the entire space. It was as if 10,000 horses were galloping. It was a spectacular and terrifying scene. Destroy them together. These two people are the higher-ups of Ryuka. We can't let them live. The purple-robed man snorted coldly. He stepped on the purple goshawk's spine and gently clenched his right hand. A purple halberd appeared in his hand. The purple halberd exuded a terrifying emperor's aura. It was clearly a powerful emperor weapon. Xingyu nodded. She stepped on the vines that grew endlessly, and a green longsword appeared in her hand. Both of them did not want to waste any time and wanted to end the battle quickly. They both used their strongest attacks. The green sword radiance and countless purple halberd shadows turned into a terrifying purple energy hurricane. Boom! Boom! Immediately, the crowd below was shocked to see that in the sky above, the horrifying, illusory image of thousands of horses first stopped, then collapsed inch by inch and disappeared without a trace. The purple-robed man and green jade continued to rush toward Elder Shuan and Lu Hantian with great momentum. Lu Hantian's eyes were cold. He flipped his right hand and took out the Yuan Shi Tower. The Yuan Shi Tower grew from the size of a palm to a few hundred feet tall. It stood in front of Elder Shuan and Lu Hantian. Boom! The purple-clothed man and Xingyu didn't even glance at the tower as they directly launched attacks at it. However, to their astonishment, the tower was actually extremely tough. Their attacks were completely blocked by the tower, and the price they had to pay was merely a slight shake from the tower. This Emperor artifact is so tough, yet it's actually completely undamaged after receiving our full-powered attacks? Xingyu's eyes narrowed as she spoke with some surprise. The two of us also have Emperor weapons in our hands. However, they are both low-tier Emperor weapons. Yet, it only shook slightly after receiving the attacks of two low-tier Emperor weapons. This pagoda-shaped Emperor weapon is most likely a mid-tier Emperor weapon or above. The purple-clothed man guessed with a fiery gaze. It's a mid-grade Emperor weapon. Xingyu was startled, and a greedy look appeared in his eyes. The two of them looked at each other and nodded as if they had reached an agreement. They had to kill Lu Hantian, and they had to seize the tower-shaped Emperor weapon in front of them. With such a mid-grade Emperor weapon guarding the Great Song Mansion, their Great Song Mansion would have another layer of protection. Kill! Thinking of this, Xingyu and the man in purple attacked the Yuan Shi Tower with all their might. The aftermath of the terrifying attacks stirred up a terrifying energy ripple in the air. Pucci! Lu Hantian's face instantly turned pale. After all, the Yuan Shi Tower was a mid-grade Emperor weapon. He was a low-grade Emperor realm expert. To maintain the operation of the mid-grade Emperor weapon would consume a lot of his energy. Now that the man in purple and Xingyu were attacking with all their might, it could be said that Lu Hantian was in an even worse situation. Shuan, you go first. Lu Hantian said to Elder Shuan in a deep voice. Elder Shuan shook his head and waved his sleeve. A terrifying mental energy formed a terrifying barrier in front of the Yuan Shi Tower. It took a lot of pressure off Lu Hantian. If I leave, I'm afraid that you won't be able to hold on. Hearing this, Lu Hantian sighed and secretly blamed himself. I was too impulsive in this battle. I should have waited for Zhuowen to come out of seclusion before attacking the Great Song Mansion. Now that things have turned out like this, it's like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Elder Shuan shook his head and said, "It's not your fault. Didn't the information say that there was only one Emperor Realm expert in the Great Song Mansion? Who would have thought that there would be another Emperor Realm expert in there? If the information was accurate, you wouldn't have attacked the Great Song Mansion before Zhuowen." Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic cloud surged in the sky. An earth-shattering demonic aura came crashing down, causing many cultivators in Great Song City to shudder in fear. What's going on? What a terrifying aura. Countless people raised their heads and stared at the demonic cloud that was getting closer and closer. Their eyes were filled with shock. Even the purple-clothed man and green jade, who were attacking the Vitality Pagoda, stopped their attacks and stared at the demonic cloud with fear in their eyes. The two of them could also feel the terrifying aura of the demonic cloud. Finally, the demonic cloud that covered the sky came to the sky above Great Song City. Then, the demonic cloud slowly descended in the shape of a funnel. At the entrance of the funnel, a demonic youth with long black and red hair slowly walked over. Every step that he took, the sound of his footsteps seemed to be able to stifle the heartbeat of the crowd, causing them to be unable to breathe. "You are?" The purple-clothed man's eyes narrowed. Looking at the demonic youth that was walking over, he actually felt a sense of fear and trepidation. "Ryuka Dragon Script," Zhuowen said indifferently. Taking a step forward, he appeared above the purple-clothed man and green jade as if he had teleported. He pressed down with his right hand, and a terrifying, great demonic battle chi surged out and turned into a terrifying demonic hand. Rumble. The purple-clothed man and green jade's faces changed drastically. With a sharp cry, the purple-clothed man patted the purple goshawk under his feet. The goshawk screeched and turned into a huge purple shadow, exploding out. Green Jade also summoned her green vines and used her strongest attack to attack the demonic hand. "Destroy," Zhuowen said softly. The demonic hand was like a hot knife through butter as it slammed onto the purple goshawk and green vines. Then, a mournful scream rang out. The purple goshawk and green vines couldn't withstand the demonic hand for even a breath and directly shattered into nothingness. "You two will die too." The demonic hand didn't lose its momentum and once again slammed onto the purple-clothed man and green jade. The two of them didn't even make a sound before they exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 12:20. Gao Shu Swoosh. 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 Everyone's gaze fell on the demonic youth who had descended from the demonic clouds. The purple-robed man and green jade were both at the third Heaven Emperor realm, while Green Jade was at the second Heaven Emperor realm. Both of them represented the strongest combat power in the Great Song Mansion. However, both of them were instantly killed by the demonic youth. All the martial artists in Great Song City started to tremble. Their faces were pale, and their legs were trembling. They stared at the demonic youth who was floating in the air with fear in their eyes. The only two Emperor Realm martial artists in Great Song Mansion had been killed by him. Who else could stop this demonic youth? "Are you still going to put up a resistance?" Zhuowen stood in the air and looked down at all the martial artists in Great Song City. His clear voice was like a demon's voice as it spread out and lingered in everyone's ears. All the martial artists in Great Song City slowly retreated. The fear in their eyes became more and more intense. They were starting to feel afraid. Those who surrender will not die. Those who put up a resistance will be killed. Zhuowen spat out another sentence, which finally destroyed the confidence of all the martial artists in Great Song City. Then, the city gates of Great Song City slowly opened, and the Ryuka martial artists cheered as they poured into Great Song City. Swoosh! Elder Shiwan and Lu Hantian rushed to Zhuowen's side. Lu Hantian looked at Zhuowen in surprise and said, "Zhuowen, your demonic avatar has broken through to the second Heaven Demon Emperor realm." Zhuowen smiled and nodded. He had confirmed Lu Hantian's guess. "That's fast." Lu Hantian and Elder Shiwan looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. A demon emperor and an ordinary emperor realm martial artist were two completely different concepts. The difficulty of breaking through to the demon emperor realm was definitely hundreds of times more difficult than an ordinary Emperor Realm martial artist. Perhaps some talented geniuses could break through from the first Heaven Emperor Realm to the second Heaven Emperor Realm in 3 years, but it was impossible for a demonic cultivator to do so. However, Zhuowen had done it. There was no doubt that Zhuowen's talent in demonic cultivation was far beyond an ordinary demonic cultivator. Of course, if Lu Hantian and Elder Shiwan knew that Zhuowen had the Lord of the Supreme Demon Emperor realm by his side, they would not be so surprised. It was indeed not too difficult for a second Heaven Demon Emperor to kill an ordinary third Heaven Emperor realm martial artist. After knowing that Zhuan had reached the second Heaven Demon Emperor realm, Luhan Tian and Elder Shiwan were not too surprised. You can occupy the Great Song Mansion first. Next, I plan to use my demonic avatar to conquer the other 6 prefectures with you. I will strive to unify the 7 prefectures within 5 years and bring my long family to an unparalleled level of power. As Zhuan spoke, he took a step forward and entered Song Mansion. Elder Shiwan and Lu Hantian looked at each other and were pleasantly surprised. They knew that with the help of Zhuan's demonic avatar, conquering the other 6 prefectures would be much easier. The reason Zhuan proposed this was mainly because the Extreme Devil Lord had told him that if he wanted to make a quick breakthrough in his Extreme Devil battle art, the only way was through constant fighting. Zhuan hoped that while conquering the other 6 prefectures, he would be able to fight against powerful Emperor Realm cultivators. This would allow his Extreme Devil battle art to break through and allow his Demon Emperor Realm to reach a higher level. When Ryuka completely conquered Song Mansion, the entire panicked Great World was shaken. Ryuka's name spread across the 7 prefectures. Countless forces knew about the rising force, called Ryuka. Although the upper echelons of the 7 major prefectures had all disappeared without a trace in the ruins of the Supreme Demon Sect, the 7 major prefectures were, after all, a huge force that had been passed down for many years, and their foundation was much deeper than ordinary forces. If they wanted to attack a colossus like the Great Song Mansion, without an extremely strong high-end force, it was simply impossible. The rumor about Ryuka's long one also spread like wildfire. He had killed the remaining 2 Emperor Realm experts of the Song Mansion in an instant. One of them was a 3rd-level Emperor Realm expert, while the other was a 2nd-level Emperor Realm expert. Many warriors fell silent when they heard such a rumor, killing a 3rd-level Emperor Realm expert in an instant. Such strength had already reached the level of the Lord of the 7 prefectures. If the Lord of the 7 prefectures didn't appear, no one would be able to compete with him. However, the Lord of the 7 prefectures had disappeared in the Supreme Demon Sect ruins. Therefore, everyone knew that the rise of Ryuka was unstoppable. After all, with such a terrifying existence like Long One, it was reasonable for Ryuka to conquer Song Mansion. The Ryuka spent half a year moving their base of operations to Song City. They began to establish their forces in Song City. At the same time, they announced that they would be recruiting new blood from the Song Prefecture. They would select talented geniuses to join the Ryuka, causing the Ryuka's forces to continuously grow. On the other hand, Demon Dao Zhuan led Lu Hantian, Elder Shiwan, Zhuo Xiangding, and a group of Ryuka elites to conquer the other 6 prefectures. With Zhuan's existence and the terrifying battle strength of the Ryuka's upper echelons, the Ryuka army was unstoppable. They conquered one city after another. With the Song Prefecture as the center, they first conquered the Song Prefecture, followed by the Great Tang Prefecture, the Great Han Prefecture, and the Great Chu Prefecture. These 4 prefectures were much weaker than the Great Zhou Prefecture and the Great Qin Prefecture, and they did not even have many Emperor Realm cultivators left. As such, the Ryuka army did not encounter much resistance in these 4 prefectures. What was worth noting was that the Great Qin Mansion and the Great Zhou Institute were actually impregnable. Moreover, both the Great Qin Mansion and the Great Zhou Institute actually had a 4th-level Emperor Realm cultivator overseeing them. Although Zhuan's demonic avatar had reached the 2nd-level Demon Emperor Realm, his battle prowess was at most comparable to a 4th-level Emperor Realm cultivator. It was basically impossible for him to defeat or kill a 4th-level Emperor Realm cultivator. Moreover, the Great Qin Prefecture and the Great Zhou Prefecture knew that the Ryuka army was too powerful, and the 2 prefectures were intimately interdependent. As such, the Great Qin Prefecture and the Great Zhou Prefecture came to an agreement and joined forces. The armies of the 2 prefectures gathered at the Great Qin Prefecture's Gaoshu Prefecture. Gaoshu Prefecture was an extremely dangerous place in the Great Qin Prefecture. Its terrain ranged from low to high, and it was a classic example of a place that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. This was also why the Great Zhou Prefecture's army was gathered at the Great Qin Prefecture. The Great Qin Prefecture and the Great Zhou Prefecture's two fourth-stage emperors were also stationed at Gaoshu Prefecture. Zhuan had fought with these two fourth-stage emperors before, but he was unable to do anything to them. In fact, the two of them were even able to suppress Zhuan when working together. We've already stopped at Gaoshu Prefecture for 2 years, and we haven't been able to attack for 2 whole years. Lu Hantian stood on a tall mountain slope as he stared at the Gaoshu Prefecture's perilous terrain with a trace of worry in his eyes. Elder Xiuan stood beside Lu Hantian and sighed. It's basically impossible for the Ryuka army to break through this perilous terrain. If we want to win this battle, Zhuan has to defeat the 2 Emperor Realm cultivators and destroy the only obstacle at Gaoshu Prefecture. Only then will our Ryuka army be able to enter Gaoshu Prefecture unimpeded and take down the Great Qin Prefecture. Once the Great Qin Prefecture takes down the Great Zhou Prefecture, the already deserted Great Zhou Prefecture will not be a problem either. Lu Hantian nodded. In a void behind him, there were extremely dense demonic clouds lingering and gathering. Above the demonic clouds, a demonic young man with long black and red hair sat cross-legged quietly. Zhuan is breaking through to the 3rd level of the Demon Emperor Realm. If he can completely break through to the 3rd level of the Demon Emperor Realm, the 2 Emperor Realm cultivators from the Great Qin Prefecture and Great Zhou Prefecture won't be a problem. I hope that Zhuan can succeed this time, Lu Hantian muttered in a low voice. He was very clear that this battle was mainly dependent on Zhuan. If Zhuan could defeat the 2 Emperor Realm cultivators, then the Ryuka army would definitely win this battle. Above the demonic clouds, Zhuan slowly opened his eyes and muttered in a low voice. There's still some distance between me and the 3rd level of the Demon Emperor Realm. Perhaps I can try this. As he spoke, Zhuan flicked his finger and took out a black ball. This black ball contained extremely dense extreme demonic battle chi. It was the 2 balls of extreme demonic battle chi essence that he had obtained from the 2 demon statues. Back then, Zhuan had only used 1 ball of extreme demonic battle chi essence to form his demon body, and he had kept the other ball. Now, Zhuan decided to use the remaining ball of extreme demonic battle chi essence to forcefully break through to the 3rd level of the Demon Emperor Realm. I hope it won't disappoint me. As he spoke, Zhuan clenched his right hand and crushed the black ball. The terrifying extreme demonic battle chi circled around Zhuan and covered his entire body, making him look even more mysterious and distant. In the land of Gaochu, there were groups of soldiers in fine armor patrolling the various passages. The inside was airtight and heavily guarded. However, these soldiers all had a rather similar action, and that was to frequently raise their heads to look at the sky with reverence in their eyes. This was because there were 2 majestic figures sitting cross-legged, quietly floating in the sky above Gaoshu. These 2 figures were surrounded by a terrifying emperor's might. The emperor's might that spread out was like a towering mountain, causing all things to tremble. These 2 figures were the only Emperor Realm cultivators in the Great Qin Palace and Great Zhou Institute. The Emperor Realm cultivator from the Great Qin Palace was called Qin Lei. He was rather old, and his hair was white. However, his face was rosy, and he was as lively as a young man. The Emperor Realm cultivator from the Great Zhou Institute was called Zhou Yin. This Zhou Yin was an extremely talented youth in the Great Zhou Institute. He was only around 30 years old, but his cultivation had already reached the Emperor Realm. These 2 people were left behind by the Great Qin Palace and Great Zhou Institute's mansion masters in advance to suppress the bad elements in the Great Zhou Institute and maintain order in the Great Demonic Sect. After all, this trip to the Great Demonic Sect ruins was risky. If they brought all the elites in the Great Qin Palace and something unexpected happened, the Great Zhou Institute would definitely fall into chaos. That Ryuka Long one has already stayed in the demonic clouds for 2 months. I wonder what he's doing? Zhou Yin frowned slightly. His sharp gaze gathered above the demonic clouds in the sky, as if he wanted to see through it. Chapter 12:21. 6 Ding's 6 Jia formation. While Qin Lei and Zhou Yin were secretly conversing, The demonic clouds in the sky suddenly surged wildly, as if something was stirring within the demonic clouds. It was extremely strange. As the demonic clouds churned, a terrifying demonic aura spread out, causing the surrounding air to stagnate. Boom, boom, boom. Demonic hurricanes swept out from the layers of demonic clouds, attracting the attention of countless cultivators. This is Zhou Yan's pupils shrank. He also felt the sudden increase in demonic aura in the demonic clouds. His sharp eyes pierced through the layers of demonic hurricanes and landed on a figure in the core area. At the core of the demonic clouds, Zhuan's hair fluttered wildly. The demonic aura around him was like a black python, rapidly lingering around his body. His black and red demonic eyes became deeper and deeper, carrying a mysterious demonic light. His demonic aura was monstrous. Moreover, as time passed, Zhuan's aura became more and more intense, like a small spark turning into a raging inferno. His aura increased rapidly, causing Zhou Yan's heart to palpitate and his body to tremble. This guy is breaking through. He intends to break through to the third level of the Demon Emperor realm. Qin Lei's right hand trembled as his lips trembled slightly. Zhou Yan's expression changed drastically. When Zhuan was only a second-level Demon Emperor, his battle strength was already extremely difficult to deal with. The two of them, who were fourth-level Demon Emperors, could not suppress Zhuan even if they joined forces. Now, if Zhuan broke through to the third level of the Demon Emperor realm, Zhuan would be even more terrifying. At that time, the two of them might not be his match. Let's attack together. We must stop Zhuan from breaking through to the third level of the Demon Emperor realm. Zhou Yan and Qin Lei finally understood the seriousness of this matter. They knew very well that if Zhuan broke through to the third level of the Demon Emperor realm, the two of them would be in a bad situation. Whoosh! Without saying a word, Zhou Yan and Qin Lei rushed out. Terrifying Emperor's aura spread out, and 18 Emperor stars descended from the void. In a strange trajectory, they took the lead and rushed towards the demonic clouds in the sky. Qin Lei and Zhou Yan actually made a move. Not good. Zhuan is currently at the critical juncture of breaking through. Lu Hantian also saw the two terrifying emperor mites that suddenly erupted from Gao Shu, and his face changed greatly. He naturally saw Zhuan's breakthrough, but he didn't expect Zhou Yan and Qin Lei to attack without saying a word, wanting to interrupt Zhuan's breakthrough. Sure, Yuan, it's up to you. You should have prepared enough in the past 2 months. You must not let them interrupt Zhuan's breakthrough. Lu Hantian suddenly looked at Elder Shiwan behind him. When Zhuan absorbed Super Devil Battle 2 months ago, Lu Hantian and Elder Shiwan had already guessed that Zhuan might make a breakthrough in the near future. Therefore, Elder Shiwan had already arranged a basic restriction formation in the region where Zhuan was. 6 Ding, 6 Armor Formation. Elder Shiwan bellowed and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, pieces of meta crystals gushed out from his spiritual ring. With the void where Zhuan was as the center, 6 armor shields appeared. Each armor shield was close to 1,000 feet in size. Just one armor shield alone had the power to cover the sky and cover the sun. Boom! The 18 Emperor stars descended, and the terrifying pressure seemed to have increased gravity by hundreds or thousands of times, causing the entire void to collapse, forming a terrifying black hole. Bang! 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 Dazzling golden light appeared on the surface of the 6 armor shields. When the 18 Emperor stars landed on the surface of shields, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. It was as if thunder had fallen from the 9 heavens. The 6 armor shields were extremely tough. Although the power of the 18 Emperor stars was terrifying, the 6 armor shields only shook for a moment before returning to normal. However, the 18 Emperor stars were ejected and fell beside Zhou Yan and Qin Lei. A 6th-grade defensive origin formation? Zhou Yan stopped dozens of meters away, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Qin Lei snorted coldly and said, "Brother Zhou, let's end this quickly. Once Zhuan breaks through to the 3rd Heaven Demon Emperor realm, we will also be in trouble. Don't hold back. Let's break through this 6th grade origin formation immediately. Zhou Yan nodded. Immediately, the two of them took out their own life emperor weapons. Zhou Yan's emperor weapon was a large saber with a ghost head. It was more than 10 feet long, and there was a strange line of blood on the blade, as if a drop of blood had left a mark on the blade. Qin Lei's emperor weapon was a long rod that looked like a rock. Blood ghost head, fire ring rod technique. As soon as the two of them took out their emperor weapons, they unleashed their strongest moves. Zhou Yan slashed at the void with his ghost head saber in his right hand. Immediately, the bloody lines on the blade became even denser and more demonic. Then, the bloody lines burst out and turned into a bloody skull. The bloody skull was close to 10,000 feet in size and almost dyed the horizon blood red. Qin Lei was not to be outdone. He waved the long rod in his hand, and suddenly, a roaring sea of fire swept out with a whistling momentum. Countless rod shadows were like a monstrous tsunami, and the rod shadows were mixed with extremely terrifying flames. It looked like a sea of fire that could burn the sky. It was terrifying and terrifying. How terrifying! In the Ryuka camp, countless warriors raised their heads and stared at the bloody skull that covered the sky and the countless rod shadows. Their hearts trembled. This was the power of 2 4th-level emperors. In front of this power, they were like ants that could not withstand a single blow. Lu Hantian and Elder Xuan, who were in the 6 Ding 6 armor formation, were both in the middle of the formation. Their eyelids twitched violently as they stared at the 2 attacks that were coming towards them. A sense of inferiority rose in their hearts. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 attacks arrived in an instant and blasted on the 6 armor shield. Then, the 6 Ding 6 armor formation shook violently, and cracks appeared on its surface. Break! Zhou Yan took a step forward, and the ghost head broadsword in his hand fiercely smashed onto the shield. Immediately, the cracks on the surface of the shield increased at a crazy speed. Finally, it shattered into countless fragments, revealing the demonic clouds that were constantly churning within the shield. It's not that easy to break through. Zhou Yan laughed nastily. With a twist of his wrist, the ghost head broadsword drew a 180-degree arc and slashed out horizontally. The huge bloody skull behind him suddenly opened its bloody mouth and drilled into the surging demonic clouds, swallowing all of the demonic clouds in one gulp. Looking at this scene, many of the Ryuko warriors turned pale. Zhuoan, who was at the critical moment of his breakthrough, had been swallowed by the bloody skull. Even if Zhuoan did not die, he would be disturbed by this and suffer from the backlash. Bastard! Lu Hantian and Elder Shi Yuan couldn't help but curse. They were so angry that they were trembling in anger. 2 ants dare to scold me? Zhou Yan's cold gaze immediately fell on Lu Hantian and Elder Shi Yuan. He stepped forward, and the large sword slashed out horizontally. A strange bloodline flashed across the blade as it slashed in front of the two. Boom! Lu Hantian and Elder Shi Yuan's face changed drastically. Lu Hantian waved his right hand and summoned the elemental Chi Pagoda to block in front of him. However, Zhou Yan's strength was much stronger than Lu Hantian. When the slash came, Lu Hantian spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated a few steps back. Hee, the 2 of you are the top 2 Ryuka warriors other than Longwen. If I kill the 2 of you, the Ryuka army will collapse. Zhou Yan's gaze was cruel as he dashed out again. This time, he used all of his strength, intending to kill both Lu Hantian and Elder Shi Yuan together. Swoosh! However, the moment Zhou Yan rushed out, a sound of something breaking through the air burst out. Zhou Yan's pupil shrank, and he hurriedly turned around to block it. Unfortunately, his movements were too slow. The moment he raised the ghost head broadsword, the sound of something breaking through the air had already reached his chest and pierced through it. Puff! Zhou Yan spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying by the huge force. Finally, he slammed into a rock wall not far away. When he struggled to get up, he was shocked to find that the thing that pierced through his chest was a great demon spear that was filled with demonic aura. Is that Longwen? Zhou Yan's right hand gripped the handle of the supreme demon long spear as he stared at the blood-colored skull in the air. At this moment, the blood-colored skull was roaring miserably. Then, it suddenly swelled up and exploded into a cloud of blood-colored powder. Amidst the countless blood-colored powder, a figure surrounded by countless demonic shadows slowly walked over. A pair of black and red demonic eyes coldly stared at Zhou Yan, causing the latter's hair to stand on end. "Break!" Zhou Yan slowly spat out a single word. Suddenly, the countless demonic shadows surrounding him screamed and were shattered into nothingness. As soon as the demonic shadows disappeared, Zhou Wen's aura became even more terrifying. It directly soared from the second level of the Demon Emperor to the third level of the Demon Emperor. "Are you trying to interrupt my breakthrough?" As he spoke, Zhou Wen took a step forward and arrived in front of Zhou Yan in an instant. He took out his exterminating oath-breaking blade and slashed horizontally. 1,000 feet long bloody blade shadow stretched across the void and fell heavily on Zhou Yan's body. "No!" Zhou Yan's eyes bulged as he shouted. He raised the ghost head blade in his hand and tried to block the terrifying blade shadow. Unfortunately, Zhou Wen, who had broken through to the third heaven Demon Emperor, used the exterminating oath-breaking blade. Its power was much more terrifying than before. He already had the strength to kill a fourth heaven Demon Emperor. As the blade shadow fell, Zhou Yan's voice was completely drowned out. Then, the rock wall turned into nothingness. There was nothing there. Zhou Yan and the rock wall behind him had been completely destroyed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Gasps could be heard. Zhou Wen had only used one blade, and Zhou Yan, who was a fourth heaven demon emperor, had died without leaving a corpse behind. "Run!" Looking at this scene, Qin Lei did not hesitate and immediately rushed towards the land of Gao Shu. Zhou Wen, who had broken through to the third heaven demon emperor, was too terrifying. Zhou Yan was killed in one move. How could he have the courage to stay and face Zhou Wen? Chapter 12:22. 10 years Qin Lei's expression changed drastically. He had naturally sensed the slaughtering abstinence violation blade coming down from the sky. With a loud roar, he waved the long rod in his hand. Countless rod shadows, which were accompanied by flames, shot out explosively towards Zhou Wen. Chaotic, mundane world. Zhou Wen indifferently spat out these words, and a worldly concept swept out from the slaughter abstinence violation blade and spread out. Affected by this concept, the staff in Qin Lei's hand stiffened and actually stopped in midair, and his eyes became even more blurred. Taking advantage of the fact that Qin Lei was mesmerized by the worldly concept, Zhou Wen's slaughtering abstinence violation blade turned into a beam of red light. With a 60-degree arc, it bypassed the long staff that was swinging horizontally. The terrifying blade light actually swept past Qin Lei's neck. When Qin Lei woke up from the mundane world intent realm, he felt extreme pain in his neck. Then, he realized that his body was slowly falling to the ground in front of him. A dull thud was heard when his head hit the ground. Then, Qin Lei felt his scalp tighten. He realized that Zhou Wen had unknowingly reached out with his right hand and grabbed his head. Then, his consciousness became more and more blurry. In the end, his consciousness fell into darkness. Zhou Wen held Qin Lei's head and stepped into the void. Countless demonic clouds surrounded him as he came to the top of Gao Shu. He threw Qin Lei's head down and said in a cold voice, "Qin Lei and Zhou Yan are dead. Do you still want to resist?" Rumble. Qin Lei's head rolled into the inner wall of Gao Shu like a rubber ball. Countless warriors in Gao Shu saw it. Then, the inner wall of Gao Shu fell into a strange silence. They seemed to be digesting the shocking reality in front of them. After a short moment of silence, the entire Gao Shu became restless. The two fourth-level emperors in Gao Shu, Zhou Yan and Qin Lei, were dead. Although many warriors did not dare to believe it, when Qin Lei's head was thrown down from Zhou Wen's hand, they had no choice but to believe it. "Now, I'll give you a choice. Go with me and you'll prosper. Go against me and you'll die." Zhou Wen clasped his hands behind his back. His demonic voice resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone, don't be fooled by him. Gao Shu is the Great Qin Mansion's most powerful military fortress. It won't be easy for him to charge in by himself. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd, causing the originally wavering hearts of the crowd to instantly return to their senses. Yes, how can we surrender just like that? Immediately, many of the soldiers who had regained their senses were fired up. Under the encouragement of that person, they were filled with fighting spirit. Are you not going to surrender? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes as his attention landed on the person who was encouraging the crowd. This person was clad in silver-white armor, and his gaze was somewhat sinister. His aura was actually around the Second Heaven Emperor realm, and he should be a general of the Great Qin Mansion. Die! Zhuowen roared as he clenched his right hand. Instantly, a supreme demon spear appeared in his hand. With a swoosh, the spear shot out towards the general clad in silver-white armor. That person's eyelids twitched when he saw the supreme demon spear shooting towards him. A look of fear appeared in his eyes as he hurriedly retreated, following which the supreme demon spear slammed into the ground where he was standing, instantly creating a crater that was dozens of feet wide. Countless rocks flew in all directions. Looking at the crater created by the supreme demon spear, the general's heart trembled. He knew that if he had been hit by the supreme demon spear, he would have died without a doubt. Release the arrows and kill this traitor. The general steadied his mind and shouted. Immediately, countless soldiers gathered on the land of Gao Shu and lined up neatly. Soon after, the sound of bowstrings being drawn rang out continuously, appearing to be very neat and tidy. Swoosh, swoosh, following which, the sound of bowstrings being drawn continuously rang out. Countless arrows filled the entire sky, transforming into a dense rain of arrows that instantly enveloped Zhuowen's entire body. Zhuowen quietly stared at the countless arrows as he stood in the air. With a stretch of his right hand, surging demonic qi revolved around his body, forming a black barrier. Countless arrows rained down and bombarded the black barrier, but they were unable to move it in the slightest. After this wave of arrows passed, Zhuowen stroked his right hand, and the black barrier gradually disappeared. His pair of demonic eyes looked down at the people of Gao Shu as he indifferently said, "Are you sure you can kill me?" Looking at the unharmed Zhuowen in the sky, all the soldiers of Gao Shu felt a chill in their hearts. This fellow was too terrifying. Such a terrifying rain of arrows actually had no effect on him. Continue. The general once again roared, but his words were only halfway through when they abruptly stopped as if they were choked in his throat. After that, Zhuowen appeared in front of this person at an unknown time and grabbed his neck with his right hand. Continue speaking, Zhuowen said indifferently. The general's eyes narrowed as he waved his hands, but it was of no use. Zhuowen's demonic power had completely sealed the power of his body. It was impossible for him to escape from Zhuowen's palm. Gotcha! Zhuowen didn't hold back. His right hand exerted force, and instantly, the general's head tilted to one side as he completely lost his breath. The vitality in his body was also cut off by Zhuowen. Those who comply will prosper. Those who defy will die. Throwing the general aside, Zhuowen looked around as his indifferent voice rang out. The surrounding soldiers fell into silence. Not long after, these soldiers put down the weapons in their hands. They were very clear that with a terrifying expert like Zhuowen, no matter how many of them there were, they were probably like ants and would be slaughtered by Zhuowen. Open the city gates. Zhuowen continued. The surrounding soldiers opened the city gates in a daze, and the Ryuka army swarmed in, completely occupying Gaochu. The faces of all the Ryuka cultivators glowed with excitement. They knew that once Gaochu fell, the Great Qin Mansion and Great Zhou Institute would fall as well. Big Brother Han Tian, Elder Shiwan, I'll leave the rest to the two of you. I plan to make a trip back. After dealing with the matters in Gaochu, Zhuowen didn't plan to stay any longer. After instructing Lu Hantian and Elder Shiwan, Zhuowen left Gaochu. Oh, demonic runes? Just as Zhuowen flew 10,000 miles into the sky, a black pattern appeared on his face. He wasn't unfamiliar with this pattern. It was the demonic runes he had obtained from an abandoned demonic weapon. Sitting in the sky, Zhuowen transmitted his thoughts to Xiao He in his main body, telling Xiao He about the abnormality of the demonic runes. However, Xiao He's reply was to tell Zhuowen to come back first. Half a month later, the demonic Dao Zhuo returned to the Great Song Province's Long family. Within the courtyard, his main body and his Buddhist avatar were still cultivating. But when the demonic Dao Zhuo arrived at the courtyard, his main body slowly stood up and walked towards the demonic Dao Zhuo. His attention also fell on the demonic Dao Zhuo Wen's face that was constantly flickering with demonic runes. Xiao He, what's going on? Zhuowen asked with a frown. Your demon avatar has reached the level of Third Heaven Demon Emperor and is qualified to forge his own demonic weapon. That's why this demonic rune has such an abnormality. It wants to become the core of your demonic weapon. Xiao He pondered for a while and said, Demonic weapon? Zhuowen's pupil shrank. He had heard a lot about the power of the demonic weapon from Xiao He. If he could really forge a demonic weapon, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to his combat strength. Kid, you can engrave this demonic rune on the slaughtering oath-breaking saber and use your demonic power to nurture the slaughtering oath-breaking saber. Let the demonic rune and the saber fuse together. Perhaps you can create an extremely powerful and terrifying demonic weapon. Xiao He suddenly said. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He nodded and said, Let me give it a try. If it really works, perhaps the power of the slaughtering oath-breaking saber can be enhanced. With that, Zhuowen's mind moved slightly. The demon avatar took out the slaughtering oath-breaking saber and then reached his right hand into his cheek. With a gentle pinch, he grabbed the demonic rune on his cheek and slowly imprinted the demonic rune on the blade of the slaughtering oath-breaking saber. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. An ear-piercing sound resounded. Immediately, Zhuowen discovered that the demonic rune was surging with demonic aura. This demonic aura was getting denser and denser, almost shrouding the entire slaughtering oath-breaking saber. Thump, thump, thump. A heartbeat sounded. The demonic rune began to pulse rhythmically like a heart, continuously instilling demonic power into the slaughtering oath-breaking saber. At the same time, the demon avatar Zhuowen held the slaughtering oath-breaking saber with both hands. His own demonic power was also infused into it. It blended with the demonic power of the demonic rune and converged into a surging demonic power, refining the slaughtering oath-breaking saber. Now, it's just a matter of time, Xiao He said calmly. Zhuowen nodded. He was not in a hurry. Only 5 years had passed in the panicked big world. In other words, only 5 days had passed in the outside world. There were still 2 months before the opening of the Emperor's tomb. Hence, Zhuowen planned to stay in the panicked big world for 10 years. He was prepared to make his Buddha avatar break through to the Emperor realm in these 10 years. If possible, it would be best for his body to break through as well. Of course, Zhuowen knew that the chances of his body breaking through to the Emperor realm were much lower than that of his Buddha avatar. He was just giving it a try. In fact, his main focus was still on his Buddha avatar. Cultivation knew no time. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhuowen used the 3rd year to completely refine the demonic rune into the slaughtering oath-breaking saber, making the slaughtering oath-breaking saber more compatible with his demon avatar. Moreover, with the demonic rune, the surface of the slaughtering oath-breaking saber was no longer blood red. Instead, it was black red. The blood chi and demon chi existed at the same time. Zhuowen named it the slaughtering demonic saber. In the 7th year, the Buddha avatar, who had been cultivating the nirvana of the great sun, finally welcomed the opportunity to break through. In that year, the light of Buddha shone on the entire Dikangfu region. A huge Buddha shadow appeared above the void. The pair of Buddha eyes that opened and closed contained the evolution of the century. There was no sadness or joy. On that day, countless warriors in the Dikangfu region looked up at the Buddha shadow. A strange feeling of worship arose in their hearts. Chapter 1223. In the past 10 years, the structure of the panicked great world had changed greatly. The 7 prefectures had been completely separated and were unified by a faction called the Ryuka. The Ryuka was even more ruthless than the extreme demon sect. Back then, the extreme demon sect was only above the 7 prefectures. However, the Ryuka uprooted the 7 prefectures and unified them. The entire panicked great world was now under the rule of the Ryuka. Although the Ryuka's action of unifying the 7 prefectures had caused dissatisfaction among many factions, they had learned from the mistakes of the 7 prefectures. Most of the factions had swallowed their dissatisfaction and did not dare to make any statements. They knew that there was a mysterious Ryuan in the Ryuka. This person had even killed the 4th-level martial emperors of the Great Qin and Great Zhou prefectures. Ordinary factions could not afford to offend such an expert. After the Ryuka had unified the 7 prefectures, they had developed rapidly and produced many talents. The headquarters of the Ryuka was located in the Great Song Prefecture. The original Great Song City had been changed to Black Dragon City. In the center of Black Dragon City stood a stone statue that was several hundred feet tall. This stone statue was in the image of a young man dressed in a black robe. Although his face was ordinary, it was very pleasing to the eye, especially his eyes, which were filled with fearless sharpness. Is this person Ryuan of the Ryuka? It is said that 10 years ago, he single-handedly killed the 4th-level martial emperors of the Great Qin and Great Zhou prefectures and took down the final barrier of the 2 prefectures, Gaoshu. Many cultivators in Black Dragon City would subconsciously raise their heads to look at the stone statue when they passed by. At the same time, they whispered to each other in awe. The reason why Zhuoan was so famous was not only because of the battle 10 years ago, but also because of the Ryuka's efforts to promote him. They knew that Ryuka needed a pillar of support, and this pillar had to be tall enough to support Ryuka, and this candidate was naturally Zhuoan. In the courtyard, a figure who was sitting cross-legged slowly stood up. Looking at his aura that did not fluctuate much, his eyes showed a touch of disappointment. He muttered in a low voice, "I have been in the Pang world for 15 years, and there is no sign of my original body breaking through. However, I can clearly feel that I am not far away from the Emperor realm." This person was Zhuoan's original body. In the Pang world, his original body basically stayed in the courtyard to cultivate. In the past 5 years, he had relied on his demonic Dao doppelganger, and his original body had never come out. However, even though he cultivated so diligently, Zhuoan still helplessly discovered that his original body was still a little short of breaking through to the Emperor realm. You haven't accumulated enough. If your original body wants to break through to the Emperor realm, I think you can only enter the Emperor's tomb to search for opportunities. Xiao Hei's voice slowly rang out. Hearing this, Zhuoan felt rather helpless. However, the breakthrough of his original body did indeed depend on opportunities. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to break through just by cultivating normally? After putting away the Buddha and demonic Dao doppelganger, Zhuoan slowly walked out of the courtyard. At the same time, he summoned the Grand Demon Lord over with his mind. "Master!" A black fog spread out and turned into the image of a hunched old man. The Grand Demon Lord bowed slightly and greeted him respectfully. "Did anything happen in the Pang world while I was in seclusion?" Zhuoan asked. The Grand Demon Lord nodded. Then, he briefly explained the Ryuka's unification of the 7 prefectures. Zhuoan was not surprised. Back then, when his demonic Dao doppelganger broke through Gaoshu, the Ryuka's destruction of the Great Qin and Great Zhou prefectures had been a foregone conclusion. Coupled with the combination of Lu Hantian and Elder Xuan, it would be difficult to find any experts or organizations that could deal with the Ryuka in the 7 prefectures. You've also recovered to the 3rd Heaven Demon Emperor?" As if he sensed something, Zhuoan's sharp gaze landed on the Grand Demon Lord as he asked in surprise. The Grand Demon Lord hurriedly bowed and said, "This old servant was originally a 7th Heaven Demon Emperor. Although this is this old servant's doppelganger, with my previous experience, the speed of my recovery is not very slow. Fortunately, I've recovered to the third Heaven Demon Emperor realm in the past 15 years. Zhuo nodded, but did not say anything. He did not doubt the Grand Demon Lord's words. This guy was a high-level Demon Emperor. With this old man's experience, the speed of his recovery would not be too slow. Gather the Ryuka's upper echelons first. I need to talk to them about some things, Zhuowen said indifferently. The Grand Demon Lord bowed and slowly retreated. Obviously, he was going to look for someone. 30 minutes later, in the main hall of the Ryuka Palace, all the upper echelons of the Ryuka Palace were gathered here. Among them were Lu Hantian, Elder Xuan, Elvi Itao, Luo Xing, Qing Lian, and Zhuan's 5 servants led by Xiang. At the same time, Zhuo Xiangding of the Zhuo family sat in another corner of the hall with Zhuo Tian, Zhuo Xiang and Zhuo Meishue, the 3 genius disciples of the Zhuo family who had awakened their dragon souls. Everyone in the hall was excited. They had heard from the Grand Demon Lord that Zhuowen had come out of seclusion. So, when the Grand Demon Lord summoned them, they all put down what they were doing and gathered in the hall. Outside the hall, a figure slowly walked in, went straight to the empty seat at the head of the hall, and slowly sat down. Zhuowen, everyone's gazes fell on the figure, and they all softly muttered Zhuowen's name. This time, I've gathered everyone here because I have a few things to tell you. I've already stayed in the panicked world for 15 years. In other words, 15 days should have passed in the outside world. I plan to leave the Blue Dragon Hall, Zhuowen said in a deep voice as he tapped the armrest with his right hand. You want to leave the Blue Dragon Hall? Zhuowen, there's no rush. After all, you still have plenty of time. It might be better for you to leave when you're stronger. After all, the 3 people from the Blue Dragon Hall are waiting for you outside, Lu Hantian said with a frown. Zhuowen shook his head. That's why I've gathered all of you here. Next, Zhuowen told everyone about the Emperor's tomb in the Sea of Misery that was about to open. The Emperor's tomb was the burial ground of the strongest faction in the Sea of Misery, the Emperor's domain. It was said that countless Emperor Realm cultivators had died there. It was also said that there was the heart of imperial power, which could allow a heavenly venerate cultivator to advance to the Emperor Realm. Apart from that, there were many rare treasures, including many Emperor weapons. It could be said that the Emperor's tomb was definitely a good place for heavenly venerates and Emperor Realm cultivators. If a cultivator could obtain a fortuitous encounter there, their cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Everyone in the hall fell silent after hearing Zhuowen's story. Lu Hantian pondered for a moment before saying, Zhuowen, do you mean that you want us to participate in the Emperor's tomb? The Emperor's tomb is not a small fortuitous encounter. That's why I said it. It depends on your own decision. Of course, you don't need to all go. Just a part of it will be enough. Whether it's heavenly venerates or Emperor Realm cultivators, the Emperor's tomb will definitely be of great benefit to you, Zhuowen said with a nod. Lu Hantian nodded, his eyes filled with light. He was quite interested in the Emperor's tomb. Elder Xuan, who was sitting beside him, laughed and said, Old Han, you should go out with Zhuowen. With your talent, if you can obtain a fortuitous encounter in the Emperor's tomb, I'm afraid your strength will increase very quickly. However, Lu Hantian looked hesitant and said, I'm still a little worried about the Ryuka. If Zhuowen and I leave, the Ryuka's strength will definitely be weakened. Zhuowen shook his head and said, Brother Lu, don't worry. Xiang has already broken through to the 2nd level Emperor Realm. Bai Mei, Huang Meng, Guang Han, and she are also 1st level Emperor Realm cultivators. With them and the elite troops of the Ryuka, it's really unlikely that there will be anyone who can threaten us in the entire panicked world. Zhuowen is right. Old Han, you've delayed a lot of cultivation time for the Ryuka. With your talent, I'm afraid you've already reached the 4th level Emperor Realm. However, you're still stuck at the 3rd level Emperor Realm. You should go out with Zhuowen and have a good adventure. Elder Xiwan said with a smile. Xiwan is right. Hantian, your talent is unquestionable. It's better to stay by Zhuowen's side. Xiwan and I will take good care of the Ryuka's matters. Zhuo Xiangding advised with a red face. Back then, Zhuo Xiangding's cultivation was not high. However, Ever since he entered the Azure Dragon Palace, Zhuan had deliberately poured some resources on Zhuxiangding. Therefore, Zhuxiangding had cultivated to the peak Heavenly Master Realm. However, Zhuxiangding's talent was not high. The peak Heavenly Master Realm was actually his limit. If he wanted to break through to the Emperor Realm, he would probably need an expert to cleanse his meridians and marrow. However, Zhuan was unable to do so now. When his cultivation was higher in the future, Zhuan planned to forcibly raise Zhuxiangding's cultivation to the Emperor Realm. After all, the higher the cultivation of a warrior, the longer the corresponding lifespan. As Zhuan's grandfather, Zhuxiangding naturally had some selfishness in his heart. He wanted Zhuan to live longer. It was precisely because Zhuxiangding was Zhuan's grandfather that although his cultivation was not high, his status in Ryuka was similar to Lu Hantian and Elder Shiwan. Many people in Ryuka respected this old man very much. Seeing that Elder Shiwan and Zhuxiangding had said so, Lu Hantian did not intend to be pretentious. His eyes flashed as he nodded and said, "Since that's the case, then I won't be pretentious. This time, I will definitely go out with Zhuan and have a good adventure." After saying that, Lu Hantian laughed and came to Zhuan's side. His right hand naturally patted Zhuan's shoulder. Zhuan quietly looked at Lu Hantian, who was laughing beside him, and the smiling people in the hall. His heart was filled with a touch of warmth. These people's eyes were filled with trust and dependence for him. In other words, Zhuan, was already the pillar of support for these people. Chapter 12:24. Divine Bramble Armorjuan stared at Lu Hantian beside him with a gratified look in his eyes. He was well aware of Lu Hantian's talent. Back then, he had been extremely outstanding in the entire Azure Xian Empire. This time, he was prepared to bring Lu Hantian to the tomb. Perhaps Lu Hantian would be able to obtain his own destiny in the tomb. "I want to go too. I want to go too." A clear voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Subsequently, Miao Lv's petite figure arrived in front of Zhuan like a bolt of lightning. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared closely at Zhuan as she said, "Big brother Zhuan, the tomb sounds very interesting. Quickly bring me there." Zhuan frowned when he heard that. Miao Lv's cultivation was not high. Although she had broken through the shackles of the ultimate Emperor realm and reached the fourth Venerable realm after 15 years of cultivation, she was only at the Mystique Venerable realm. Such a cultivation was like an ant in Misery Sea. Any Misery Sea martialist could kill Miao Lv with a slap. "Your cultivation is too low. This trip will be very dangerous. You must stay in the Azure Dragon Hall." Zhuan shook his head. "I don't want to. Big brother Zhua, please bring me there." Miao Lv stomped her foot and said somewhat coquettishly. However, Zhuan did not fall for this trick at all. His expression was grave as he said, "The tomb is too dangerous. At that time, all the Emperor Realm practitioners in the Bitter Sea will gather there. The weakest among them will likely be much stronger than you. You will only be courting death if you go there." Miao Lv's eyes immediately turned red when she heard Zhuan's stern shout. Traces of mist appeared in her eyes. "Big brother Zhua is the most annoying," Miao Lv shouted and directly left the hall. At the same time, faint sobbing sounds could be heard from outside the hall. "Zhuan, aren't you being too ruthless? You still don't understand Miao Lu's thoughts. She didn't go with you because the Emperor's tomb is interesting. It's purely because of you." Lu Hantian rubbed his head and grimaced. Zhuan shrugged and said, "I know that as well, but Big Brother Hantian, you don't know how terrifying the Bitter Sea is. If you knew, I'm afraid you would have rejected Miao Lu, that girl, to come with us. That place is too dangerous." Lu Hantian's eyes also became a little grave when he heard Zhuan's cautious words. To be able to cause Zhuan to be so afraid, it seemed that the Bitter Sea that Zhuan spoke of was indeed a little frightening. "Zhuan, the three of us should follow them. Didn't you say that the Emperor's tomb contained the heart of imperial power? This thing can allow us celestial venerables to directly advance to the imperial power realm. If the three of us can obtain the imperial power heart, perhaps we can save a lot of time in cultivation." Three more figures walked out of the hall. They were Lve Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian. The one who spoke just now was Lve Tao. Whether it was Lve Tao, Qing Lian, or Luo Xing, their cultivations had all reached the peak of the celestial venerables. However, there was still a certain gap between them and the imperial power realm. If they could obtain the imperial power heart, they could indeed advance to the imperial power realm in a short period of time. After pondering for a moment, Zhuan nodded and said, "Brother Lv's words make sense. The Emperor's Tomb can be considered a great opportunity for all of you. However, you have to be extremely careful when you go to the Emperor's Tomb this time. After all, the number of experts in the Bitter Sea is not something the Qing Xian Empire can compare to." Hearing this, Lve Tao and the other two looked at each other and nodded heavily. Their eyes revealed joy. Let's return to the square of the Azure Dragon Hall first. As for Ryuka, let's develop in the Pang world first. Of course, you don't have to worry about the effect of the flow of time on your lifespan. Although everyone's time in the Pang world is 365 times that of the outside world, our lifespan is still calculated in terms of the time outside, Zhuan said. Everyone in the hall nodded. Relief filled their eyes. This was what they had been worried about. Since Zhuan had said that, they could relax. Zhuan took out the blue dragon token. Soon after, he tapped it with his right hand. Immediately, the surface of the token emitted an extremely rich glow that enveloped Zhuo Wen's group. However, as the glow faded, Zhuo Wen's group also disappeared before everyone's eyes. Zhuowen, Lv Hantian, the Grand Demon Lord, Lve Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian slowly landed on the square, shrouded in mist. Aside from the Grand Demon Lord, Zhuowen's group of 5 were not surprised at all. The Grand Demon Lord looked around the Azure Dragon Hall. His eyes were filled with surprise. Soon after, he asked Zhuowen, "Master, where's this place?" "The Azure Dragon Hall." Zhuowen gave a concise explanation of the Azure Dragon Hall. The more the Grand Demon Lord listened, the more shocked he became. He could not help but tremble. The Azure Dragon Hall was actually the residence of a saint, while the Pang world he resided in was only a miniature world created by the master of the Azure Dragon Hall. This was definitely quite a shock to the Tsang Dragon Taoist who grew up in the Pang world. Master is the upper realm in the Pang world also. The Grand Demon Lord seemed to think of something, so he asked again. Zhuowen nodded. That's also a miniature world created by the Tsang Dragon Taoist. However, it's of a higher level than the Pang world you reside in. The Grand Demon Lord fell completely silent when he heard that. The upper realm he had searched so hard for in the past was actually only a miniature world created by someone else. The Grand Demon Lord was filled with mixed feelings right now. Soon, his gaze fell on Zhuowen. From Zhuowen's words, he guessed that the young man in front of him seemed to have obtained the inheritance of the Azure Dragon Hall. In other words, Zhuowen would definitely be the master of the Azure Dragon Hall in the future. At that time, he would dominate the 3 great small worlds in the Azure Dragon Hall and the inheritance of the saints in the Azure Dragon Hall. When he thought of Zhuo Wen's identity, the Grand Demon Lord was no longer as opposed to becoming Zhuo Wen's servant. Instead, he felt rather smug because Zhuowen was the master of the entire Azure Dragon Hall. If he became the servant of the master of the Azure Dragon Hall, he would benefit quite a lot once Zhuowen took complete control of the Azure Dragon Hall. The instant Zhuo Wen's group landed on the square, the entire square began to shake intensely. Soon after, countless amounts of fog began to churn. Amidst the churning fog, an enormous illusory figure slowly agglomerated. The figure was the figure of a Taoist. He wore a feathered crown and feathered robes. He seemed otherworldly, and his eyes were filled with the sun, moon, and stars. He seemed so dazzling. Naturally, the figure was the Tsang Dragon Taoist figure. At the same time, a terrifying surge of starlight descended from the dome above the square. The starlight condensed into a rather huge screen of light. There were rows of words on the screen of light. "You have passed the second world. You have the right to choose an Emperor's artifact." An indifferent voice boomed out like thunder. Lu Hantian and the others stared at the figure in fear. The pressure from the Tsang Dragon Taoist figure was extremely intense and terrifying. It was the might of a saint. As it spread out, it faintly made them shudder. Zhuowen stared at the Tsang dragon Taoist figure and nodded slightly. Back then, he had the right to choose an emperor tier soul treasure after passing the first world. Now that he had passed the second world, he could naturally choose an emperor's artifact in the Azure Dragon Hall. If he could pass the third world, he would be able to completely control the Azure Dragon Hall. There were not many emperor's artifacts in the Azure Dragon Hall. There were only 5 of them. However, these 5 were basically high-level emperor's artifacts. Moreover, they were the best of the high-level emperor's artifacts. They were of higher quality and stronger than ordinary high-level emperor's artifacts. After all, the emperor's artifacts that could be kept in the Azure Dragon Hall by a saint like the Tsang Dragon Taoist were naturally 1 in a million. These 5 emperor's artifacts were the Gourd of Heaven and Earth, the Tai Chi Mysterious Gate, the Sky Burial 8 Spears, the Taisher Origin Sword, and the Thorny Divine Armor. Among them, the Tai Chi Mysterious Gate and the Thorny Divine Armor were defensive emperor's artifacts, while the Sky Burial 8 Spears and the Taisher Origin Sword were offensive emperor's artifacts, while the Gourd of Heaven and Earth was a special emperor's artifact. Now that my Buddhist avatar and demonic Tao avatar have both advanced to the emperor realm, their attacks can be considered extremely powerful. However, my original body is still at the peak of the Heavenly Master realm. It can be said that the most important original body is the weakest. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. His gaze swept back and forth across the 5 emperor's artifacts. In the end, his gaze fell on the divine thorny armor and the Taiji Mysterious Gate. His original body was too weak, so he still planned to choose a defensive emperor's artifact to protect his body. The divine thorny armor was an inner armor made from poisonous vines and thorns in the abyss. After the inner armor was refined, a powerful divine inscription was drawn into it. It was said that the inner armor's surface contained extremely powerful toxins. Low-level Emperor Realm cultivators would definitely die if they touched it. Mid-level Emperor Realm cultivators might even be seriously injured. High-level Emperor Realm cultivators would also be in a sorry state because of the toxins. The Taiji Mysterious Gate was a giant gate that contained the power of Taiji, Yin, and Yang. Its defensive power was extremely abnormal. It was said that it could withstand a full-force attack from an invincible Emperor Realm cultivator. It could also completely withstand the attacks of ordinary high-level Emperor Realm cultivators. It had to be said that both the Divine Thorny Armor and the Taiji Mysterious Gate's defensive power had far exceeded Zhuowen's expectations. Therefore, Zhuowen was a little reluctant to part with these 2 Emperor's artifacts. After thinking about it, Zhuowen finally chose the Divine Thorny Armor. Firstly, the Divine Thorny Armor was an inner armor that could be worn under clothes. It had an extremely strong concealment ability. Outsiders would not be able to see the full appearance of the Divine Thorny Armor. Secondly, Zhuowen could wear the Armor of Thorns at any time. Even if he encountered a sneak attack, Zhuowen would not be afraid except for his head. For example, if he had the Armor of Thorns, he would not have needed to dodge the sneak attack from Jiuju. He would have been able to withstand Jiuju's killing blow. On the other hand, the Taiji Mysterious Gate needed to be activated. Unknowingly, it would take more time than the Divine Thorny Armor. Therefore, Zhuowen ultimately chose the Divine Thorny Armor. Have you chosen? The Tsang Dragon Taoist asked indifferently. Yes, the Divine Thorny Armor. Chapter 1225. Instant kill. Looking at the black light before him, Zhuowen's eyes flashed. Within the black light, there was a black armor floating quietly. The surface of the armor was made up of countless black thorns. Around the thorns, there were traces of black gas. Zhuowen knew that the gas was extremely poisonous. Relax your mind. I will help you refine the Divine Thorns armor into your emperor weapon, Taoist Master Tsang Long said calmly. Zhuowen nodded and relaxed his mind. Taoist Master Tsang Long waved his sleeve, and a wave of energy swept out, enveloping Zhuowen. Then, the Divine Thorns armor entered Zhuowen's body. With a thought, Zhuowen's divine armor of thorns, which was covered with thorns, appeared on the surface of his body. Waves of terrifying poisonous gas lingered on the surface of his body like dark clouds, obscuring him from view. The Divine Thorn's armor is an inner armor. You can hide it under your clothes, Taoist Master Tsang Long said calmly. Hearing that, Zhuo Wen's mind moved, and the divine armor of thorns on the surface of his body entered his body. With just a thought, the divine armor of thorns would appear on the surface of his body. It was very convenient. In addition to the terrifying defense and powerful poisonous gas on the surface of the divine thorn's armor, Zhuo believed that even a mid-level emperor would not be able to kill his body. When his body successfully entered the emperor realm, he would be able to unleash more of the divine thorn's armor's power. Even a high-level emperor would find it difficult to kill him. Since you're the first trial taker to pass the second heaven, you have the right to mobilize the Azure Dragon skeleton outside the Azure Dragon Hall 3 times. If you want to completely control the Azure Dragon Hall, you will have to pass the third heaven. Taoist Tsang Long spoke again. With a wave of his sleeve, the enormous illusory figure directly collapsed, turning into clouds and mist that constantly lingered. The instant Taoist Tsang Long disappeared, Zhuowen's mind seemed to be connected with the entire Azure Dragon Hall. With regard to the entire Azure Dragon Hall, Zhuowen felt a sense of control. Zhuowen knew that this should be the right that the Azure Dragon Taoist had given him to control the Azure Dragon Hall. However, he could only use this right 3 times. After 3 times, if he wanted to control it again, he could only wait until he passed through the 3 layers of heaven and earth. Zhuowen, was that person just now that Tsang Long Taoist? He's still alive? Lu Hantian asked Zhuowen with shock in his eyes. Just now, the pressure emitted by the Tsang Long Taoist shadow was extremely terrifying, causing his heart to palpitate and his entire body to tremble. He knew that this was caused by the might of a saint. Zhuowen shook his head and said, to be more precise, the illusory figure just now should be a wisp of the Tsang Long Taoist's divine consciousness. As for whether he's still alive, I'm not too sure. Just a wisp of divine consciousness. Everyone present looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Just a wisp of divine consciousness had such a terrifying, oppressive force. If the Tsang Long Taoist's real body came, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? After the shock, everyone regained their composure. They all looked at Zhuowen with a look of inquiry. Among them, Lu Hantian asked, Zhuowen, are we going out now? Zhuowen nodded. With a flip of his right hand, an Azure Dragon token appeared. At the same time, a spatial force enveloped Zhuowen and the others. Immediately after, they completely disappeared from the Azure Dragon Hall. At this moment, the Muqing County outside had already been occupied by the Qing Xian Empire's army. The mysterious blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Master and the 2 4th-level Emperors of the Blue Dragon Hall hovered silently in the air above the Muqing County. One of the Arcana Heavenly Masters frowned slightly. He asked the blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Master somewhat uncertainly, Master, we've been waiting outside for half a month. Is waiting like this really going to work? Who knows? Maybe Zhuowen has already been teleported to another place and escaped. Do you know more about formations than I do? The blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Master glanced at the Arcana Heavenly Master and asked indifferently. I wouldn't dare. The Arcana Heavenly Master hurriedly bowed. His eyes were filled with fear. The blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Master withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, since Zhuowen was teleported away from here, if he returns, he will definitely be nearby. It's already been half a month. Let's wait for another half a month. If Zhuowen still doesn't appear, we'll leave the Qing Xian Empire and head to the Embittered Sea. We still have important matters to attend to there. The 2 Arcana Heavenly Masters nodded and bowed. Their eyes were filled with respect. They knew very well just how high the status of the blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Master was in the Blue Dragon Hall. He was not someone they could compare to. As a result, the 2 of them did not dare to disobey the blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Master's words. Suddenly, the blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Master's eyes narrowed slightly. His expression was naturally noticed by the 2 Arcana Heavenly Masters behind him. One of them asked in surprise, Master, what is it? How brazen? That Zhuowen has actually come out, the blue-robed arcana heavenly master murmured. The blue-robed arcana heavenly master muttered softly. Before the two green-robed men could react, two towering demonic chi surged towards them. Two terrifying figures shrouded in demonic chi shot towards them from behind the three of them. Boom! The blue-robed arcana heavenly master swung his sleeve. His terrifying mental energy turned into a sturdy barrier behind him. With a boom, the two beams of terrifying black energy were blocked by the sturdy barrier. A terrifying force radiated outwards. The expressions of the blue-robed arcana heavenly master and the two arcana heavenly masters changed slightly as they staggered backwards. Their gazes landed behind them, where six figures stood. The leader of the six figures was a black-robed young man. The young man's sharp eyes stared indifferently at the blue-robed arcana heavenly master. Zhuowen, you actually dare to come out? The blue-robed arcana heavenly master narrowed his eyes. He stared closely at Zhuowen as his deep voice slowly rang out. The black-robed young man was naturally Zhuowen. His gaze also landed on the blue-robed arcana heavenly master. An indifferent smile appeared on his face as he said, "Why wouldn't I dare to come out?" The blue-robed arcana heavenly master licked his lips and chuckled. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." With that, the blue-robed arcana heavenly master wasted no more words. He took a step forward, and terrifying mental energy erupted from his Niwen palace, forming a storm of mental energy around him. Wrapped in the storm of mental energy, he shot forward as a terrifying blur. "Demon leader, stop him." Zhuowen ordered the Grand Demon Lord beside him indifferently. The Grand Demon Lord nodded and took a step forward. Monstrous demonic chi surged out and whistled through the air, making his hair flutter wildly. The Grand Demon Lord was currently a third-level demon emperor. His battle prowess was even more terrifying than Zhuowen's demonic Dao clone. After all, he was originally a high-level demon emperor. His battle prowess was extraordinary. He might not be the blue-robed arcana heavenly master's opponent, but he was more than capable of stopping him. Third-level demon emperor, the blue-robed arcana heavenly master could not help but murmur. He had never thought that Zhuowen would bring someone as powerful as the Grand Demon Lord with him. Although he was only a third-level demon emperor, his battle prowess was probably much more terrifying than regular fourth-level demon emperors. The two of you captured Zhuowen. Although the blue-robed arcana heavenly master was surprised by the presence of a third-level demon emperor from the Grand Demon Lord, he did not take it too seriously. With his strength as an arcana heavenly master, there was no need for him to fear the Grand Demon Lord. The two green-robed men nodded slightly. Immediately, two pairs of sharp eyes stared intently at Zhuowen in front of them as they simultaneously revealed a ferocious smile. This was because they discovered that Zhuowen's presence was still only at the peak of the heavenly exalt level. To them, he was only an ant-like existence. With their strength, capturing Zhuowen would be a piece of cake. Lu Hantian beside Zhuowen was also a third-level demon emperor, but the two azure-robed men were fourth-level demon emperors. They did not take the Lu Hantian seriously at all. Boom, boom, boom. The blue-robed arcana heavenly master and the Grand Demon Lord immediately clashed. Their battle was extremely intense, but the blue-robed arcana heavenly master was clearly not simple. He actually managed to suppress the Grand Demon Lord. However, the Grand Demon Lord was no pushover. After all, he was a high-level demon emperor. It was just that he had yet to recover, so his battle prowess was extremely terrifying. As a result, the blue-robed arcana heavenly master could sense how difficult the Grand Demon Lord was to deal with during the battle. He frowned slightly. Although he wanted to finish off the Grand Demon Lord as soon as possible, the latter was extremely slippery. The latter knew that it was very unlikely for him to be the blue-robed arcana heavenly master's opponent in a head-on clash, so he chose to use a roundabout strategy. Although the Grand Demon Lord was difficult to deal with, the blue-robed arcana heavenly master was not in a hurry. The two azure-robed men were fourth-level demon emperors. They were more than enough to capture Zhuowen. Die! The speed of the two green-robed men was very fast, and they arrived in front of Zhuo, one in an instant. Soon after, the two of them unleashed extremely terrifying attacks, which rumbled as they smashed toward Zhuo. Zhuo stood quietly at the same spot. He raised his head and looked at the two attacks that were crushing down. A slight arc appeared at the corners of his mouth. You're actually smiling when you're about to die. I think you've lost your mind. The two azure-robed men also noticed the curve on the corners of Zhuo's mouth. They were startled at first, but soon after, they loudly mocked him. Demon body, have a good massacre. Zhuo remained unmoved. He licked his lips as monstrous demonic qi surged out of his body. The demonic qi descended and turned into a terrifying demon body. Zhuo's eyes were eerily cold. He held a demonic slaughter blade in his hand. He took a step forward and swung the demonic slaughter blade horizontally. Destruction of life. An indifferent voice resounded across the sky. Demonic clouds covered the entire sky, causing the entire Muqin County to descend into a dark and lightless state. Above the demonic clouds, a black and red blade shadow descended and smashed onto the bodies of the two green-robed men. Ugh! Ugh! Chapter 12:26. Filled with doubts, the blue-robed Arcana Heaven Master continued to tangle with the Grand Demon Lord in a playful manner. His mental energy was extremely terrifying. Although the Grand Demon Lord was extremely powerful, he still struggled to break through the blue-robed Arcana Heaven Master's mental energy defenses. However, the Grand Demon Lord was once a high-rank Demon Emperor. He was extremely slippery. Although he was at a disadvantage in this battle, the blue-robed Arcana Heaven Master was unable to do anything to him. That Zhuo should have been captured by now. The blue-robed Arcana Heaven Master frowned slightly at how difficult it was to deal with the Grand Demon Lord. However, he did not mind too much. His target was Zhuo in the first place. As long as he captured Zhuo, defeating the Grand Demon Lord would only be a matter of time. Ugh! Ugh! When the blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Masters' indifferent gaze landed on the battle between the two azure-robed men and Zhuo, his body suddenly trembled. He was stunned on the spot because the two azure-robed men, with terrifying presences, had actually been reduced to a bloody mist by a single slash of the blade. They cannot be any more dead than that. Dead. The blue-robed Arcana Heaven Master's eyes narrowed to the size of needles. He stared intently at the figure that had killed the two green-robed men. This person had strange black-red hair, and his eyes alternated between black and red. He appeared extremely strange and terrifying. Another avatar? The blue-robed Arcana Heaven Master quickly noticed Zhuo's actual body nearby. Coupled with the fact that the demonic body's appearance was so similar to Zhuo's, the blue-robed Arcana Heaven Master knew that this young man, with monstrous demonic aura, was very likely Zhuo's avatar. However, what surprised the blue-robed Arcanist was that Zhuo's external avatar should be a Buddhist avatar. Why was it a demon avatar that appeared in front of him now? Moreover, the cultivation of this demon avatar was extremely terrifying. It had reached the third-layer Demon Emperor. Coupled with the unexpected attack just now, it was no wonder that the two green-robed men were killed by Zhuo before they could even react. Third Heaven Demon Sovereign and Third Heaven Emperor Realm were two completely different concepts. Demon Sovereigns were much stronger than Emperors of the same level. Moreover, Zhuo's Demon Dao clone cultivated an extremely powerful supreme demon battle art. Zhuo's Demon Dao clone was even more terrifying than ordinary Demon Sovereigns. Killing a Fourth Heaven Emperor wasn't a problem at all. It even had the strength to fight a Fifth Heaven Emperor. Moreover, the two green-robed men only saw that Zhuo's main body was only at the peak of the Empyrean realm, so they didn't guard against Zhuo's move at all. Therefore, they were easily destroyed by the demonic avatar. Boom! While the blue-robed Arcanist Master was stunned, the Grand Demon Lord, this old fox, was rather sinister. He moved strangely and instantly appeared in front of the blue-robed Arcanist Heavenly Master. He struck out with his palm, and the Grand Demon Battle Chi transformed into an extremely terrifying Grand Demon Halberd that shot forward like an arrow. Thud, thud, thud. The blue-robed Arcanist Heavenly Master hadn't expected the Grand Demon Lord to launch a sneak attack at this time. Therefore, he was in a rather sorry state as he blocked the Grand Demon Halberd. He retreated several hundred steps and waved his sleeve. Countless mental energy storms gathered in front of him, blocking the incoming Grand Demon Halberd. What's going on with this Zhuowen? He's only disappeared for half a month, so how did his strength increase so much? And he even brought out another third Heaven Demon Emperor. This guy, the blue-robed Arcanist Heavenly Master, became extremely stern. He discovered that Zhuowen had quite a few secrets. Coupled with the fact that the Azure Emperor had said that this person possessed an extremely powerful dragon soul and was a descendant of the Ryuka, the blue-robed Arcanist Heavenly Master's eyes flickered. He knew that the teleportation formation back then was probably not simple. He wondered where Zhuowen's group had gone half a month ago. Their strength had actually increased by leaps and bounds. The demonic avatar landed beside Zhuowen after killing the two green-robed individuals. Zhuowen's actual body took a step forward and arrived beside the Grand Devil Master. Both of his eyes stared at the blurry face of the blue-robed arcane Heavenly Master in front of him as he coldly said, "Who exactly are you? Why don't you show your true appearance?" The blue-robed Arcanist Heavenly Master laughed softly and said, "If you tell me what happened to you in the past half a month, I'll tell you my identity." "What do you think, Zhuowen?" Zhuowen, on the other hand, sneered again and again. This blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Master was truly wishful thinking. The Azure Dragon Palace was Zhuowen's greatest secret. If he revealed it, then Zhuowen would definitely be targeted by the big shots of the Nine Netherrealm. At that time, it was unlikely that Zhuowen, would possess such a secret, and it would be divided up sooner or later. The blue-robed Arcanist Heavenly Master actually wanted to use his identity to exchange for information about the Azure Dragon Hall. Zhuowen was not stupid. How could he possibly agree? The blue-robed Arcanist Heavenly Master also noticed the cold smile on Zhuowen's face. He knew that it was very unlikely that Zhuowen would reveal it. So he shook his head and said with some pity, "My identity is actually quite helpful to you. It's a pity that you don't plan on exchanging it, so forget it." With that, the blue-robed Arcanist Heavenly Master waved his sleeve, and a shuttle-like object appeared beneath his feet. Terrifying mental energy surged out and acted on the shuttle-like object. An extremely long pillar of blue gas shot out from the back of the shuttle-like object. With a swish, it shot off into the distance. "Zhuowen, we'll meet again very soon, because you're still quite useful to me. Haha." The blue-robed Arcanist Heavenly Master's loud laughter rang out from the horizon the moment he shot off. "Master, should we give chase?" the Grand Demon Lord asked as he looked at Zhuowen. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "That person is unfathomable. Even if we catch up to him, it will be difficult for us to take him down. Moreover, I've discovered that he hasn't used his full strength at all. It's like he's toying with us." With that, Zhuowen's gaze locked onto the black that was moving further and further away. Many doubts arose in his heart. What did that person mean by that last sentence? They would meet again very soon. So would they meet again? Could it be? A gleam of light flashed through Zhuowen's eyes when he thought of that. He knew that it was very likely that the Arcanist Heavenly Master planned on heading to the tomb as well. When that happened, he would probably run into him again. "He's coming to the tomb as well," Zhuowen murmured softly. His gaze became much colder. "Zhuowen, what should the Qing Xian Empire do?" Lu Hantian arrived beside Zhuowen and asked softly. The Qing Xian Empire. The Azure Emperor was already dead, and the Blue Dragon Hall would definitely not be interested in such a remote place. From a certain perspective, the Qing Xian Empire was without a master. "I plan to send someone to become the new emperor of the Qing Xian Empire." Zhuowen pondered for a moment before spitting out these words. Actually, the Qing Xian Empire was not of much use to Zhuowen, who had the Azure Dragon Hall. However, Zhuowen was still trapped in the 18th floor of the Imperial City's prison. If there was no one to guard him, Zhuowen would not be at ease. Therefore, he planned to choose a trusted aide from the Ryuka to oversee the Qing Xian Empire. Lu Hantian nodded and said, "If you want to oversee the Qing Xian Empire, you must be a cultivator of the sovereign realm." Zhuowen nodded and said, "I've already considered this matter." As he spoke, Zhuowen took out the Azure Dragon token and summoned a figure from the Azure Dragon Hall. This person was not very old and had 2 long white eyebrows. He looked extremely strange. He was one of the 5 servants of Zhuowen by May. All 5 of Zhuowen's servants had reached the sovereign realm. Among them, Xiang was far ahead and had reached the Second Heaven Emperor realm. Zhuowen was quite satisfied with their cultivation progress. "Master," Bai Mei bowed respectfully. "Bai Mei, I want you to oversee the Qing Xian Empire and become the new emperor of the empire. You will protect my father, Zhuo Xiaotian, who is in the Great Restrictive Spell Formation." Zhuowen said plainly. Bai Mei was stunned and hesitated. He was not stupid. The flow of time in the Azure Dragon Hall was extremely fast. In addition, the Yuan Qi in the Azure Dragon Hall was many times denser than in the Qing Xian Empire. If he stayed in the Qing Xian Empire, the gap between him and the other Ryuka would be widened very quickly. This was why he was so hesitant. "Oversee the Qing Xian Empire, and I will remember your contribution. When I return, I will help you to break through to the middle stage of the sovereign realm. Do you agree?" Zhuowen said calmly. Bai Mei's heart skipped a beat. He knew very well that although Zhuowen seemed to be asking for his opinion, his tone was commanding. If he did not agree, he would leave a bad impression on Zhuowen. At that time, he would not be valued. If he agreed, although his cultivation level would be surpassed by the other Ryuka for a short period of time, Zhuowen would help him to break through to the middle stage of the sovereign realm. He would also be valued by Zhuowen. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Bai Mei agreed without hesitation. Zhuowen nodded as a wisp of an arc appeared on the corners of his mouth. He said, "Very good. If you're able to satisfy me, then I won't treat you unfairly at that time." Hearing this, Bai Mei revealed an excited expression. Zhuowen's promise was quite heavy. After all, he knew that Zhuowen would very likely inherit the Saint's inheritance, the Azure Dragon Palace. In other words, Zhuowen had a high chance of entering the Saint stage. The sage was a legendary figure. If he could get the attention of such a figure, Bai Mei knew that he would have a meteoric rise. Therefore, the last bit of unhappiness in his heart about being in charge of the Qing Xian Empire disappeared. "Let's go. Let's make a trip to the Imperial City." After saying that, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and took out the black cloud sail. Rolling black clouds rose into the sky and broke through the sky. Soon, they arrived at the Imperial City. The Imperial City was much quieter. Although there were many warriors in the city, most of them were in a state of fear. After all, half a month ago, the ruler of the Qing Xian Empire, Emperor Qing, was killed in front of their eyes. Many warriors were worried that Zhuowen, who killed Emperor Qing, would come to the Imperial City to seek revenge. He Yinfan quickly landed outside the Imperial City's dungeon. The guards here had long since dispersed, making the place look like a desolate land. Chapter 12:27. Back to the college inside the endless flames, Zhuo Xiaotian slowly opened his eyes. He raised his head and stared at Zhuowen, who was outside the grand formation with a smile on his face. "Father, I don't have the ability to save you now," Zhuowen said dejectedly. Zhuo Xiaotian shook his head and said, "Zhuowen, you don't have to blame yourself. How old are you? There aren't many people at your age who are comparable to the Emperor realm. Your talent is even greater than Father's. As for this grand formation, Father will naturally break it. As long as Father is given some time, Father will smoothly comprehend the Saint Rune Law and become an invincible Emperor Lord." Zhuo Xiaotian's eyes flickered. He was only a little bit away from becoming an invincible Emperor Lord. In fact, with Zhuo Xiaotian's current cultivation and accumulation, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a half-saint. However, Zhuo Xiaotian wasn't willing to become a half-saint directly. He knew that if he became a half-saint like this, he would at most be an ordinary half-saint. His future achievements wouldn't last long. Only by becoming an invincible Emperor Lord would his potential be deep enough. When he became a half-saint or a saint, his battle strength would definitely surpass that of an ordinary half-saint or saint. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He didn't doubt Zhuo Xiaoyan's words at all. After all, the latter's talent was there for all to see. He knew that Zhuo Xiaoyan had been imprisoned in the imperial city's dungeon before he reached the Emperor realm. 20 years had passed, and Zhuo Xiaoyan's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had reached the 9th layer Emperor realm, and was only a step away from becoming an invincible Emperor Lord. Zhuo believed that if Zhuo Xiaoyan were to cultivate in the Azure Dragon Hall, his progress would only be faster if he had been able to achieve such a proud result in 20 years of time in the dark dungeon of the Imperial City. I might be able to find the Saint Rune Law in the Emperor's tomb. If I can find it, I'll give it to Father and let him comprehend it faster to become an invincible Emperor Lord. Zhuo muttered to himself as he looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan in the Grand Formation. In fact, when Zhuo entered the Azure Dragon Palace, he had guessed that the Azure Dragon Palace might contain the Saint Rune Law. However, he couldn't find any traces of the Saint Rune Law, even after searching inside and out. He knew that he hadn't completely controlled the Azure Dragon Palace, so he wasn't qualified to obtain the Azure Dragon Taoist Saint Rune Law. According to Blackie, the Tsang Dragon Taoist was probably an extremely powerful saint, so the Saint Rune Law, he comprehended, should also be quite powerful. If he could really obtain the Saint Rune Law of the Tsang Dragon Taoist, it would definitely be beneficial to Zhuo. Senior, Lu Hantian and the others came over while Zhuo and Lu Hantian were talking. Among them, Lu Hantian cupped his hands respectfully to Zhuo Xiaoyan. Zhuo Xiaoyan was the one who guided him in the Imperial City's dungeon and helped him successfully break through to the Emperor realm. Therefore, in a sense, Zhuo Xiaoyan could be considered Lu Hantian's half-master. Lu Hantian and Elder Xuan already knew about Zhuo Xiaoyan's identity during the battle in the Imperial City. In particular, Zhuo Xiaoyan was able to successfully break through to the 9th level Emperor realm in the Dark Imperial City's dungeon. He was extremely impressed. Zhuo, he's your father? Lu Yitao, Qing Lian, and Lu Oxing looked at each other and asked in unison. Yes, he's my father, Zhuo Xiaoyan, Zhuo said calmly. So strong. Grand Demon Lord stared at Zhuo Xiaoyan in the great restrictive spell formation with fear and muttered in a low voice. After all, he was once a high-level demon emperor, but he still felt a strong sense of oppression when facing Zhuo Xiaoyan. He knew that even if he was at his peak, he would most likely be defeated by this man in front of him. This man was very close to becoming a sage-to-be. Father, we plan to go to the Bitter Sea Emperor's tomb this time. We want to find an opportunity to improve ourselves there. Zhuo turned around and looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan. At the same time, he briefly explained the situation of the Emperor's tomb so that Zhuo Xiaoyan had a little understanding of the Emperor's tomb. Rewards are often accompanied by danger. There may be many rare treasures in the Emperor's tomb, but I'm afraid it's also very dangerous. You'd better be careful, Zhuo Xiaoyan said worriedly. Zhuo nodded and said solemnly, Don't worry, I will. After chatting for a while, Zhuo left the Qingxian Empire with Lu Hantian and the others, leaving by Mei to guard the imperial capital. Of course, he would also spread Ryuka's influence to the Qingxian Empire. Be careful, Zhuo Xiaoyan silently stared at the figure that disappeared into the horizon. His figure slowly fell into the bottomless darkness below. After leaving the Qingxian Empire, Zhuo and the others rushed to the desolate ancient city. After buying 5 tickets in the desolate ancient city, they rushed to the auspicious God Island without stopping. After spending about a month, they finally arrived at the auspicious God Island. Zhuo arranged for Lu Hantian and the others to stay in an inn in the main city. Then he went straight to the academy. It had already been 2 months since he left the academy, and there was only a month left before the opening of the Emperor's tomb. After entering the academy, Zhuo could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the academy had become much more excited. Many students who passed by had eager expressions in their eyes. Obviously, they were all planning to show off their skills in the Emperor's tomb. After returning to the academy, Zhuo did not go to the dormitory of the new students. Instead, he went to the area where the fragrant ink pavilion was located. Before he left, he had asked Moyan Wushang to take good care of Jianan, Gatha, Mo Lingtian, and Xian Xing, Junior Zhuowen. What a coincidence. Zhuowen had just entered the fragrant ink pavilion's area when a rather familiar voice was heard. Zhuowen tilted her head to look and immediately noticed that Cheng Dong, who was dressed in a green robe, was slowly walking over with a refined smile on his face. Cheng Dong was one of the higher-ups of the fragrant ink pavilion. When he entered the outer court assessment, Cheng Dong had helped him. Therefore, his relationship with Cheng Dong was quite good. Senior Cheng Dong, I'm here to look for Miss Wushang. I wonder if she's here? Zhuowen asked with a faint smile. Cheng Dong nodded and said, follow me. The pavilion master knows that if you return to the academy, you will definitely come back to look for her. After saying that, Cheng Dong lifted his feet and walked towards the depths of the fragrant ink pavilion. Zhuowen also followed behind him unhurriedly. The area of the fragrant ink pavilion was quite large. There were dozens of pavilions and pavilions inside. There were also many members of the fragrant ink pavilion. They were all wearing black and white uniforms. On the way, many members of the fragrant ink pavilion smiled and greeted Cheng Dong. The latter also greeted them one by one. His attitude was so good that it was impeccable. When they approached a courtyard, Zhuowen heard the faint sound of a guqin. The clear sound of the guqin was like a high mountain and flowing water. It filled Zhuowen's heart, causing Zhuowen to involuntarily relax his body and mind. He fell into the artistic conception of the guqin music. In the artistic conception, Zhuowen discovered that he had become a bird, flying freely in the sky. When the two of them arrived at the courtyard, the pleasant sound of the guqin came to an abrupt stop. Soon after, Zhuowen regained his senses. His gaze fell on the courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood a white jade pavilion that was nearly 10 feet tall. In the pavilion, a graceful woman in a long dress sat quietly in front of the guqin. Her delicate hands were gently placed on the guqin. You've come. The woman slowly lifted her head, revealing an exquisite face that was like a porcelain doll. The corners of her mouth curled into a beautiful arc. A gentle voice sounded like a cool breeze, giving people a comfortable feeling. This woman was naturally the pavilion master of the fragrant ink pavilion, Moyan Wushang. Zhuowen nodded his head. Soon after, his gaze fell on the 4 figures standing not far from the courtyard. These 4 people were the ones that Zhuowen was looking for: Jianan, Gatha, Mo Lingtian, and Xian Xing. The 4 of them seemed to have just regained their senses from the guqin music. When they noticed Zhuowen, who had appeared in the courtyard, their eyes revealed an excited expression. Big brother Zhuo, you've returned quite quickly. Jianan giggled and hurriedly ran in front of Zhuowen. She sized up the ladder and said with a smile. Although Gatha, Mo Lingtian, and Xian Xing did not speak, the deep concern in their eyes was keenly captured by Zhuowen. Clearly, their feelings were similar to Jianan's. It was just that the way they expressed it was different from Jianan's. I returned to the Qing Xian Empire to deal with some trivial matters. There's nothing much to do, Zhuowen said with a smile. Zhuowen, you're here for the Emperor's tomb, right? Moyan Wushang suddenly asked. Zhuowen nodded his head and said yes. There should be less than a month before the Emperor's tomb opens. When are we leaving for the Emperor's tomb? Moyan Wushang shook his head and said, there's no rush. The Emperor's tomb is not particularly far from the excellent Spirit Island. We can leave half a month in advance. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He nodded his head and said, you're right. Didn't you say that the Unvoiced Sound Pavilion's pavilion master, Qingyin, was also planning to come? Why don't I see her? She's busy with some trivial matters in the Unvoiced Sound Pavilion. I'll hand her over in half a month. At that time, we'll go to the Emperor's tomb together. There's strength in numbers. This way, we can share many things. Moyan Wushang said with a smile. Since there's still half a month, please prepare a suite for us. Half a month later, we'll follow you to the Emperor's tomb. Zhuowen nodded his head and said. Moyan Wushang nodded his head and said, okay, I'll immediately send someone to prepare a room for you. However, I want to remind everyone that this trip to the Emperor's tomb should be filled with danger. If you're not confident, I feel that everyone shouldn't participate. Zhuowen and the others naturally nodded their heads. Soon after, they were pulled away by the servants prepared by Moyan Wushang to prepare a room. Chapter 1228. Sun Shuttle. Currently, the Demon Dao avatar was Zhuowen's most powerful avatar. His cultivation was at the third Heaven Demon Emperor realm, and his combat strength was comparable to a fifth Heaven Demon Emperor. If this avatar was well hidden, Zhuowen would be more confident in his trip to the Emperor's tomb. Use the 100 Transformation Divine Art to change the appearance of the Demon Dao avatar. Zhuowen looked at the Demon Dao avatar and silently circulated the 100 Transformation Divine Art in his body. Of course, this cultivation technique was not targeted at his body, but the Demon Dao avatar. Sizzle, sizzle. The Demon Dao avatar's face began to change gradually. In the end, it turned into a young man with a cold and stern face. Moreover, there was a gloomy aura emitting from his body that gave people an uncomfortable feeling. The Demon Dao avatar revealed a strange smile. It turned into a demonic eye and entered the depths of Zhuowen's forehead. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes and muttered, "After leaving Excellent God Island, I will secretly release the Demon Dao avatar and let it enter the Emperor's tomb as a rogue cultivator." As time passed, the atmosphere in the academy became more and more stagnant. During this period of time, many students bought tickets to the islands near the Emperor's tomb. Half a month later, the Dean and Elder Huaxia were also ready to leave the Emperor's tomb. That is, Master Mu Feng's Sun Shuttle. On this day, a blazing sun slowly rose in the sky above the Academy's arcane tower. If one looked closely, they would see a streamlined shuttle floating silently in the middle of the blazing sun. This blazing shuttle was extremely famous in the Academy. It was called the Sun Shuttle. Everyone knew that Master Mu Feng had created the Sun Moon Shuttle, a transportation tool that could freely travel through the sea of bitterness. However, the Sun Moon Shuttle had too many limitations. It could only accommodate 2 people at most. This was the biggest drawback. However, the functions of the Sun Shuttle were similar to the Sun Moon Shuttle. The only difference was that the Sun Shuttle could accommodate dozens of people. Furthermore, its speed was many times faster than the boundless sailboat in the ancient city of desolation. It was Master Mu Feng's proudest creation. Moreover, it was said that there was only one Sun Shuttle in existence. After all, the requirements to create the Sun Shuttle were too strict. It was impossible to mass-produce it. Zhuowen slowly walked out of the courtyard. He also noticed the Sun Shuttle in the sky. At this moment, Jianan, Gatha, Himo, Lingtian, and Xianxing also came out of the courtyard. Even Moyan Wushang and Qing Yin had also arrived at the courtyard. Looks like the headmaster and the others are about to set off as well. It's said that the Sun Shuttle is extremely fast, and it only takes 3 days to reach the Emperor's tomb. I really want to go up and take a look. Jianan muttered in a low voice, somewhat envious. Zhuowen patted Jianan's head and said with a smile, "Perhaps there will be a chance." At the same time, Zhuowen also nodded slightly at Moyan Wushang and Qing Yin. In 2 months, Moyan Wushang and Qing Yin's cultivation had improved. However, there was still some distance between them and the Emperor realm. This time, if they could obtain the Emperor's heart in the Emperor's tomb, it wouldn't be difficult for them to enter the Emperor realm. On the Sun Shuttle, Master Mu Feng stood quietly at the bow of the ship. Behind him, Headmaster Moyan Baiyin and Elder Huaxia stood side by side on the deck. Behind them, there were 6 figures standing quietly. 5 of them were the inner courtyard geniuses that Elder Huaxia had brought along. The 6th one was somewhat unexpected. It was the number 1 on the Heavenly Master list, Xieyu. The Sun Shuttle was Master Mu Feng's proudest creation. It wasn't something that just anyone could board. Moyan Baiyin, Elder Huaxia, and the other 5 inner courtyard geniuses had extraordinary statuses. It was reasonable for them to be invited by Master Mu Feng. However, although Xieyu was the number 1 on the Heavenly Master list, he wasn't an Emperor Realm warrior. Many people were puzzled that he could board the Sun Shuttle. Zhuowen, Xieyu made a breakthrough half a month ago. He is now a 1st-level Emperor Realm warrior. He is also the only first-level Emperor Realm warrior among the Outer Courtyard disciples. Just like Sister Qin Shui, I'm afraid that he will soon be brought into the Inner Courtyard by Elder Huaxia and become an official disciple of Sky Capital Peak. Moyan Wushang suddenly said softly, "Oh, he has made a breakthrough?" Zhuowen was slightly surprised. No wonder Xie Yu was able to board the Sun Shuttle. It turned out that he had made a breakthrough. As the only Emperor Realm warrior in the Outer Courtyard, he was indeed qualified to board the Sun Shuttle. Master Mu Feng stood at the bow of the shuttle and looked down at the academy. His gaze fell on the courtyard where Zhuowen was. A smile appeared on his face as he said to Zhuowen, "Zhuowen, you should board as well." When these words were spoken, many people in the academy raised their eyebrows in succession. The rumor about Zhuowen and Master Mu Feng having an extraordinary relationship had already spread out when Zhuowen and Evil Moon had fought on the duel arena. However, the majority of people only thought that this was a false rumor and did not take it to heart. However, it seemed that this was not a rumor, but a fact. Master Mu Feng's relationship with Zhuowen was indeed not ordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly invited Zhuowen to board the Sun Shuttle. In an instant, Zhuowen became the focus of everyone's attention. Even the dean, Elder Hui Xie, and the others on the Sun Shuttle looked at Zhuowen. Xie Yu's eyes emitted an extremely cold light as he stared at Zhuowen. Back then, when Zhuowen was registered as an honorary disciple of the Inner Courtyard, he had been defeated in front of everyone. This was a great humiliation for him. Therefore, his hatred for Zhuowen could only be described as monstrous. This was especially so when he saw Master Mu Feng personally invite Zhuowen. This caused the flames of jealousy in his heart to burn even brighter. Zhuowen nodded. He wasn't too surprised that Master Mu Feng would invite him to board the Sun Shuttle. Back when he repaired the river diagram array in the Arcane Tower, Master Mu Feng's attitude towards him was a little strange. Or rather, Master Mu Feng seemed to treat Zhuowen a little too well. Originally, Zhuowen didn't have any doubts about this. However, as time passed, he realized that something was wrong. However, Master Mu Feng was an arcane heavenly master after all. Such an existence was much stronger than Zhuowen. There didn't seem to be anything on Zhuowen that Master Mu Feng would covet. Therefore, although Zhuowen was puzzled, he didn't pay too much attention to it. Master Mu Feng, Zhuowen is only at the Heavenly Venerate realm. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be qualified to board the Sun Shuttle. Wouldn't Master Mu Feng sully the Sun Shuttle by inviting such a guy? An ambiguous voice slowly sounded, causing Zhuowen's eyes to emit a cold light. He turned his head to look at Evil Moon and said indifferently, "You said that I'm not qualified. Are you saying that you're qualified?" Master Mu Feng didn't say anything. He just watched silently. He didn't answer or interfere. Evil Moon sneered and said, "I've already advanced to the Imperial Power Realm half a month ago. Moreover, I'll soon become an official disciple of the Inner Yard. Do you think that I'm not qualified? Since you said that I'm not qualified, do you dare to fight with me? A life and death battle. Life and death are up to fate. If you can kill me, then what you said should be true. I, Zhuowen, am indeed not qualified. Even death can't wipe out my crimes. However, if you're killed by me, then what you said is nonsense. You're the one who's not qualified," Zhuowen said indifferently. As soon as he said this, many people in the college gasped. Zhuowen was really bold. He actually challenged Evil Moon to a life and death battle. They just didn't know if Evil Moon would accept the challenge. After looking at Zhuowen for a while, everyone's eyes fell on Evil Moon, whose face was gloomy. They wanted to see if Evil Moon would agree to Zhuowen's request for a life and death duel. Evil Moon's eyes narrowed slightly, but his heart trembled. He had already experienced how terrifying Zhuowen's combat strength was 2 months ago. At that time, not only had Zhuowen defeated him, but he had also defeated the genius of the Inner Yard, Lanju. Lanju was also a first-level Great Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, his combat strength was stronger than an ordinary first-level Great Emperor Realm expert. However, he was still defeated by Zhuowen, let alone Evil Moon, who had just advanced to the Great Emperor Realm. What? You don't dare to accept the challenge? Zhuowen's tone carried a hint of mockery, which made Evil Moon's face even gloomier. However, he surprisingly didn't reply. Such a reaction caused many students in the college to discuss spiritedly. They looked at Evil Moon with strange gazes. They had heard that before Evil Moon had advanced to the Great Emperor Realm, he had been defeated by Zhuowen. Now, Evil Moon had advanced to the Great Emperor Realm, and Zhuowen was still at the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm. However, in the face of the latter's challenge, Evil Moon began to hesitate. Evil Moon's reaction naturally caused an uproar in the hearts of many students. You don't even dare to accept the challenge of a peak Heavenly Master. You're worthy of being the former #1 genius on the Heavenly Master list and now an official disciple of Tiandu Peak. When Zhuowen's mocking words left his mouth, Evil Moon's gaze changed slightly. He clenched his fists tightly and stared at Zhuowen. However, he still didn't step forward. Thinking of Lan Zhu's failure back then, Evil Moon didn't dare to take the gamble. His life and death were up to fate. He knew that once he agreed, either he or Zhuowen would die. In addition to Zhuowen's unbridled tone, Evil Moon didn't dare to gamble with his life. After all, he had advanced to the Imperial Realm and had the qualifications to become an official disciple of the Inner Yard. He didn't need to gamble with his life with Zhuowen. All right. We're all geniuses of the college. Let's not quarrel over this matter. Since Master Mufeng has personally invited you, Zhuowen, come on up, the college chief said with a smile. Zhuowen nodded. Then he glanced at Jianan, Gatha, and the others and said, I wonder if I can bring my friends on the Sun Shuttle? Master Mufeng calmly glanced at Jianan, Gatha, and the others beside Zhuowen. His eyes flickered as he said, Sure, come on up. Zhuowen was stunned. He didn't expect Master Mufeng to be so easy to talk to. He actually agreed to let him bring Jianan and the others on the Sun Shuttle. He had a good impression of Master Mufeng. He nodded and led the excited Jianan and the others onto the Sun Shuttle under the envious gazes of countless students. Moyan Wushang and Qing Yin also boarded the Sun Shuttle after Zhuowen because of the college chief. Let's go now. Chapter 1229. Black Wind Island. The howling sea breeze brushed past his face and blew up Zhuowin's dense black short hair. Zhuowen stood silently on the deck and looked down at the deep and pitch-black surface of the Sea of Misery, and his gaze flickered endlessly. The monstrous and enormous black waves that casually gushed out from the surface of the sea were like a shapeless hand in the darkness that grabbed the hearts of everyone. However, when these huge black waves crashed onto the surface of the Sun Shuttle, the surface of the Sun Shuttle would emit a blazing light. If one were to take a closer look, one would be able to see that there were complicated runes within the light. This was the defensive Yuan array that Grandmaster Mufeng had drawn. He must have spent a lot of precious materials to create such a powerful defense. After all, the towering black waves couldn't shake the Sun Shuttle at all. Even Zhuowen, who was on the deck, didn't feel the Sun Shuttle shaking. It was extremely stable. The 5 geniuses of the inner courtyard, standing on the other side of the deck, looked at Zhuowen with unfriendly gazes, especially Lan Zhu. He didn't even bother to hide the murderous glint in his eyes. When Zhuowen had defeated him, he had lost all his face. The other 4 geniuses were Lan Zhu's senior and junior brothers. Naturally, they didn't like Zhuowen. With Zhuowen's perception, he naturally felt the unfriendly gazes of the 5 geniuses. However, he didn't care too much. The strongest among the 5 geniuses should be the white-clothed man called by you. His cultivation was around the 4th level of the Emperor Realm. Lan Zhu was the weakest among the 5, only at the 1st level of the Emperor Realm. Although he didn't like Zhuowen, he didn't show it. Or rather, he didn't care too much about Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen was only a peak heavenly venerate. Even if he had the strength to defeat Lan Zhu, you wouldn't pay too much attention to him. After all, he was a genius of Sky Capital Peak and a mid-level Emperor Realm expert. His horizons were much higher than Lan Zhu's. After Zhuowen boarded the Sun Shuttle, he used a communication jade talisman to contact Luhan Tian, the Grand Demon Lord, and the other 4 who were still in the main city. They were to head to the shore of Jianshan Island to buy tickets and meet up on the island near the tomb. At this moment, Zhuowen suddenly walked over to Elder Huaxia and asked in a low voice, "Elder Huaxia, can you tell me the method to enter the inner court? After all, I'm already an in-name disciple of the inner court." Elder Huaxia glanced at Zhuowen indifferently and waved his sleeve. Although the inner courtyard is extremely mysterious to outsiders, it's not that mysterious to us. This is a map of the divine specter realm. The method to enter the inner courtyard is marked on it. Zhuowen did not expect Elder Huaxia to agree so readily. He kept the map, cupped his hands, and walked to the side of the deck. The Emperor's tomb could be said to be the center of the entire sea of bitterness. In the region of the Emperor's tomb, the sea water was exceptionally black, like ink. It was impossible to see what was in the water. A giant black storm swept through the entire Emperor's Tomb sea region. It was about 10 miles wide. Above the black storm, there were countless black clouds. Within the black clouds, there was a mix of purple and blue lightning. Rumble. A purplish-blue thunderbolt streaked across the void from the dark clouds in the sky, illuminating the black storm and making it look particularly conspicuous and ferocious. It was like an ancient giant beast that was about to devour everything in the world. That's the most famous black storm in the Emperor's Tomb. The black storm has the power to devour everything. If a warrior's strength is not enough to enter, he will be devoured by the black storm. Not even his bones will be left. Moyan Wushang slowly came to Zhuowen's side. His beautiful eyes stared at the giant black storm in the distance. His eyes were filled with fear. The black storm should be extremely terrifying. Not only did he see fear in Moyan Wushang's eyes, even the Dean and Elder Huaxia's faces changed slightly. The black storm can only be said to be the first obstacle in the Emperor's tomb. What's more terrifying is the 9 heavens purple profound lightning that is mixed in the black storm. The 9 heavens purple profound lightning is an extremely terrifying lightning energy that is born from the black storm. It is said that if it hits a mid-level emperor directly, even a high-level emperor will be severely injured. Moyan Wushang continued to speak slowly. "What? It's that terrifying?" Hearing this, Zhuowen's heart trembled. The black storm was already terrifying enough, but the 9 heavens purple profound lightning that was mixed in the black storm was even more terrifying. A mid-level emperor would be blasted to pieces, and even a high-level emperor would be severely injured by the 9 heavens purple profound lightning. If he was unlucky enough to be struck by the 9 heavens purple profound lightning, there would be nothing left of him. Zhuowen, you don't have to be so surprised. The 9 heavens purple profound lightning has a difference in strength. Wushang is just bluffing. If the 9 heavens purple profound lightning is completely purple, a mid-level emperor might not be able to withstand it. However, if it is a blue 9 heavens purple profound lightning, its power is much weaker. Ordinary, low-level emperors can withstand it. The purple profound lightning that is in between the two should be able to threaten low-level emperors, but not mid-level emperors. The Dean came to Zhuowen's side unknowingly and explained with a smile. However, his face soon became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "However, for you guys, even the weakest 9 heavens purple profound lightning might not be able to withstand it. Therefore, when you enter the black storm, try to be as careful as possible." Zhuowen and Moyan Wushang nodded their heads when they heard the Dean's serious advice. The Dean chatted with Zhuowen and Moyan Wushang for a while before he left. Zhuowen came to Jianan and Mo Lingtian's side and said in a serious tone, "This trip to the Emperor's tomb is extremely dangerous. The 4 of you have to be careful. When the time comes, follow me closely." The strength of Jianan and the other 3 had increased quite quickly. Among them, Jianan had reached the peak of the Golden Venerate level, while Mo Lingtian had reached the Heavenly Venerate level. What surprised Zhuowen the most was that Gatha had also reached the Heavenly Venerate level. Her cultivation speed was so fast that it exceeded Zhuowen's expectations. The Heaven's Wrath Armored Soul is indeed powerful. It can actually help Gatha cultivate so quickly. I wonder how much power Gatha can use from the Heaven's Wrath Armored Soul. Zhuowen took a deep look at Gatha and muttered in his heart. Xiaohe had praised Gatha's Heaven's Wrath Armored Soul very much. It was said that if this armored soul could be completely controlled, Gatha would definitely become an expert in the future. As for Jianan, because he had the undying armored soul, his skin was rough and his flesh was thick. Although his cultivation was at the peak of the golden venerate level, an ordinary heavenly venerate level warrior would find it difficult to deal with him. On the other hand, Xianxing's talent was much worse than Jianan and the other two. She was still only at the sovereign level. Entering the emperor's tomb with such a cultivation was actually an act of seeking death. Perhaps because she felt Zhuan's surprised gaze, Xianxing's beautiful eyes flashed and she forced a smile. This time, I'm only here to take a look at the emperor's tomb. If it's really too dangerous, I'll just take a look from the periphery. I don't plan to enter the emperor's tomb. Hearing Xianxing's words, Zhuan nodded and said, "The emperor's tomb is indeed too dangerous for you. Ordinary heavenly venerates have a high chance of dying in the emperor's tomb, let alone you." Zhuan's words were not polite. He knew that if he didn't point out the main point, it would be very difficult to dispel Xianxing's impulsive thoughts. Sure enough, after Zhuan's words fell, Xianxing lowered her head and nodded, not saying a word. Mo Lingtian chuckled and said, "Xianxing, Zhuan, he's doing this for your own good. Your cultivation is indeed a little weak. It's not very suitable for you to enter the emperor's tomb." "I know." Xianxing suddenly smiled and said. Seeing that Xianxing had thought it through, Mo Lingtian and Zhuan also relaxed. Next, they just had to wait for the sun shuttle to land. There was a rather large island in the periphery of the Black Storm. This island was called Ravengale Island because it was located near the Black Storm. Because the Emperor's tomb was about to open, the Ravengale Island, which was usually cold and cheerless, was now extremely lively. There was an endless stream of people, and it was bustling with activity. The landing of the Sun Shuttle attracted the attention of countless Ravengale Island cultivators. When they noticed that it was the Sun Shuttle, fear appeared in their eyes. In the entire Bitter Sea, only one person possessed the Sun Shuttle. That person was Master Mu Feng of the Excellent Divine Academy. He was the only heavenly arcana master in the entire Bitter Sea. His spiritual cultivation was unfathomable, and he was publicly acknowledged as an existence that couldn't be provoked. Moreover, the Excellent Divine Academy was also one of the 5 strongest islands in the Bitter Sea. Due to Master Mu Feng, it was ranked first among the 5 islands. Regardless of talent, strength, or foundation, it was stronger than the other 4 islands. After walking down the Sun Shuttle, Master Mu Feng and his group casually chose a large mountain peak and sat cross-legged on it. They silently waited for the Emperor's tomb to appear. After all, there was still half a month before the Emperor's tomb appeared. Thus, they weren't in a hurry. Master Mu Feng, Dean Mo Yin, and this should be the famous Inner Academy Elder, Hui Xie. Azura is fortunate to be able to meet the 3 of you. It's truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. A rather candid voice resounded. Soon after, a middle-aged man wearing a blood-red robe rushed over with a group of people and landed in front of Master Mu Feng and his group. Standing behind Grandmaster Mu Feng, Zhuowen's gaze landed on the blood-red robe man as a deep smile appeared on his face. This blood-red robed man was not unfamiliar to him. He was actually the Azura Island's island master, Azura Li Di. Back then, Zhuowen had been forced into an extremely miserable state by this fellow. Azura Li Di clearly didn't recognize Zhuowen. After all, when Zhuowen participated in the Azura Island's training, he had used the 100 Transformation Divine Art to change his appearance. Therefore, after shooting a glance at Zhuowen, he started chatting with Master Mu Feng and the other 2 with a flattering smile. Master Mu Feng narrowed his eyes. He was extremely cold towards Azura Li Di's friendly behavior. This caused Azura Li Di to feel awkward. However, he wasn't angry at all. Master Mu Feng's position in the Bitter Sea was extremely high. Even the Excellent Divine Academy's Outer Academy was polite to him, let alone Azura Li Di. Since Master Mu Feng wasn't willing to pay attention to him, Azura Li Di turned his attention to the Dean and started chatting with him. The Dean was originally a nice guy. In addition, Azura Lidi was the island master of Azura Island. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't be as cold and indifferent as Master Mufone. Azura Lidi, I heard that your son, Yama Crown Prince, was killed a few months ago. Is that true? Chapter 1230. Black Storm. The arrogant laughter immediately attracted everyone's attention. Soon after, they discovered that another group of people had landed on the mountain peak, where Master Mufone and the others were. It's the people from the Night Demon Island. It said that the Night Demon Island and the Azura Island have always been on bad terms. The Night Demon Island's island master must be mocking Azura Lidi on purpose. Many people whispered at the foot of the mountain peak. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at the group of people from the Night Demon Island who had just landed on the mountain peak. Night Demon Island? Zhuan's gaze also fell on the group of people from the Night Demon Island, especially the leader of the group. His aura was extremely powerful, even stronger than Azura Lidi. This person's hair was a sickly green. Between the thick ends of his hair, there were actually small green snakes slithering about. His pair of green eyes emitted a demonic aura. His entire temperament did not resemble that of a human. This person is the Night Demon Island's island master, Yi Wuxin. He's a demon emperor. Although he's also a fourth-layer emperor like Azura Lidi, his battle strength is even stronger than Azura Lidi. Yi Wuxin's original body was a sea snake that lived in the Bitter Sea. Later on, he cultivated and became a demon by chance. He obtained an island and named it the Night Demon Island. Later on, it developed and became one of the 5 strongest islands. Moyan Wushang also noticed the astonishment in Zhuan's eyes. He moved closer to his ear and softly explained, "The young man beside Yi Wuxin is Yi Wuxin's son, Yi Yuqing. His cultivation is a first-layer demon emperor. Back then, he fought against the Yama Crown Prince and lost to him in one move. That's why the relationship between Yi Wuxin and Azura Lidi isn't good." Hearing this, Zhuan nodded. It seemed that Yi Wuxin and Azura Lidi were old enemies. On the other hand, the young man beside Yi Wuxin, Yi Yuqing, was quite strong. He was even stronger than the Yama Crown Prince. Zhuan really did not know how the Yama Crown Prince had defeated Yi Yuqing. Perhaps feeling Zhuan's gaze, Yi Yuqing, who was standing next to Yi Wuxin, slowly turned her head. Her green pupils stared at Zhuan, and a ray of light burst out. Zhuan, on the other hand, was not afraid at all. Their eyes met, and he did not dodge at all. This made Yi Yuqing quite surprised. Interesting. A mere peak Empyrean actually dares to look me in the eye. Haha. Yi Yuqing chuckled and turned his gaze away naturally. However, he remembered Zhua Wen's name. Yi Wuxin. What do you mean? Standing Azura's face was extremely ugly as he stared coldly at Yi Wuxin. Yi Wuxin chuckled and said mockingly, "What's the point? The number 1 genius of your Azura Island, the Yama Crown Prince, was actually killed by a nobody. This is truly a disgrace to your reputation as an Azura. I am merely stating a fact." Boom! Standing Azura trembled with anger, and a terrifying emperor's aura spread out. He was actually planning to fight back. Yi Wuxin sneered when he sensed Azura's aura. He was not afraid at all, and he also released his own aura, not showing any weakness. "The two of you, that's enough. If you want to fight, don't fight here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Master Mufone slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of cold light spread out. His indifferent voice caused Azura and Yi Wuxin, who were opposing each other, to immediately restrain their auras. Since Master Mufone has spoken, Wuxin will naturally not act recklessly. "I'm just afraid that some people will attack at the slightest provocation," Yi Wuxin said to Master Mufone with a flattering smile. Azura Lidi's face darkened, but he couldn't do anything in front of Grandmaster Mufone. He could only coldly snort and leave the mountain peak. The death of the Yama Crown Prince was the deepest pain in his heart. Now that Yi Wuxin had exposed his scar in front of everyone, Azura Lidi didn't have the mood to stay here any longer. Not long after Azura Lidi left, the Sea Heart Island and the Horizon Island also came to visit Grandmaster Mufone. These 2 islands were also 2 of the 5 strongest islands. However, their strength was considered to be on the weaker side of the 5 islands. Therefore, when facing the Night Demon Island, these 2 islands clearly lacked confidence. Apart from the other 4 strongest islands that came to pay a visit to Master Mu Feng, many other islands of Bitter Sea also came, wanting to worm their way into being friends with Master Mu Feng. However, the strength of these islands was not enough, and they were naturally stopped by the other islands of Excellent Spirit Island, causing them to leave embarrassedly. "Let's wait for half a month first," Master Mu Feng said indifferently, then closed his eyes. The Dean and Elder Huaxia would naturally not disobey Master Mu Feng's words. They knew that the Emperor's tomb would only open in half a month, and waiting for half a month was the most appropriate time to enter. After all, regardless of whether it was the Black Storm or the 9 Heavens Purple Profound Lightning, both of them were extremely terrifying things. It was simply not worth it to take the risk to enter now. Zhuowen silently sat at the back, his eyes flickering. However, he was pondering in his heart. Lu Hantian and the others hoped that they would be able to arrive in half a month. 10 days later, Zhuowen's communication Jade Talisman was activated. Lu Hantian and the other 4 had finally arrived at Black Wind Island, and Zhuowen found an excuse to leave the mountain peak. With regards to Zhuowen's departure, Master Mu Feng and the others did not obstruct him. They only instructed Zhuowen to return before the Emperor's tomb opened. With the passage of 10 days, more and more warriors appeared on the Ravengale Island. Once the number of people increased, disputes would naturally occur. The Ravengale Island had become more chaotic than it was 10 days ago. During this period, countless fights broke out, and many people lost their lives in these fights. In this place, if one did not have sufficient strength, they would be swallowed whole. After all, most of the warriors in Bitter Sea were fugitives. Many fugitives from other regions of the Eastern Land had basically gathered in various islands of Bitter Sea to seek refuge. The atmosphere was extremely ferocious. Due to the chaos around him, Zhuowen naturally could not find peace after leaving the mountain peak. However, after several peak heavenly venerates with bad intentions were blasted to smithereens by Zhuowen, many of the surrounding warriors fell silent. They no longer dared to place their attention on Zhuowen. In a secluded valley on Black Wind Island, the Grand Demon Lord, Lu Hantian, and LVE Tao were gathered here. Zhuowen had found them through their communication Jade Talismans. "Zhuowen, Master!" Lu Hantian and the Grand Demon Lord arrived before Zhuowen first. Zhuowen nodded and said, "The Emperor's tomb will open in 5 days. Prepare yourselves well. Also, I plan to leave my demonic Dao clone with you and enter the Emperor's tomb with another identity." "You're not leaving your demonic Dao clone with you? You should know that your demonic Dao clone should be the strongest of your 3 clones, right?" Lu Hantian asked with a frown. Zhuowen shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry. My main body will follow the upper echelons of Fine God Academy into the Emperor's tomb, so there won't be any danger to my life. On the contrary, it won't be easy to snatch good things from them. I don't plan on exposing my demonic Dao clone," so Lu Hantian also understood. If Zhuowen wanted to obtain good things, he needed to rely on his demonic Dao clone. However, he did not want to expose his demonic Dao clone, so he planned on separating his demonic Dao clone from his main body. After exhorting Lu Hantian and the Grand Demon Lord, Zhuowen's main body left the valley. With the Grand Demon Lord and his demonic Dao clone following him, Zhuowen was not worried about the safety of Lu Hantian and the others. After returning to the mountain, Zhuowen waited silently. Finally, 5 days slowly passed. When the 5th day arrived, all the cultivators on Ravengale Island became excited. Their gazes all landed on the huge black storm before them. Rumble! The black storm before them began to tremble violently, as if something was stirring in the center of the storm. At the same time, the black clouds above the storm became even denser and darker, slowly sinking. 9 Heavens Purple Profound Lightning constantly wreaked havoc within the black clouds, descending into the black storm. There was no lack of terrifying purple thunderbolts. Like the might of the heavens, they dyed the entire black storm purple. Under the illumination of the demonic purple light, countless warriors on the Ravengale Island saw a terrifying whirlpool being formed at the bottom of the sea at the center of the black storm. Within the whirlpool, an incomparably black building slowly floated up. First, the sharp horn on the top of the building was revealed. Subsequently, the entire structure below was revealed. It was a huge black pyramid. The body of the pyramid was piled up with strange black bricks. A dark presence lingered around the pyramid, making it seem extremely strange. At the same time, the crowd discovered that at the center of the black pyramid, black stone doors had opened. At a glance, there were hundreds and thousands of stone door entrances. Is this the Emperor's tomb? Zhuowen's pupils shrunk as he muttered softly, looking at the black pyramid that was floating on the surface of the sea. The structure of the Emperor's tomb gave him an extremely shocking feeling. Just the structure alone was nearly 10,000 feet in size. In front of the Emperor's tomb, the entire Ravengale Island was like an ant, let alone the countless cultivators gathered in the black storm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The instant the Emperor's tomb appeared, countless sonic booms resounded. In the sky above Ravengale Island, figures that blotted out the sky and covered the earth whizzed out like locusts, rushing towards the Emperor's tomb at the center of the black storm. Let's set off as well. Master Mu Feng slowly stood up. With a wave of his sleeve, terrifying mental energy was like an armor that covered everyone's bodies. Soon after, he led everyone away from Ravengale Island. The gravity in the Sea of Bitterness has disappeared. When Zhuowen left Ravengale Island with Master Mu Feng and entered the sky above the Sea of Bitterness where the black storm was, he suddenly discovered that the terrifying gravity emitted from the surface of the Sea of Bitterness had completely disappeared. He knew that it was extremely difficult for cultivators below the Emperor's stage to fly above the Sea of Bitterness. Chapter 1231. Entrance to the Emperor's tomb. Zhuowen nodded his head when he heard this. No wonder this sea region did not have the terrifying gravity from before. It turns out that it had been offset by the buoyancy of the black storm. Rumble. Berserk thunderbolts descended from the black clouds like meteors that streaked across the sky. They were extremely resplendent. Countless figures rushed past Master Mu Feng's group like a swarm of locusts. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism. Be careful. The closer we get to the black storm, the more berserk the energy of the nine heavens' purple profound lightning will become. Master Mu Feng reminded them in an indifferent manner. His speed was not slow as he continued to advance. The group of people following Master Mu Feng nodded their heads with grave expressions. Even without Master Mu Feng's reminder, they could sense the increasingly powerful pressure coming from their surroundings. Moreover, a trace of danger rose in their hearts for no reason. Endless miserable cries suddenly sounded from the front. Countless figures in front of them were torn into a bloody mist by the powerful wind of the black storm the instant they neared. They could not be more dead. You guys overestimate yourselves. Even those below the heavenly venerate level actually dare to barge into the black storm. Evil Moon licked his lips and ridiculed. Just as Evil Moon had said, most of the cultivations of those who died in the black storm were below the heavenly venerate level. They did not even enter the black storm before they were annihilated by the powerful wind outside. Xian Xing, who was originally following beside Zhuowen's group, suddenly became silent. She sighed softly and said, Zhuowen, Ling Tian, Jianan, and Gatha, it looks like I'm not suitable for the Emperor's tomb. I'll wait for all of you on Ravengale Island. As she spoke, Xian Xing took a step forward and left the group, returning to Ravengale Island. After seeing the tragedy in front of them, Xian Xing finally retreated. After all, her cultivation was only at the Supreme Being level. With her cultivation, she would be torn to pieces by the powerful wind before she could reach the interior of the black storm. At least you know your own limits. However, is there still a brat in your group who overestimates himself and intends to continue following us? Evil Moon glanced at the departing Xian Xing. His evil gaze suddenly landed on Jia Nan as he coldly spoke. Canaan's cultivation was at the peak of the golden exalt level, and there was still a gap between him and a heavenly exalt. Therefore, what Evil Moon said was not wrong. You don't have to worry about that. What does my overestimation of my ability have to do with you? Jianan was a straightforward person, and he replied coldly, How dare you talk to me like this? Evil Moon's pupils shrank slightly. His eyes became colder and colder, and he said in a cold tone. However, after Shiyue finished speaking, he felt an extremely dangerous gaze. He raised his head and just happened to see Zhuo Wen's cold gaze. His heart trembled, and the words that he wanted to say were forcefully swallowed back into his stomach. Xiaoyu snorted coldly and did not say anything else. His body moved closer to the 5 great geniuses of the Inner Academy and began to chat with them. After all, Evil Moon had already advanced to the Emperor realm. Furthermore, he was willing to join their sky capital peak. Therefore, the 5 of them naturally did not reject Evil Moon. In addition, Evil Moon's slightly flattering attitude caused the 5 of them to have a good impression of him. Of course, the 5 of them naturally did not have a good attitude towards Zhuo. Instead, they were cold and indifferent. With regards to their attitudes, Zhuo shrugged his shoulders and did not pay too much attention to them. We are about to approach the Black Storm. Pay attention to the 9 heavens' purple, profound lightning within the Black Storm. Master Mu Feng's voice rang out once again, causing the group behind him to raise their guard. What a powerful tearing force! The instant they approached the Black Storm, Zhuowen's pupils shrank slightly. He felt a terrifying force spread around his body. This force spread in all directions, and it continuously pulled at his limbs and bones, wanting to tear him into pieces. After discovering this point, Zhuowen hurriedly circulated the Yuan power within his body and adhered it to his body, resisting the tearing force that was acting on his body. Zhuowen was not the only one. The others around him had also sensed the frightening, tearing force of the Black Storm. One after another, they unleashed their Yuan power defenses on the surface of their bodies. However, Jianan was an exception. He did not put up any defenses and directly faced the tearing force of the Black Storm. The thing that caused everyone to be rather surprised was that Jianan, who did not have any defensive measures, was actually completely unharmed under the Black Storm. No wonder he dared to follow us in. It turns out that this little fellow is not simple. The dean also noticed Jia Nan's unusual state. He was initially startled, but soon after, he softly laughed. Everyone, be careful. This Black Storm is mixed with the energy of the 9 heavens' purple profound bomb. Therefore, don't get hit by it. Otherwise, your life and death will be up to fate. Master Mu Feng leisurely strolled as his indifferent voice slowly sounded out. Zhuowen silently followed behind. During the process of entering the depths of the Black Storm, he had seen many tragedies. Many practitioners who were not strong enough were torn apart by the energy of the Black Storm midway due to their insufficient strength. They did not even have the time to let out a miserable shriek. The same scene frequently occurred within the large Black Storm region. The miserable shrieks that were tearing apart were unceasing. Within the black wind, there was a faint, unpleasant, bloody smell that was faintly emitted, causing the entire Black Storm region to have an additional ferocious color. Of course, although many practitioners had fallen within the Black Storm, there were also quite a few practitioners who successfully passed through the obstruction of the Black Storm and arrived at the center of the Black Storm. We're almost there. Master Mu Feng suddenly took a step forward and walked out of the periphery of the Black Storm, entering the core region. Although the energy in the periphery of the Black Storm was extremely violent, the core region of the storm was much calmer. After Master Mu Feng entered, the group of people behind him also entered the core region. Soon after, their gazes fell onto the center of the core region, where the Black Pyramid quietly floated. Their eyes were filled with fervor. Before them was their target this time, the Emperor's Tomb. Legend has it that the Emperor's Tomb was built by the strongest expert in the Imperial region, a powerful half-step saint, using his entire life saint force. He had long predicted the fall of the Imperial region. This Emperor's Tomb was originally used by the experts of the Imperial region to migrate. However, for some unknown reason, those Emperor Realm practitioners who entered the Emperor's Tomb all died. Hence, this building was called the Emperor's Tomb. Master Mu Feng said with his hands behind his back as he quietly stared at the emperor's tomb. Did he die for no reason? Bai Yu asked curiously. Master Mu Feng shook his head and said indifferently, I'm not very clear about what happened in the imperial region. The fall of the imperial region and the formation of the imperial tomb only took a single night. No one knows what happened that night. Zhuan nodded his head as his gaze landed on the tomb. Seemed like this tomb was filled with many mysteries. Whoosh, whoosh, air-piercing sounds rang out, and many warriors surged in from outside the black storm. When these warriors entered the core region, their gazes landed on the emperor's tomb in the center, and extreme greed appeared in their eyes. Master Mu Feng, shouted Yi Wu Xin with a group of people from the Yi Monster Island. He looked at the great emperor's tomb in front of him and said modestly, There are so many entrances to the great emperor's tomb. Which one is the real one? Not long after Yi Wu Xin arrived, Azura Island, Sea Heart Island, and Horizon Island also gathered in front of Master Mu Feng. Although there were hundreds of entrances to the great emperor's tomb, no one knew which one was the real one, so they didn't dare to take the risk. Not only them, but the surrounding warriors whose forces did not belong to the 5 strongest islands also did not act rashly. Obviously, they were also hesitating about which entrance was the most feasible. Master Mu Feng licked his lips and said with a smile, The method is very simple. There are 365 stone doors in the great emperor's tomb. You only need to choose 365 test subjects, and you will know which one is the real one. Yi Wu Xin from the Yi Monster Island, Azura Li Di from the Azura Island, Tian Juya from the Horizon Island, and Yang Haixin from the Sea Heart Island felt a chill in their hearts. Even Zhuan and the others behind Master Mu Feng narrowed their eyes. They weren't stupid, so they naturally understood the meaning behind Master Mu Feng's words. He wanted to capture 365 people to test the 365 stone doors in the great emperor's tomb. TSK. The method is very simple. But even if we choose 365 people to enter the stone doors, how will we know which one is the right one? After all, we won't be able to determine the situation inside. Yi Wu Xin chuckled. I have my own methods. First, capture 365 test subjects for me. Master Mu Feng said indifferently. The eyes of the 4 island masters flickered when they heard Master Mu Feng's words. In the end, they still listened to Master Mu Feng's idea. They must enter the great emperor's tomb. Of course, they wouldn't take any risks when it came to the entrance. Therefore, Master Mu Feng's idea was the most reliable. After all, there were only 365 people. This time, there would be tens of thousands of warriors entering the core area. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When they thought of this, the 4 island masters led the experts under their forces and rushed towards the warriors who were still watching. Soon, the surrounding warriors were in an uproar. They didn't expect that the 4 island masters would suddenly make a move. Of course, most of the people chosen by the 4 island masters were rogue cultivators who didn't belong to any sects or clans or warriors from extremely weak island forces. Therefore, although the actions of the 4 island masters caused dissatisfaction among the surrounding warriors, it didn't cause too much of a backlash. After a while, the 4 island masters captured 365 weaker warriors. Most of them were at the initial stage of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. There were a few at the intermediate stage of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. These warriors were all glaring angrily at the 4 island masters and constantly cursing. Chapter 1232. Entering the Emperor's tomb, sensing the gazes of the 4 island masters, Master Mu Feng nodded his head. Taking a step forward, he extended his right hand, and a myriad of mental energy shot out from between his eyebrows. The instant the mental energy shot out, it turned into a glowing seal and imprinted itself between the eyebrows of the 365 cultivators. The instant the glowing seal appeared between their eyebrows, the people who were originally struggling and cursing became like wooden puppets. They stood on the spot and no longer struggled. Slave seals from the myriad yin, true scripture. When he saw the slave seals imprinted between the cultivator's eyebrows, Zhuan's pupil shrank. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Weren't these slave seals evolved from the myriad yin true scripture? Zhuan was extremely clear about these slave seals. However, Zhuan did not say anything. Instead, he took a deep look at Master Mu Feng's back as a thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes. He did not expect that Master Mu Feng would actually know the myriad yin true scripture. This had truly exceeded his expectations. Master, the 365 cultivators had lifeless gazes as they knelt on the ground and shouted, "What's going on? Those 365 cultivators have been controlled?" The pupils of many people in the surroundings shrank as they started to discuss spiritedly. They were extremely astonished by the strange actions of those 365 cultivators. "All of you, enter the 365 stone doors." Master Mu Feng indifferently pointed at the entrance of the emperor's tomb as he instructed. Yes, the 365 cultivators nodded their heads. Under Master Mu Feng's instructions, they flew towards the entrance of the emperor's tomb. After the 365 cultivators disappeared into the entrance, Master Mu Feng waved his sleeve, and 365 glowing spots appeared in front of him. "Master Mu Feng, this is..." Yi Wu Xian asked in astonishment. These light spots correspond to the signs of life of the 365 martial artists. If the light spot is extinguished, it means that the martial artist in the light spot is dead. I think that the entrance of the stone door where the martial artist in the last light spot is at is the correct entrance to the emperor's tomb, Master Mu Feng said indifferently. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of many people in the surroundings turned cold. This Grandmaster Mu Feng really regarded human lives as worthless. He had implanted slave seals into the sea of consciousness of 365 cultivators and used their lives to find the correct entrance to the arch-tomb. How ruthless, Zhuan thought to himself. Rustle, rustle. Not long after, the light spots in front of Grandmaster Mu Feng began to extinguish one after another. In the blink of an eye, dozens of light spots had been extinguished. So fast, looking at the dozens of light spots that were instantly extinguished, many of the surrounding martial artists were shocked. Fortunately, they did not rashly enter the stone door. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, there were only 2 light spots left in front of Grandmaster Mu Feng. Everyone knew that they were about to find the correct stone door's entrance. Rustle. Finally, there were only 2 light spots left. The light spot on the left was extinguished, leaving only the light spot on the right. Grandmaster Mu Feng, who was originally squinting his eyes, suddenly opened them, after which he held the light spot in his hand and rushed towards an unremarkable stone door in front of the arch-tomb. That is the true entrance to the arch-tomb. Looking at Grandmaster Mu Feng's actions, many people held their breaths. They were constantly paying attention to which stone door Grandmaster Mu Feng would choose. Grandmaster Mu Feng paced back and forth on the stone door in front of him for a while before stopping in front of the unremarkable stone door. He said indifferently, "This is the correct entrance to the arch-tomb. Let's go." The moment Grandmaster Mu Feng finished speaking, the warriors who were observing the scene immediately went crazy. Soon after, the sound of something tearing through the air resounded as those warriors charged into the stone door with fervent looks in their eyes. Grandmaster Mu Feng did not stop them. Instead, he slowly landed at the side and silently looked at the martial artists who were crazily rushing in. Yi Wuxin, who was originally unable to restrain the excitement in his heart, naturally noticed that Grandmaster Mu Feng was not in a hurry to enter. His heart slowly calmed down and his eyes flickered. He was actually not in a hurry to enter. Azura Island, Horizon Island, and Sea Heart Island also noticed the abnormality of Grandmaster Mu Feng and the Night Demon Island. They all stopped in their original positions and did not follow the crowd into the stone door. Instead, they waited for Grandmaster Mu Feng's next move. When enough martial artists had rushed into the stone door, Grandmaster Mu Feng waved his hand at the Dean and Elder Huaxia. The two of them nodded in understanding and brought the people behind them to Grandmaster Mu Feng's side. "Let's go in now." Grandmaster Mu Feng said such irrelevant words and led the upper echelons and genius students of the excellent Spirit Island into the stone door. However, Zhuan, who was following behind, sharply noticed that the light spot on Grandmaster Mu Feng's hand had already become dim. It was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Needless to say, the last light spot was about to be extinguished. There should be some unknown danger within the stone door. However, why did Grandmaster Mu Feng hide all of this? At the same time, Zhuan also noticed the calm expressions on the faces of the other 4 island masters. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something. Cannon fodder? Zhuan suddenly thought of a possibility. Perhaps the 365 entrances of the Emperor's Tomb could lead to the depths of the Emperor's Tomb. However, every single entrance had layers of mechanisms. Moreover, the mechanisms at the entrances were probably extremely powerful. Therefore, they needed cannon fodder to weaken or even trigger the mechanisms at the entrances so that they could smoothly enter the depths of the Emperor's Tomb. After all, the 365 entrances were too scattered. If all the warriors were to gather at one entrance, they would be able to eliminate the mechanisms at that entrance to the greatest extent. Sure enough, miserable shrieks rang out one after another from the stone door. This caused the people behind Grandmaster Mu Feng to reveal astonished expressions. Wasn't this stone door the true entrance? Could it be that there was some kind of danger inside? Let's go in, Grandmaster Mu Feng faintly said as he stepped into the stone door. The dean, Elder Hui Xie, and the rest looked at each other. Although they were extremely puzzled by the miserable shrieks that rang out from the stone door, they still chose to believe Grandmaster Mu Feng in the end. After Grandmaster Mu Feng and his group entered, Yi Wuxin led the martial artists from the Night Demon Island and followed closely behind. Following them were the Azura Island, Horizon Island, and Sea Heart Island. In the pitch-black passageway, a thick smell of blood spread out, causing everyone to frown. This was because they discovered that the smell of blood was extremely fresh. It was obvious that it had just been emitted. In other words, there should be quite a number of martial artists who had died in the passageway. Finally, the group walked out of the passageway and arrived at an empty space that was neither big nor small. Corpses were strewn all over the empty space. These corpses belonged to the martial artists who had just entered the Emperor's Tomb. Arrows that flickered with lightning were stuck in the chests of these martial artists. The lightning on these arrows was purple in color. It was actually the might of the 9 heavens' purple profound lightning. If it pierced through the body, the yuan within the body would be destroyed by the might of the 9 heavens' purple profound lightning and lose all of its vitality. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, the sound of metal colliding rang out from the front. It immediately attracted the attention of Grandmaster Mu Feng and his group. Let's go and take a look, Grandmaster Mu Feng said as he led the group forward. The other 4 island masters also silently followed behind. In front of the empty space, there was a large hall. Behind the large hall, there were more than 10 passageways. At this moment, countless lightning bolts filled the large hall. Lightning flickered, stimulating everyone's eyes. When Zhuan slowly opened his eyes, he discovered that there were figures formed by lightning bolts in the large hall. These figures were clad in lightning armor. They held lightning bows in their left hands and arrows in their right hands. They pulled the lightning bows into a full moon shape. With the release of their fingers, the lightning arrows turned into arrows that shot out from the bowstring. Countless lightning arrows fell like raindrops, densely covering the entire large hall. At this moment, there were many martial artists in the large hall. When these martial artists saw the lightning arrows shooting towards them, their expressions changed. Each of them unleashed their own defensive measures, hoping to block these frightening lightning arrows. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As the lightning arrows fell, countless miserable shrieks resounded. Grandmaster Mu Feng and his group, who were at the entrance of the large hall, took a few steps back and left the range of the lightning arrows. There were too many martial artists in the large hall. Although there were many lightning arrows, they only injured and killed a portion of the martial artists. The majority of the martial artists' defensive measures were able to block the lightning arrows. Everyone, let's work together and break through these martial artists. Once we break through, we will be able to break through the entrance and enter the deepest part of the Emperor's tomb. It was unknown who shouted from within the crowd. The martial artists, who were originally trembling in fear, regained their senses. That person was right. If they did not work together to break through these martial artists, they would probably die here. Let's go together. Voices echoed one after another. Then, the cultivators in the hall unleashed their strongest attacks one after another. At the same time, they turned into a terrifying stream of people and shot out violently, rushing towards the thunderous figure in front of them. Boom! Boom! Amidst the intense collisions, the screams of the cultivators spread throughout the entire hall. Then, under the concerted attacks of the numerous cultivators, a gap appeared in the lightning-like silhouette that was like an iron wall. Everyone, let's continue. We will be able to break through these martial artists very soon. Looking at the gap, many cultivators revealed hopeful looks in their eyes. One after another, they unleashed even more terrifying attacks, wanting to completely blast these lightning figures away. Roar! Just as the lightning silhouettes were about to push the huge number of lightning silhouettes away, the lightning silhouettes roared one after another. Then, terrifying lightning spread out and swallowed all the lightning silhouettes. Chapter 1233. Earth, the huge thunder dragon roared and swung its terrifying thunder tail. Nearly 100 warriors at the front spat out mouthfuls of blood as they were sent flying. Boom, boom, boom. The moment these 100 or so martial artists were sent flying, the other martial artists in the hall revealed looks of dread as they retreated. The aura on Lei Long's body was too terrifying. It was like a mountain, causing everyone to feel suffocated. This lightning dragon is likely at the intermediate D level. Moreover, it is likely to be one of the stronger intermediate D level existences. Grandmaster Mu Feng spoke in a deep voice at the entrance of the hall. Grandmaster Mu Feng, do we need to take action? The Dean and Elder Huaxia came to Elder Mu Feng's side and asked. Grandmaster Mu Feng nodded and said, "It is quite easy for the few of us to enter the entrance on the other side of the hall. However, it will not be so easy for these little fellows to charge through this lightning dragon." The Dean and Elder Huaxia understood his meaning after hearing these words. If they wanted by you and the rest of the younger generation to enter the Emperor tomb, they, as seniors, would have to take action. I believe that the 4 Island Masters will not mind helping us hold back this lightning dragon, right? The Dean suddenly smiled and spoke to the 4 Island Masters behind him. Yiwu Xian, Azura Li Di, and the other 2 cursed in their hearts when they saw the smile on the Dean's face. However, the auspicious God Island had Grandmaster Mu Feng. Therefore, they were not willing to offend him too much. They could only agree, of course. We will work together to hold back this beast. The Dean nodded. He immediately turned around and stared at Zhuowen and the rest. Once we have completely held back the lightning dragon, the few of you should move quickly and quickly enter the tunnel behind. Zhuowen, Moyan Wushang, and the rest naturally nodded their heads repeatedly. Elder Huaxia also turned around to instruct the 5 geniuses from the Inner Academy. After he finished instructing them, they rushed toward the lightning dragon in front of them under the lead of Grandmaster Mu Feng. Look, it is the island masters of the 5 strongest islands and Grandmaster Mu Feng. Quite a number of people in the hall revealed an excited expression when they saw the 7 figures rushing out. They knew that with these 7 people taking action, this lightning dragon would be relatively easy to deal with. At that time, they would be able to take advantage of the chaos and enter the tunnel. B** surrender, Grandmaster Mu Feng indifferently said. With a wave of his sleeve, his frightening mental energy transformed into a huge mental energy hand that descended from the sky like a mountain and enveloped the lightning dragon. At the instant when Grandmaster Mu Feng unleashed his attack, the other 6 people also unleashed their own attacks and suppressed the lightning dragon with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Oh, Lei Long had also sensed the terrifying aura of the 7 people who had suddenly appeared. Its dragon eyes were filled with fear. However, it did not feel any fear because of this. Instead, it roared and monstrous thunderbolts surged out from its body. These thunderbolts were like sharp swords as they shot out. Boom! Boom! The frightening lightning sword collided with the 7 attacks. Soon after, an extremely frightening lightning glow erupted. The blazing light caused the other warriors in the hall to involuntarily narrow their eyes. Thud, thud, thud. One could see that the lightning dragon emitted a sharp, miserable cry within the endless lightning glow. Immediately, it was forced back by the 7 attacks. The dragon tail, which was originally covering the dozen-plus tunnels behind it, had also shifted. Let's go. The instant the tunnel was revealed, Zhuowen let out a low cry. He took a step forward and led Moyan Wushang, Jianan, and the rest as they rushed towards the empty tunnel. They knew that this was the opportunity that Grandmaster Mufeng had created for them to enter the Emperor Tomb. They must not let go of this opportunity. In the blink of an eye, Zhuowen's group had already reached the entrance of the tunnel. However, Zhuowen did not enter first. Instead, he gestured to Moyan Wushang and the rest, and said, "All of you enter first. I will follow behind you." Moyan Wushang nodded and softly said, "You should be careful." As he spoke, Moyan Wushang stepped on the ground and entered the depths of the tunnel. Following him were Qingyin, Jianan, Gatha, and Mo Lingtian. The 5 geniuses from the Inner Academy and Evil Moon entered the tunnel beside Zhuowen. During the period of time that Evil Moon was on the Sun Shuttle and Black Wind Island, he was quite familiar with the 5 geniuses from the Inner Academy. Their relationship was quite good. Therefore, the 5 geniuses from the Inner Academy took good care of Evil Moon. Among the 6 of them, Baiyu, who was the strongest, was at the back. Zhuowen merely glanced indifferently at Baiyu, who was at the entrance of the tunnel beside him. He planned to enter the tunnel. However, the instant he stepped into the tunnel, an air-splitting sound rushed over. Oh! Zhuowen's pupils shrunk. Immediately, he saw Baiyu flick his finger. A blazing light surged out from his fingertip. It was like a light arrow that rushed out and directly bombarded Zhuowen. Looking at the light arrow that rushed over, Zhuowen's eyes were extremely gloomy. Baiyu was too despicable to attack him at this critical juncture. Zhuowen's right hand was suffused with Buddhist light. He suddenly slammed his palm against the light arrow. After that, he felt a huge force and took a few steps back. The instant he stabilized his body, Baiyu revealed a strange smile and said, "Good luck." After speaking, Baiyu took a step forward and disappeared into the passageway at the side. Zhuowen Gang was just about to give chase when an ominous premonition rose in his heart, following which a terrifying sharp whistle of air being torn apart sounded from behind him. Not good. Zhuowen suddenly turned around and saw the huge tail of the lightning dragon, which was wrapped in monstrous lightning, directly smashing down on his head. Countless strong winds blew, causing Zhuowen's long hair to dance. The scattered lightning landed on Zhuowen's face, causing his cheeks to feel a little numb. Buddha's eye. Without thinking, Zhuowen opened his Buddha's eye. His body turned into an immortal and indestructible Buddha body. Golden Buddhist light spread. At the same time, Zhuowen grasped the light wheel at the back of his head and held it horizontally in front of him. Rumble. The terrifying lightning dragon tail slammed on the light wheel, causing crackling sounds like firecrackers to ring out. Then, Zhuowen clearly felt that the lightning flowed along the surface of the light wheel and spread to his hands and body, causing his body to feel numb. Thump! 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 Zhuowen groaned and continuously retreated. His eyes were filled with horror. This lightning dragon was so terrifying. Just a sweep of the dragon tail gave him a great and terrifying pressure. Even in his Buddha body, he felt that it was somewhat difficult to bear. The blood in his body boiled, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. Rumble. Countless lightning-filled dragon tails smashed into the ground not far from Zhuowen. The frightening force caused the ground to crack. One could only hear a swoosh sound. The moment the dragon tails landed on the ground, They swept towards Zhuowen without losing any momentum. Their target was the already retreating Zhuowen. Damn it, it's still coming? Seeing the lightning dragon tail sweeping over again, Zhuowen could not help but curse. Just as he was about to attack again, a stalwart figure blocked in front of him and blocked the dragon tail. Zhuowen took a look and saw that it was the Dean, Moyen Bai-yin. "Zhuowen, go in first," Moyen Bai-yin said to Zhuowen in a deep voice. "Thank you, Dean." Zhuowen's eyes revealed a grateful expression. He nodded and took a step forward. Like a black lightning bolt, he rushed out and entered the tunnel from earlier. While Master Mu Feng's group of 7 were in the process of fighting the lightning dragon, there were quite a number of people in the hall who were trying to take advantage of the chaos to enter the tunnel behind the lightning dragon. Naturally, there were also some unlucky fellows who were coincidentally swept by the dragon's tail due to their weak strength. They were directly turned into a bloody mist and couldn't be more dead than they were. "Let's go. There is no need to be entangled with this beast." Master Mu Feng suddenly opened his mouth and said, "This beast is not very strong. However, its skin is rough and its flesh is thick. Even with the few of us joining hands, we are still unable to completely destroy it. We can only suppress it." Yi Wuxin frowned and said. Azura Li Di chuckled and said, "If you were to use your full strength, it would not be difficult to finish off this lightning dragon, right?" The few people present did not speak. None of them had used their full strength during the process of dealing with the lightning dragon. After all, they had entered the Emperor Tomb and were considered competitors. Hence, they would not use their trump cards so early. Therefore, all of them held back during the process of dealing with the lightning dragon. This was also the main reason why the lightning dragon was not killed by the combined attacks of 6 intermediate D-level experts. However, even if it was not killed, the lightning dragon was currently somewhat exhausted. Its large dragon eyes drooped as it panted heavily. The sound of heavy breathing was emitted from it like a fan. "Let's go. These dozen or so tunnels should lead to different places. I will make a move first." Master Mu Feng faintly said before randomly choosing a tunnel and entering it. Moyen Bai-yin and Elder Huaxian naturally followed closely behind Master Mu Feng. "Let's go." The 4 island masters, Yi Wuxin, Azura Li Di, Tian Jia, and Yang Haixin, looked at each other. Vigilance was revealed in their eyes as they each chose a different tunnel. The instant the 4 of them disappeared into the tunnel, the countless remaining cultivators in the large hall also rushed out like locusts and entered the tunnel that they had chosen. After walking out of the passageway, Zhuowen stood at the exit of the passageway and silently stared at the scene before him. His gaze flickered indeterminately because what appeared before him was actually an extremely large expanse of land. Moreover, it was a withered and cracked land. Buildings were scattered all over the land. These buildings were scattered messily in every corner of the land. However, what surprised Zhuowen was that most of these buildings were in a dilapidated state. It was as if an earth-shattering battle had occurred here. Very quickly, Zhuowen noticed that at the center of this vast land, there was a continuous ravine that was close to 1,000 feet long. Within the ravine was a pitch-black abyss. No one could clearly see what was within the ravine. It seems like the dozen or so tunnels in the large hall should all lead to this land. It's just that the locations of the exits are different. Chapter 1234. The Heart of the Emperor Whoosh. Whoosh. At the exit of the passageway Zhuowen was in, the sound of something breaking through the air resounded. A considerable number of cultivators appeared. These cultivators should have chosen the same passageway as Zhuowen. After these warriors came out, they first glanced at Zhuowen, who was standing at the exit of the passage. Then, all of their attention was focused on the huge land in front of them, as well as the dilapidated buildings standing on the land. Even the huge gully in the middle of the land. Is this the interior of the Emperor's tomb? The surrounding warriors muttered softly, their eyes filled with shock. "Go. Let's go deeper and take a look. There must be a heart of imperial power inside. We might even be able to obtain the inheritance of a martial emperor," someone in the crowd said. Then, he shot towards the ground like an arrow leaving the bow. The people behind him also reacted. This was the Emperor's tomb. The things inside were extremely precious to Emperor Realm experts. If they didn't hurry up, the things inside would be snatched away. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, countless sonic booms rang out. The cultivators at the exit of the passageway all rushed out in a hurry, all for the sake of gaining the initiative in this emperor's tomb. Zhuowen stood quietly on the spot with his brows slightly furrowed. The passage that he had entered was the passage that Moyan Wushang and the others were in. What made him puzzled was that he had lost contact with Moyan Wushang and the others when he entered the exit. He didn't even see them at the exit. Maybe they have already gone ahead to explore this vast land. Xiao Hei's voice slowly rang out in his mind, causing Zhuowen to nod in agreement. Big Brother Han Tian and the others have also entered this land, but they seem to be a little far away from us. Suddenly, Zhuowen sensed the aura of his devil doppelganger. He knew that the devil doppelganger that followed Taimo Lord and Lu Han Tian had also come in. However, the aura he sensed was extremely weak. It should be because they were too far away. Since this place is called the Emperor's Tomb, there must be a lot of good things. However, I'm afraid that it's also very dangerous. Be careful, Xiao Hei's voice rang out again. Zhuowen slightly nodded, looking cautious. Let's go. Taking a step forward, Zhuowen was like a bolt of black lightning, silently following behind the countless figures in front of him. Although he was quite worried about Kanan and the others, with Moyan Wushang and Soft Note by their side, they should not be in too much danger. Even though Moyan and Qingyin were still at the top of the Celestial Zune layer, they were still in the top 5 of the Celestial Zune layer. Their fighting strength was terrifying, comparable to the strength of the first layer of the Great Emperor layer. In addition, Moyan was the granddaughter of Bai Yin and Mo Yin, the dean of the Great Emperor layer. She would definitely have some powerful life-saving methods. Ordinary cultivators of the second layer of the Great Emperor layer wouldn't be able to defeat her easily. Everywhere he passed, Zhuowen saw numerous dilapidated buildings. It seemed like a peerless battle had occurred here all those years ago. After all, Zhuowen was able to discern from these dilapidated buildings that this place used to be an extremely bustling city, and it was the place where the strongest experts of the Imperial region had settled down. Back then, why did this place become the grave of the great emperors of the great Imperial region? Zhuowen grew increasingly curious about the truth of what had happened in this land back then as he looked at the ruined scene below. However, he also knew that it was useless no matter how curious he was. Even Grandmaster Mu Feng did not know what had happened back then, let alone him. Suddenly, Zhuowen noticed that the numerous cultivators who were flying in front of him had slowed down and were descending towards an open space in front of him. Without even thinking about it, Zhuowen naturally followed the crowd and landed on the open space. One could see that there was also a cluster of buildings standing in this empty space. The difference was that this cluster of buildings was much more complete than the others and was not as dilapidated. The most eye-catching thing was that there was actually a temple-like building in the middle of this cluster of buildings. Under the pure white dome, there were dozens of white pillars that were as thick as a couple of people hugging together. At this moment, many cultivators were gathered outside the temple. Zhuowen also landed and blended into the crowd. There was no door around the temple, and the interior was completely exposed. Through the thick pillars, there was a rather clean hall. There was a red carpet in the center of the hall, and the red carpet extended from the depths of the hall to the entrance of the temple. On both sides of the red carpet, there were actually figures sitting cross-legged. At a closer look, these figures were pitch black and withered like corpses. The movements of these figures were extremely uniform. All of them raised their heads and looked towards the depths of the red carpet. It was as if there was something important in the depths of the red carpet that they needed to look up to before they died. In the depths of the red carpet, there was a white jade altar. At the top of the altar, a heart was constantly beating. Moreover, as the heart beat, waves of star force spread out. The star force was extremely vast and dense. At the same time, below the altar, there was an especially large corpse sitting cross-legged. This corpse was much more robust than the corpses on both sides of the red carpet. It was several times their size. If it stood up, it would probably be several meters tall, almost like a small giant. This is the heart of imperial power. Feeling the powerful star force spreading from the white jade altar, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He could not help but think to himself. Before entering the emperor's tomb, he had heard that there were many hearts of imperial power in the emperor's tomb. This kind of thing was very beneficial for celestial venerables to advance to the emperor realm. If a peak celestial venerables had this kind of heart of imperial power, they could directly break through to the emperor realm. Not only Zhuowen, but many cultivators around recognized the true identity of this heart. It was the heart of imperial power that they had always wanted to obtain. This kind of thing was a fatal temptation for cultivators below the emperor realm. At this moment, the atmosphere outside the temple had become eerily silent. There was also the sound of rapid breathing. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the heart of imperial power, their eyes full of greed. Zhuowen even saw many Emperor Realm cultivators among this group of cultivators. These Emperor Realm cultivators were also greedily staring at the heart of imperial power. Logically speaking, the heart of imperial power was not very useful for Emperor Realm cultivators. However, these Emperor Realm cultivators usually obtained the heart of imperial power to give it to their juniors, to help them break through to the Emperor Realm. After all, a heart of imperial power meant that there was a possibility of the birth of an Emperor Realm cultivator. After a brief moment of silence, the sound of something breaking through the air broke the silence in the surroundings. Immediately, many warriors outside the temple rushed into the temple with scarlet eyes, as if they had gone mad. Zhuowen stood outside the temple and stared at the cultivators who were rushing into the temple. He frowned slightly. The corpses in the temple were too strange. He did not dare to act rashly. Moreover, he was extremely confident in his own strength. Even if someone had obtained the heart of imperial power, he could snatch it from that person. There was no need for him to take the risk of entering the temple. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More and more people rushed into the temple. The moment they stepped into the temple, the empty eyes of the corpses on both sides of the red carpet lit up with green flames. It was like a ghost fire in the middle of the night. It looked extremely strange. Kill! A deep voice reverberated in the temple. The corpses on both sides of the red carpet suddenly moved. Then, their withered arms clenched into fists and violently punched the invading cultivators. Boom! Boom! Miserable shrieks rang out. The dozen or so warriors who were charging at the front were completely caught off guard and were viciously hit by the mummy's fists. Then, without even a groan, they exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Hiss! Gasps rang out one after another. Those cultivators at the back all stopped in their tracks and slowly took a few steps back. They stared at the mummies in the temple that had suddenly come to life with terrified gazes. There were more than a dozen corpses in the temple. When they stood up, crackling sounds were heard. It was crisp and ear-piercing. Blood-red flames erupted from the hollow eyes of the gigantic corpse that was seated at the center of the altar. When it stood up, it was actually 50 feet tall. Its exposed upper body was extremely shriveled, and one could even see the rows of protruding ribs on its body. The other warriors in the temple retreated one after another. The dozen or so warriors who had been killed in seconds were all above the late-stage Heavenly Venerate realm. There were even peak Heavenly Venerates among them. Yet, they were unable to resist the attacks of the mummies. Everyone knew that these seemingly unremarkable mummies were at least peak Heavenly Venerates. As for the giant mummy standing in front of the altar, its power was even more terrifying. Its strength was probably above the Emperor realm. Seeing this lineup, many cultivators decided to retreat. This temple was not so easy to barge into, and the heart of imperial power was not so easy to obtain. The might displayed by these mummies was enough to make them suffer a lot. Oh, the giant mummified corpse roared. Suddenly, the green flames in the eyes of more than a dozen mummified corpses in the temple burned even more vigorously. They took a step forward and turned into more than a dozen black lightning bolts, shooting toward the many cultivators in the temple. It was a one-sided massacre. Let's go. Many cultivators who were not strong enough saw the cultivators around them fall. They were horrified and immediately retreated from the temple. The corpses that were chasing after them seemed to have some kind of restriction. They could not step out of the temple at all. When they reached the edge of the temple, they stopped. As for the peak Empyrean martial artists, they all stayed in the temple and fought with the dried corpses. The heart of imperial power was just too attractive to them. It was impossible for them to give up. The three of us will work together to defeat the giant corpse. As for the ownership of the heart of imperial power, we will fight for it later. Chapter 1235. Snatch. The three Emperor Realm cultivators were all first-level great emperors. When the three of them joined forces against the giant mummy, the other cultivators in the temple were disappointed. They knew that if the three Emperor Realm cultivators managed to defeat the giant mummy, they wouldn't get a share of the heart of imperial power. Some of them even hoped that the three Emperor Realm cultivators would fail to obtain the heart of imperial power. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the three Emperor Realm cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle with the giant corpse. The Emperor's aura and the power of the stars overflowed in all directions, causing the atmosphere in the temple to stagnate to the extreme. Terrifying yuan qi gushed out like a raging dragon, lingering in the surroundings. The blood-red flames in the giant mummy's eyes burned brighter and brighter as it stared at the three Emperor Realm cultivators. The chilling intent in its eyes became even more intense. With a roar, the mummy's withered arms swung out violently. Brilliant blood-red flames surged out of its body and surrounded it. Its arms bloomed like flowers of blood as it blasted towards the three Emperor Realm cultivators. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the intense blood flame and the frightening yuan power collided, causing an extremely deafening muffled sound to resound. Waves of energy ripples spread out in the surroundings, causing the entire temple to violently shake and tremble under the undulations of the energy ripples. The dozen or so small corpses and other peak Empyrean martial artists that had been fighting in the temple all stopped when they sensed the terrifying fluctuations of the battle. The martial artists all retreated out of the temple, while the dozen or so small corpses silently retreated to the edge of the temple. They stared at the battle in the center with dread in their eyes. A battle between Emperor Realm cultivators wasn't something they could interfere with. Although these mummies didn't have much intelligence, they were innately afraid of the Emperor aura of the Emperor Realm cultivators. Naturally, they wouldn't commit suicide without fear of death. Bang, bang, bang. Three muffled groans resounded. Immediately, the three Emperor Realm cultivators in the middle of the battle in the temple groaned and retreated dozens of steps back, almost to the edge of the temple. The giant mummy's body was burning with blood-red flames, its eyes red with anger, and its aura terrifying. Even three great emperors aren't a match for this giant mummy. Outside the temple, many cultivators felt their hearts turn cold. They knew that if these three martial emperors couldn't obtain the heart of imperial power, there was no need to talk about the cultivators below the martial emperor realm. There's no need to hold back. Use your full strength to kill this beast, shouted the youngest of the three great emperors. He was about 30 years old. He released his armor soul, which was a gigantic beetle. It was pitch black and looked extremely tough. The moment this person unleashed his armor spirit, the other two also did not hold back and unleashed their own armor spirits. They knew that if they did not use their full strength, they would not be able to deal with this huge mummy. After all, the blood flame that was emitted from the latter's body was extremely powerful. Not only did it possess defensive capabilities, but it also possessed an extremely powerful offensive strength. Boom! Boom! The moment the three of them unleashed their respective armor souls, they immediately launched a powerful attack and rushed toward the giant mummy in the center. The giant mummy also felt the terrifying aura from the three great emperors. Its blood-red eyes revealed a rare tinge of fear. It roared and waved its arms violently. The blood-red flames swept out and turned into three blood pillars, surrounding its body and shooting towards the three great emperors. Break! The three great emperors shouted in unison. The armor spirits on their bodies unleashed a terrifying power, instantly destroying the three blood pillars. Then, they continued to attack the giant mummy. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded. The giant mummy was forced back dozens of steps under the attack of the three great emperors. The blood-red flames around its body seemed to have dimmed. It suppressed. Looking at this scene, many of the surrounding people narrowed their eyes and began to feel anxious. They knew that once the three great emperors completely suppressed the giant mummy, the heart of imperial power would be snatched away by them. Moreover, there were more than 10 small mummies at the edge of the temple, eyeing them covetously. Many of the cultivators outside the temple did not dare to enter the temple and seize the opportunity to snatch the heart of imperial power. Even if there were no small mummies in the temple, the other cultivators would not dare to snatch the heart of imperial power. After all, once the heart of imperial power was snatched away, they would have to face the encirclement of the three great emperors. At that time, even if they did not die, they would still die. Ding! 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 While everyone's attention was attracted by the battle between the three great emperors and the giant mummy, the crisp sound of footsteps suddenly rang out, attracting the attention of many cultivators outside the temple. Shifting their gazes slightly, everyone's gazes landed on the owner of the footsteps. They saw a tall and straight young man wearing a black robe walking out from the crowd step by step before he walked up to the temple. This guy, what is he trying to do? Looking at the young man entering the temple, the same thought popped into everyone's minds at the same time. What was he trying to do? The instant the young man entered the temple, the green eyes of the dozens of small mummies gathered on his body. A chilling aura spread out, and their gazes were like that of hunters staring at their prey. They were extremely unfriendly. Is this guy trying to snatch the heart of imperial power while the three great emperors are fighting with the giant mummy? Is he courting death? The moment the young man in black robe stepped into the temple and faced the 10 small mummies, the other cultivators outside the temple all guessed the young man's intention. He was trying to seize the opportunity to snatch the heart of imperial power. The young man who stepped into the temple was none other than Zhuowen, who had been silently following behind the crowd. His Buddhist and demon avatars had both broken through to the imperial power realm. Only his original body, because of Xiaohe, was unable to break through. Therefore, his desire for the heart of imperial power was more intense than the others. After recovering from their shock, many cultivators shook their heads, wondering if Zhuowen was crazy. Not to mention the three great emperors who had already suppressed the giant mummy. The 10 small mummies at the edge of the temple were not something a peak heavenly master could easily deal with. Moreover, Zhuowen's aura was only that of a peak heavenly master. Wasn't he courting death by facing the 10 small mummies alone? The three great emperors who had been fighting with the giant mummy also noticed Zhuowen entering the temple and sneered. They only glanced at him and then ignored him, focusing on the giant mummy in front of them. They knew that based on their current situation, it wouldn't be long before they could completely annihilate the giant mummy. Once the giant mummy was annihilated, the three of them would probably have to fight for the heart of imperial power. Therefore, while suppressing the giant mummy, the three of them were secretly wary of each other. At this moment, they had all restrained part of their strength so that they could snatch the heart of imperial power after the giant mummy was completely annihilated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, at the edge of the temple, more than a dozen small mummies finally moved. They turned into more than a dozen black lightning bolts and rushed out, surrounding Zhuowen in an encirclement. Swoosh! An air-rending sound rang out from behind Zhuowen. One of the small mummies had already launched an attack, and this attack was like an alarm. The rest of the mummies also attacked. Their withered arms were like deadly hooks, whistling through the wind and crushing towards Zhuowen, trying to tear him into pieces. Sword fire ultimacy. Zhuowen opened his eyes, and a terrifying mental strength swept out from between his eyebrows. At the same time, the ultimate infinite sword array hidden in the spirit ring also turned into rays of cold light and swept out. Suddenly, countless flames swept out, with Zhuowen as the center, forming a terrifying ring-shaped sea of fire. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. The small mummies seemed to be motionless as they were completely annihilated by the raging sea of fire. Then, Zhuowen kept his sleeves, and the flames on the surface of the ultimate infinite sword array slowly receded, circling around Zhuowen as if nothing had happened. Zhuowen calmly walked towards the white jade altar in the center of the temple. The scene of Zhuowen casually annihilating the small mummies was deeply imprinted in the minds of many warriors outside the temple. More than a dozen small mummies, whose strength was comparable to a peak heavenly master, had been cleanly annihilated by a young man at the peak heavenly master level. The three martial emperors, who were secretly on guard against the other party, were also attracted by the commotion outside the temple. Their eyes fell on the edge of the temple, and when they saw more than a dozen small mummies being annihilated in an instant, their expressions changed slightly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Their gazes quickly fell on Zhuowen, who was walking straight towards the altar. The youngest martial emperor among them shouted coldly, "Stop! If you dare to snatch the heart of the emperor in front of us, you'll have to bear the consequences." The three of them were now suppressing the giant mummy, so they really did not have time to snatch the heart of the emperor. Otherwise, based on their character, they would have already taken the heart of the emperor. Zhuowen's footsteps paused slightly, and he tilted his head slightly, looking at the three martial emperors with unfriendly gazes, and said indifferently, "Of course." As he said that, he stepped onto the altar in front of the three martial emperors, and with a suction force from his right hand, Zhuowen took the heart of the emperor into his hand. Suddenly, he felt an extremely strong star power emanating from the beating heart. This star power penetrated into his body through the acupoints all over his body, and he could not help but reveal a satisfied expression. "You're courting death. Why don't you quickly put down the heart of the emperor?" The three martial emperors' eyes suddenly turned red, and they shouted in unison. The three of them had worked so hard to suppress the giant mummy, and now a peak heavenly master had taken advantage of it. How could they bear the feeling of working for someone else? Chapter 1236. Not enough when Zhuowen casually put away the heart of the imperial power, the atmosphere became quiet. Many cultivators outside the temple looked at Zhuowen strangely. This guy was really bold. He dared to put away the heart of the imperial power in a spirit ring in front of three great emperor realm cultivators. Although many cultivators were shocked when Zhuowen used the swordfire ultimacy to destroy more than 10 small corpses, they still didn't think highly of Zhuowen compared to the three great emperor realm cultivators. "You're courting death." The three great emperor realm cultivators roared. They abandoned the giant corpses they were suppressing and rushed toward Zhuowen. Their soul armor exuded a terrifying aura. It was like three terrifying mountains crushing down from the sky towards Zhuowen. This guy is finished. The anger of three great emperor realm cultivators is not something a peak heavenly master like him can handle. Seeing the three great emperor realm cultivators join attack, many people outside the temple were uncertain. Some even looked at Zhuowen with disdain, as if he was already a dead man. Slightly raising his head, Zhuowen calmly looked at the three great emperor realm cultivators. A crack appeared in front of his forehead, and golden light poured out. The Buddha's eye appeared where his third eye should be. Zhuowen's entire body seemed to be plated with gold. A golden halo appeared behind his head. Then Zhuowen slowly stretched out his right hand. Suddenly, the Buddha's light appeared and turned into a huge Buddha's palm. It slammed down from the top. Boom! The Buddha's light exploded. Then, the three great emperor realm cultivators' expressions completely froze. They found that their soul armor had been completely stopped by the power of the Buddha's palm. "Break!" Zhuowen's emotionless voice rang out. The Buddha's palm howled with a terrifying gust of wind. After that, it completely crushed the three soul armors. The remaining force didn't diminish as it slammed into the three emperors. Pucci! The three great emperor realm cultivators spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were as pale as snow. They stared at Zhuowen, who had transformed into a Buddha, and couldn't help but exclaim, "You're also a great emperor realm cultivator?" Zhuowen didn't say anything. He stepped out, and the Buddha's palm descended from the sky like a mountain. It crushed the three great Emperor realm cultivators again, wanting to crush them completely. Run! Even their soul armor studio couldn't deal with the Buddha's palm. They knew that they were no match for Zhuowen in Buddha's palm. They didn't say anything. They didn't say anything and fled in a Buddha's studio. Boom! The Buddha's palm slammed into the center of the temple. The terrifying force caused the entire temple to shake violently. Countless fine stones fell from the top of the temple. Gulp! The sound of people swallowing their saliva slowly came from outside the temple. Countless cultivators were petrified as they stared at Zhuowen, who had transformed into a Buddha's body and forced the three great Emperor realm cultivators to flee. No one expected that Zhuowen could defeat three great Emperor realm cultivators in one move. His strength was too terrifying. Oh, Zhuowen frowned when he saw the three great emperors running away. He didn't continue to chase after them. Just as he was about to stop, a loud roar echoed through the air. The giant corpse, which had been suppressed by the great emperors, roared at the sky and charged toward Zhuowen. The stench of blood filled the air and spread throughout the temple. Bastard, you're really courting death. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and a cold light burst out. Then he raised his right hand and countless Buddha's light gathered into a giant Buddha's palm. It slammed into the giant corpse and immediately smashed into the ground of the temple. A muffled boom resounded, causing the temple to tremble again. Oh, unfortunately, the giant corpse didn't seem to care about its life. It was suppressed by the Buddha's palm and still howled loudly as if it didn't fear death at all. Zhuowen couldn't be bothered with the giant corpse. After slamming it into the temple wall, he stepped out of the temple and instantly disappeared into the building complex. The cultivators outside the temple were all silent. No one dared to stop or snatch the heart of the imperial power from Zhuowen's hand. After all, Zhuowen was someone who could defeat three great Emperor realm cultivators in one move. They would be courting death if they tried to stop him. Thousands of miles high in the sky, Zhuowen slowly sat cross-legged on the clouds. He waved his right hand, and the beating heart of the imperial power appeared in his hand. His eyes were burning with passion. It said that a peak heavenly master who absorbs the heart of the imperial power can directly break through to the imperial power realm. I wonder if my original body can successfully break through to the imperial power realm after absorbing the heart of the imperial power. Zhuowen muttered softly as he held the heart of the imperial power. Try it first. Your original body can stay here and refine the heart of the imperial power. Your Buddha clone can continue to explore this land. This Dragon Lord can help you refine the heart of the imperial power as soon as possible. As for whether you can break through, I'm not too sure. Xiao Hei's voice rang out, causing Zhuowen to roll his eyes. If it weren't for this guy, how could it be so difficult for his original body to break through to the imperial power realm? That's the only way. With that, Zhuowen summoned his Buddha clone and gave him some instructions. He focused all his attention on refining the heart of the imperial power. The Buddha clone nodded and left, heading to explore other parts of the land. His Buddha doppelganger had a strand of his divine will, which was equivalent to him being there in person. Everything he saw could be transmitted to his main body. Therefore, Zhuowen was very assured to let his Buddha doppelganger continue to explore the land. This piece of land was extremely vast. The Buddha avatar passed by many buildings and saw many warriors exploring the various buildings. However, their harvest was not very good. 3 days later, the original body in the clouds slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of sadness in his eyes. He could not help but curse softly. I've completely refined the heart of the imperial power, but still hasn't allowed me to break through to the imperial power realm. Xiao Hei, who was on his shoulder, laughed dryly and said, "Take it slow. Isn't it because you haven't accumulated enough? If you have accumulated enough, breaking through to the imperial power realm is a sure thing." Looking at Xiao Hei's calm expression, Zhuowen was speechless. He really wanted to go up and give it a slap. Wasn't it this guy's fault for making it so difficult for his original body to break through? Kid, you don't have to look at me like that. Since one heart of the imperial power is not enough, then 2, 3, or even more. As long as you accumulate enough star power in your body, breaking through to the Imperial Power Realm will not be a problem, Xiao He said again. That's right. If one is not enough, then two, or even more. Zhuan was stunned. Immediately, a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. The biggest problem he faced in breaking through was the star power. As long as he accumulated enough star power, he would finally succeed in breaking through. In this vast land, it was impossible for there to be only one heart of the Imperial power. It was very likely that there were other hearts of the Imperial power, but he had not encountered them yet. Is there a situation with the demonic Dao doppelganger? Zhuan, who was deep in thought, was suddenly stunned. A strange look appeared in his eyes. Thousands of miles away from Zhuan's original body, there was a temple surrounded by buildings. At this moment, many cultivators had gathered around the temple. There were also many dried corpses sitting cross-legged in the temple. However, the strange thing was that although the cultivators surrounding the temple were eager to try, their eyes were filled with fear. They did not dare to enter the temple. This was because there were 6 figures slowly entering the temple. Moreover, the auras of these 6 figures were as vast as the sea. They were all martial emperors. These 6 people are the geniuses of Divine Academy. I know Xieyu. He's an outer court genius who recently advanced to the Imperial Power Realm. I'm afraid he'll become an official disciple of the Inner Court soon. The other 5 are all official disciples of the Inner Court, especially by you. It's said that he's a 4th-level martial emperor genius. He's extremely famous in the Inner Court, Sky Capital Peak. Outside the temple, there was a clamor. Everyone looked at the 6 figures entering the temple with fear in their eyes. Whether it was in terms of strength or background, these 6 people were not comparable to ordinary cultivators like them. Outside the temple, a group of people among the crowd stared indifferently at the 6 figures in the temple. The leader of this group was a strange young man with long black and red hair. His body was surrounded by rolling demonic aura, causing many people around him to involuntarily distance themselves from him. This young man was Zhuan's demonic doppelganger. Beside demonic doppelganger, Tai Mo Lord and Lu Hantian stood silently, while Zhuan, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian stood quietly behind them. The Imperial Power Heart is in this temple. Zhuan, do you want to snatch it? Lu Hantian suddenly asked in a low voice. Demonic doppelganger, Zhuan nodded. Of course, but we'll have to wait until Baiyu and the others get the Imperial Power Heart first. Then, we'll snatch it from Baiyu's hands. Lu Hantian nodded. He had no objections. Although Baiyu and the others had 6 martial emperors, the strongest was only Baiyu, who was a 4th-level martial emperor. The rest were all below the 4th-level martial emperor realm. Zhuan alone could deal with Baiyu. Even more terrifying was Tai Mo Lord, who could probably fight against 5 of them alone. Therefore, Lu Hantian was not worried about not being able to snatch it from Baiyu and the others. Senior brother, what's on this altar should be the heart of imperial power. Although this thing isn't of much use to us, if we were to exchange it with the big families in the Divine Spectre realm, many people would be willing to pay a high price for this heart of imperial power. Lanju stared at the heart of imperial power on the altar and said with a burning gaze. Baiyu nodded. The corpse in this temple is probably not simple. Let's get rid of it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.